Quickie glue pen, which is why we have Quickie glue pens on today's show too.
Look at these flakes, these are great. Now we've got 2 jars of the flakes in the show today. We've got the one that's slightly more green, which is Summer Meadow. The other one, which one are you using? The autumn one?
So the one I'm on at the moment is Autumn Leaves.
Autumn Leaves, okay. You've picked that up before, you put your hand over the top.
No.
You've done that before.
I was confident I remembered the name, but I like to check. And I know what I'm like. It could come out as anything. So we're just using our applicator sponges, and we have these on today's show as well. These are grand because they don't stick down to the sheet, and you can just burnish over the top all of your flakes. Just keep working. I tend to work in little circles, bring out more flakes if you need to, and just keep going until you've completed all of the exposed areas. And I just think the white feathers really pop nicely against that sort of dark rust sort of background of colours, and these little green and tealy bits that are popping through in the colours of the flakes is just beautiful.
If you are using gilding flakes, make sure you keep the window shut and there's no breeze.
Yes,
or...
that is a wise trick, you know. Turn your fans off if it's a bit hot and you've got your fans on at home. They're a good one to sort of carry them away around the house.
Because there's no weight to them at all. They're light. Well, actually, probably even lighter than feathers.
My poor cat likes to come and get involved when this is going on and tries to don a costume of multicolour. So then we can pop all of these excess bits back into our jar so there's no waste. I'd be a bit tidier if I was at home, but that'll do for now. And I've got one I've already completed, and I've got the one I've just done. I'm going to show you both of these so you can see how they look. Because depending on how big your flakes are, you're going to get more patterns. So in this one, it's got that sort of really lovely petrol on water kind of look to it. You've got them sort of tealy bits coming through in the middle, which I think are beautiful. So we're going to go on to our layers. We're going to complement our card with a gold background. You can see I like my gold mirror card, can't you? We're going to put that down. And then we're going to bring on some white card. And we're foam taping these. The gold mirror card
goes so beautifully with the flakes, really, doesn't it?
Well, it just complements the colour, doesn't it, hopefully? We'll lay that one down, and then we're going to take on our panel with our feathers and our flakes. Again, with a bit of foam tape. I do like dimension with my cards. And bring that one on. And then we're going to go for our middle layer is going to be, again, the gold mirror card, so it matches in with the underneath. That can go down first. And then we're going to have our first white layer, building up and up and up in the air. I'm going to place that one down. And then for our next one, what we're going to do is we're going to bring in our bird cage. I'm going to take my foam tape off. I'm going to bring in the cage that I've already done, and I've literally just put this onto a scoreboard and scored the 2 sides, so them bits will fold back under. So it's just a nice way to give you a bit of dimension and a way to start creasing it. And we're going to tuck that over the edge and attach that onto our foam tape, and then we're going to bring it around to the other side, and we're going to do exactly the same on the other side, just so that we have a bit more height to it. Now, if I was at home, I'd add a bit more foam tape or wet glue over the top, but for speed, we're going to pop that down onto the card, just so you can see that that will then maintain that 3D effect. We're then going to bring in one of our birds. Now, when you've done your gilding flakes, exactly the same as I just did for my background, so this again is a self-adhesive sheet that I've put down, put my flakes over the top. Don't be afraid to die cut out of that. The dies will cut through it, no problem at all, and you'll still maintain that embossed detail on the die too. So I've got one of my little birdies that we're going to bring in and put in at the top of the card, just on a foam pad, and that will complete our card. So again, very easy, slightly manly this one to me, because of the tones.
I know what you're saying, yeah, I love it. I mean, that could be a Father's Day card if you wanted it to be.
Yeah, Father's Day's not far away.
Now, the other colour of the gilding flakes, this one you can see actually in the jar here, you've got more of a kind of a petrol green in there as well. And this one is your Summer Meadow. Okay, so Summer Meadow is that one there with the green in it. The other one is the Autumn one. Go for both at $7.99. The Meadow is on the screen though, the Summer Meadow, and that's got the green in it, as you can probably see. And they are, you use so little of it as well, and they're incredibly lightweight. They really are. If you blew into the jar with the lid off, they go everywhere. That's how light they are, and they just float down. So they're a great thing to work with. We do have the foam sponges, which obviously Jamie was using as well. They're also available on the show too. But a big pot of this will last you hopefully a long, long time. But it's quite addictive. Once you start using it, you don't want to stop.
The flakes are so much fun, and use them over double-sided tape, use them over your Quickie glue pens. Foam tape can give you lovely dimensional borders with them. And of course, flaking glitter glue, great fun.
£7.99 for a big, big tub You've actually got, well, they don't do it in measure in weight because there's no weight to it, basically, is there? 100 mil. 100 mil is what you've got.
That would be a bit tricky.
It would be, absolutely. £7.99 then. If you want both of them, that would be less than £16, be £15.98 with just the one P&P of £3.95. And we do have the tacky glue, remember. This one is the flake and glitter glue. And the difference between this product and other glues are that this stays tacky until you put something on it.
It does, yeah. It will go on blue and then it will dry to sort of a clear, but it never dries till you put glitter or flakes on top of it.
That's
so you can
perfect
literally
use of
come back
flakes.
to it later on and add them on if you want to.
Okay, well, remember, we've got lots in the show today, and if you want those palettes, by the way, they are flying. You've got the brights, and you've also, of course, got the pastels there as well. They are so rarely in stock, but if you go to our website, hobbymaker.co.uk, you will see all the stock there. Put them in your basket and check out. Jamie's here for 3 shows today, so I'm expecting some things to sell out. Probably the palettes will sell out, I would have thought, before we get to 6 o'clock this evening. But it's all about, of course, Sue Wilson's Dies here today. Sue Wilson's Dies, brand new launch. You've got set A, which is the one with the birdcage in it, which I must admit is my favourite because what you've done with the birdcage looks fantastic. And set B over here, that's the one that's got the bird bath in it, okay? So you choose which you'd like, or if you want both of them, that's absolutely fine as well. Details on the screen, though, for the flake and glitter glue, just £3.50 for a really kind of generous jar of that, or generous pot of that. That is IY 2817. IY 2817 if you would like that. So we're back at 3 o'clock.
We are.
And Craig is waiting in the wings. Mr. Laird is over there with Crafter's Companion. And if you were watching the Wake Up show this morning, you may well have already seen what we're about to bring you. You may have already bought it. It's brilliant. If you love your flowers, don't go anywhere.
Well, good morning everybody here at Sanntangle HQ. Something a little bit new for Hobby Maker on the 26th of May. You might notice a few different colours. And look, embossed. I'm going to show you how we do it. Come on through. We've got Tommy and he working away. Here he is. And of course on the machine, we've got some of these running. But have a look at these look at these stencils. What we've got here, look, a couple of frames. And look, that's what this is going to do here. And of course, look at this. Imagine this with a bit of gilding flakes on it. So of course we've got packaging as well. So Tommy's just going to show you how we actually pack it. Here we go. We've got 2 frames. We're actually going to give you the inserts as well there. And it goes into the package, and then of course into AC. He's training well, we're getting him. And off we go into the bag.
If I can get it in. There we go.
There we go, and it gets sealed up, job done. So let me just show you as well. These two, I'm going to go do the, oh, look, and oh, look at, I'm still working, look at this. So if this is something that you're into and you think, yes, the macro tiles are something that, yeah, you want to have a go at, join me on Wednesday, on Thursday, and I'll see you there. Okay,
Yeah, get the day right. Bye, everyone. Bye.
Hi everyone.
Hiya.
I'm Elaine and this is
Meryl.
Meryl. She's the one with the short fat hairy legs. Oh no, that's Lizard. This is Lizard. He's the director of our company. Together we make up Parchment Craft Australia, and we will be on Hobby Maker on Saturday at 1 o'clock and 3 o'clock. If you would like to see me in my pyjamas, Meryl probably not.
No.
Join us at 6 o'clock through to 8 o'clock on Friday morning, and that's our great big sales show. 25% off of everything that we've had excess stock for the shows for. So anything that you've seen on Hobby Maker previously, there is 25% off of everything that we've got left in our warehouse. Okay.
And some of it, it's very, very limited stock. So if
Yeah.
you do want it, be there at 6.
Be there at 6. You can be in your PJs, because I will be too. Look forward to seeing you. Bye.
Bye.
I almost forgot. We've got a brand new show starting on Hobby Maker, Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. until 8 a.m, featuring loads of new things. The Early Bird Special, a special offer only available during the Wake Up to Hobby Maker show. Who the Hobby Maker Are You? A slightly extended interview with our guest designers, Help Me Hobby Maker, encouraging you to email in with all of your crafting queries, and a sneak peek. The final 20 minutes of the show, letting you know what's coming up later on in the day. So don't forget to join us. Set your alarms 6 a.m. until 8 a.m. on Hobbymaker. I think I'll get 5 more Zeds in.
We have a really exciting show on Saturday at 4 p.m. here on Hobbymaker. Make sure you're tuning in to see the lovely Jessica, backed by popular demand from Tilly Victor, showing her fantastic modern way of paper quilling. So if you do not want to miss out this time, as I remember it's sold out in 45 minutes first time round, be there ready for amazing kits, amazing demos on Saturday at 4 p.m.
Welcome back to Hobbymaker. Great to have your company on this Thursday. No, it's Wednesday, isn't it? Yeah, Wednesday.
I thought it was Thursday.
Did you? Is it Thursday? No, it's Wednesday. Yeah, definitely Wednesday. It's because I've done 2 shifts today. I'm getting confused. I probably thought it was Wednesday this morning at 6 till 7 or 6 till 8 and Thursday now. But it's actually Wednesday afternoon. I'm Dave Bradford. Great to have your company. I'm with the fantastic Craig over there as well from Crafters Companion. Good to see you, mate.
How are you doing?
I'm good.
Yes.
I'm very
Sorry, I'm that confused because I did think it was actually Thursday here. So one day less to the weekend. But you know what? It doesn't matter. Wait until you see these. If you didn't see, obviously, yourself and Debbie earlier on this morning with these decoupage flowers, these are beautiful. However, if you think decoupage, sometimes you think of layer upon layer upon layer.
Yeah.
Now, you can get layers with these, but these are decoupage in a slightly different form. Once again, if you've not seen them earlier on, then certainly within this hour, we'll show you them and show you what you can create. These are beautiful.
Just to let you know, this show isn't going to be repeated at 4 o'clock. Craig is having like a Ask Craig hour. We're going to go back to basics with all the fantastic basic things that Crafters Companion bring, of course, all the pens, all the tools, that sort of thing, of course, while stamping platforms. So if there's any crafting question you've got for Craig, get your questions in now. You can either send them via our website with the Connect to the Studio link, or you can just send an email, studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. And any questions or queries, how do you do this, how do you do that, what do you use to get that effect, and that sort of thing, Craig can answer the questions in the 4 o'clock show, and it will be totally different to this show. But this is what Craig's talking about. Now, we did show you this in Wake Up with Hobbymaker this morning between 6 and 8, and they absolutely flew with Debbie and myself. These, as Craig says, are decoupage flowers, but with a bit of a difference, with a bit of a twist. And if you love your florals, that has got to be one of, if not the most popular theme to have card makers make, isn't it? Flowers and butterflies are the 2 things, as far as card making is concerned, that everybody absolutely adores and loves. And these are stunning. You're going to get a combination of dies and stamps as well. Stamp the image, then die cut it out, or maybe the other way around, depending on however you like to do it. But this is a wonderful, wonderful collection. You've got your sweet pea, you've got your carnation, you've got your fuchsia, you've got your radiant rose, your lovely lilac, and you've got your delicate lily as well. And when you see what these dies and stamps can do, when you look at the finished products that are actually on the steps here in the studio, they are amazing, absolutely incredible. The detail in them is phenomenal. Look at that lilac in the centre there. Look at the rose at the bottom too. Really beautiful. Whether you're using cardstock, whether you're using vellum, whatever type of material you're using, you're going to be making truly, truly remarkable flowers that look so realistic. Your fuchsia is just so believably real. I mean, this one was one of my favourites from the morning show this morning. Look at that. I mean, you would never think that you'd be able to actually make paper fuchsias because they're such intricate flowers, there's so much going on in them. But with dies like this and stamps like this, it is absolutely achievable. This is one of the rose ones. This is by Lily Fletcher. She's done this particular one that you can see there. This lilac is absolutely stunning. It really, really is. I didn't realise lilac was a flower.
I know, yeah.
I just thought they referred to the lilac as the colour, but no, lilac is actually a flower too, which I didn't know. Now, if you want to get this collection, you can get it as a collection of 6 packets with dies and stamps in each for $89.94. PN2012. PN2012, that's the product number for all of these. And if you like 1 or 2 of them, the chances are you're going to love all 6 of them. But let's get that price down. Let's drop that price. It's going to go down to what? Here it comes. $69.99. $69.99 for all 6 of these, working out to about £11.30 each, roughly, for stamps and dies. That's absurd.
That is brilliant, yeah, and
really
something
good.
so dimensional as well. That's exquisite. Love that price.
And you've got split pay. 3 split payments of $23.33. That's all you pay today if you want split pay. Plus, of course, that capped postage of $3.95, but of course you don't have to worry about that if you bought something, if you got the spotlight in the last hour or anything like that. You don't have to worry about any more P&P. It's just $3.95 for the whole day. That's the way we roll here at Hobbymaker. PN2012. PN2012, 3 split payments, $23.33. That's the first payment today. So there it is. Now, the smaller bundles, different bundles. We've got a bundle of 3, which if you prefer that, which one do you want to do first? Okay, let's do the one with the lily in it first of all then. So your lily, your lilac, and also your beautiful radiant rose. Those 3 together. We can bundle them up and give you a discount just like with the set of 6, but the discount won't be quite as good as the set of 6, but you're still going to get a lower price. NX2056 is that product number. If those are the 3 that you like the look of, I must admit lily's my favourite flower.
Isn't it? Yeah, and it's really, really lovely as well.
Gorgeous. So those 3, that price is going to go down as well. NX2056 is your product number if you want those 3. Remember, you've got stamps and you've got dies to make these beautiful flowers. So basically one side of your packaging inside the envelope will have the dies on it, and the other side will have the stamps on it. So it gives you all the shading detail that you need, so you know exactly when to kind of intensify the colour, make the colour slightly darker. $44.97 for all 3 of those. Price is coming down, told you wouldn't be paying that. So we worked out, it's around about, if you buy the set of 6, it's about $11.30 each. Now look, for 3, it's just £12 each basically, or £12 something, £12.30, something like that. $37.99 for those 3, and it's on split pay, 2 split pays, $18.99 your first payment today, and then the next payment and final payment in 4 weeks' time. That's if you want your lily, if you want your lilac, and you want your radiant rose. That's bundle number 1. If you want to have bundle number 2, we have that available as well as a set of 3. So this first one, again, is your timeless carnation. The one next to that is your fabulous fuchsia. You don't see fuchsia dies very often.
You don't see them often, no, and if you do, they're very, very quite flat.
Yeah. Well, not this one. And then you've got your fragrant sweet pea as well. Again, another flower you don't often see as a die and a stamp combination. So maybe if that's the 3 you want to go for, $37.99, 2 split payments of £18.99. But don't just think cards, think home decor. Who did this one? Is there a name on this one? Sandy Brooks. Hi, Sandy, if you're watching. She's done this. Lovely rope wreath with just a couple of lilies on it. Very, very nice indeed. This is, did I show you this one? No, this is another fuchsia one that's been done by Bianca. Bianca Baldwin's done that one. Isn't that lovely? Look at the dimension on it too.
So much dimension, and when you'll find it on our social media, our design team have done some incredible things. I do, as you just said there, a big shout out to Bianca, specifically with her samples as well. They were absolutely beautiful. Because what you're getting is you're getting that wide range of something that is quite delicate. You've got some of the flowers that are really quite bold and they're substantial, but you're able to shape them. What the incredible thing is about this one, how many of you at home have trouble about stamping and die cutting, and you've got that bleed border all the way around, and you just can't quite get it so it matches up. With these ones, your die is slightly smaller than the stamp. So what's happening is you're actually eradicating the outside edge.
Right.
So then therefore you don't have to worry about that edge. And then when you start to layer them up, you get that natural continuation of the flower going into petal, into petal, into petal. You don't have that harsh line. You don't have the black line with a little bit of the white line at the opposite side, or pattern paper, or white cardstock, whatever it is. But if you're putting them onto the cards, if you're popping them onto your home decor, that wreath was beautiful.
Yeah. Well, Debbie
Onto
Robinson
boxes.
this morning, who did Wake Up with Hobbymaker with me, actually made what we thought could be a brooch.
It could.
And you could put it in your hair as well if you wanted to, because they are that realistic, they're that beautiful. Now this is the actual most popular bundle of all of them today, okay? So this one with the fantastic sweet pea, remember? Also the fuchsia, and the first one, the carnation. That's in the lead at the moment at $37.99. You can make, obviously, home decor with these, decorating frames, make your own floral collections, put them in little vases if you want to, or of course put them on cards and tags. They're stunning, they really are. If you go for the big set though, that's where you save the most money, but if you rather just go for a set of 3, that's your budget, then that's absolutely fine with 2 split pays on it. UL2075. Right, it's all about how you make them though. Are they easy to do?
They are. They really, really are. With these ones, If you're wanting to then just keep them very simplistic with a couple of petals, you absolutely can do. If you want to really make them bold, you can do as well. Now, when it comes to this one here, you'll find so often, and you'll hear this over the years as well, Dave, you'll hear us say it as well, we'll say, don't use copier paper.
No.
Don't waste it with copier paper. Copier paper.
No way.
Copier paper.
Really?
So go in, stamp your stamp with one of your light tones. It could be some of your Misty Mornings or your frost colours that we have within our water reactive, and then go over with your inexpensive copier papers.
Craig the Rebel.
Absolutely exquisite. And you're still getting that full bush, you're still getting that full bud, you're still getting that curve, you're getting that absolute elegance when it comes to your florals.
I would never have realised that was copier paper, but there is a use for copier paper
There is.
now, other than using it in
absolutely
copier?
is.
Yeah.
I'll just show you a couple here that I've got as well, because Bianca had done this one as well, and you showed one similar earlier on. But look, if I turn it that way, I mean, look at these ones here. Aren't that stunning? And what you're seeing is what I was pointing out a minute ago. You've got no deep outline when it comes to the stamp. Now, Dave, if you want to use these stamps as standalone stamps, you absolutely can do. You've got that outline edge for you to create your backdrops, to maybe fussy cut for, you know, your own craft, if you like to do your fussy cutting like I do. But you've got that ability to build up that flower. You're going to then shape it. A ball tool, your pokey tool. Maybe you're going to use your fingers, manipulate it. You're going to spritz it, ink it with maybe what reactive. It could be colours of your dry blends. It could be aqua paint. You can do whatever you like. The thing is, these create beautiful, beautiful cards with your florals.
Okay.
So
what are we making first? Which flower?
So we're going to go for the Timeless Carnations for this one here. And I'm going to use our large stamping platform that we've actually got on this show today. And then this is how these are going to come. You've got your 3 dies within this one here, and then we've got our 3 stamps as well. These are big, sizable stamps on their own. You know, they absolutely are. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in. I've got a piece of our multi-purpose cardstock. Now, I am going to add a little bit of ink, and usually we will say when it comes to ink, the best cardstock is your Neenah cardstock, which it absolutely is. But with this collection, it sort of gives you free rein to go in there with your different mediums. You won't necessarily always do your alcohol colouring with your multi-purpose card. But because we're not going to do a lot of colouring, but I'm wanting shape, I'm wanting to curve the petals, I'm going to go in with multi-purpose. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to lay them all onto, I'm not going to do that one because I'm going to do that onto a bit of green cardstock. And as you said, Dave, what you could do, you can stamp and die cut or die cut and stamp. So even although when you come to die cut it, you're not going to see the outside edge, you can still do your die cutting first and then stamp.
Now, the stamping platform that Craig's using, this means that you can overstamp again and again in the same position. Accuracy is guaranteed. And it's one of the most affordable stamping platforms out there. $19.99. Okay. Missed a bit, darn it.
Missed a bit. Now, I love stamping. I've been stamping for many years. If I didn't have a stamping platform, even I couldn't go back in and get it bang on in that same position. I just couldn't. So all that I need to do, I don't need to reapply ink, Dave, because if it's not on there, it's still going to be on there.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go back, cards where it is, stamp where it is, and I'm just going to repress over the back into my cardstock.
Perfect.
Perfect. And even if you've got that tiny little bit, you can go in, reapply it. There we are. We're done. That's it stamped.
Could you imagine trying to do that with an acrylic block? You'd be there for hours and you'd just end up with a double image, wouldn't you?
You would. You absolutely would. And sometimes you'll get that little bit, that shadow to the side that can be quite irritating when you're seeing it. So now that we've gone in with, we've done 2 for the moment, and I'm going to go in with my 2 dies here. So my first one, what I'm going to do is I'm going to match it over the top. Now this is where what you will usually find is you will get a little bit of that thicker outer edge of the stamped impression just to the side. But in this occasion, what's happening is the die is slightly smaller. So the cutting edge is maybe about a good 3 millimeters away from the edge. So if I go in and then secure it with my low tack tape, we can then hold it into position. So we've got a good 3 millimeter scope to have a bit of a play. So if you don't get it in the right position, you don't need to worry because you're not going to see that ink. So we're going to work our way around, get that so that it is bang on So we're just working our way. There we are.
Yep, yep.
And every one is exactly the same. Every stamp and die set within this full bundle is the same concept.
Now, this is the last show today where you're going to see these. Do bear in mind at 4 o'clock, we've got like an Ask Craig hour. So get your questions or queries in or comments in. We'd love to hear from you. And we're going to be showing you a vast array of fantastic goodies that Crafters Companion bring us. So if you're a brand new crafter, that's the perfect show for you to watch and get all the hints and tips and, of course, save on your P&P. That's at 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Absolutely, go for it. So what I can do is I can remove this one out the way, and then I'm going to take my flower, I'll take it out from the back here, and now we've got perfect stamp or die. And look at that, no brown outside the edge, because the die is slightly smaller. Just to say as well, that plate configuration, that was just a normal plate configuration that we do for any die cutting. So it's nothing different. So I've now got 2 of them here. And then what I'm going to do, Dave, is let's do a couple more, because I want to make it quite full for the card that we're going to do. So I'm going to take these bits off. Let's see if I've still got enough room. So I'm going to pop these ones on, these ones on.
And don't forget, you do get a photographic inspiration on the front of the packaging as well, so don't throw the packaging away.
No, don't, no. And with these ones, these haven't even launched on our website yet. So when they do launch, which I believe is tomorrow, if you go back, once you've bought them here from Hobby Maker, after tomorrow, you will find across on our YouTube, there's lots and lots of tuitions and step-by-steps and that you can start to follow. So even although you buy them from us, you'll always have that inspiration to go back with the shows that we've done here.
And also you can watch the shows that Craig has done and Debbie's done, and the other Debbie as well, on our website. I think it's up to a week or a fortnight. Is it
I believe it is, isn't it? Yeah.
Over a week, I think, yeah.
So yeah.
See the morning show this morning, you can watch that back a bit later.
So you're never left in limbo as if you've bought the product and we're kind of like, they will go off you, Todd, just do what you want, which you can do. But we are always there to help you out for ideas and inspiration.
Yeah, absolutely.
So done the same. This was a rustic brown alcohol proof that I've used for this one. I thought I'll do a little bit of a change. Missed that tiny little bit there. I'm going to go in, press, and that's it nice and full.
Perfect.
So going back in, so we can go in with our die once again and work our way round. And even to line up, to get them petal to petal, die petal to stamp petal is so, so simple. Work your way round till you've got it where you need it. Let's bring in another bit here. So we're going to pop that one on. And then if we take our next one, line this one up, and we can do exactly the same. At this point, before you do the die cutting or after, which I'm going to do after, you can add colour if you want to. I'm going to use a little bit of water reactive and then our tri-blends.
Fantastic. They're in the show today.
They are, aren't they? Yeah, made sure we had them on today. This is a nice, beautiful set that's going to complement all of these flowers. So I'm going to work them in. But then think about your pattern papers. You know, if you've got Sarah's Country Garden, you know, some of those real lighter tones, these natural tones, start to create your flowers, because you don't have to create the flowers in the title or the name of the flower.
They could be fantasy flowers.
Of course they could.
Yeah.
Absolutely, they could do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in and take my next one. And then we're going to go in and I'm going to take my next one here. So let's take my tape off. And then once we take these ones out, what I'm then going to do is set that to the side. I'm going to go around a couple of these ones with, I'm going to go around with Frosted Jade, which is on the show, or I believe is on the show.
We've actually got some of the funkiest colours. These are really, really on-trend colours at the moment that we've got with the water reactive ink pads. 2, 4, 6, there's 8 of them. You're going to get Misty Morning, Jet Black, Green Topaz, Smoked Emerald, Spring Meadow, which is a yellow one, Frosty Jade, which you're using, and then Anthracite, which is a grey, and Friar Brown, which is pretty obvious. So there they are, the water reactive ink pads, really lovely colours. And all the colours are actually printed on the end of the pad, so you can at a glance when they're in storage see exactly which one's which. and they're great.
They really are. The water reactive ones, for me, are my favourite because they're so versatile. If you want to do some of your faux bleaching effect, your blending, your letterpress with your folders, you can absolutely do all that. So going in here, and that was just a little bit of frosty jade around the edge there. And then what I'm going to do, within the tri-blend sets that we've got on today, I'm going to go in with the antique pink blend.
Okay.
Now, what you can do is, as we can see here, I've already stamped and die cut, and I'm going to go direct in with the colour. But because there is no outside edge of that stamped impression, that means you could stamp them, Dave, and you could pretty much just scribble.
Yeah.
Just scribble, so you're covering that full image. Don't worry about the outside, it's not messy. You don't have to worry about being in the lines or neat or tidy. Scribble over the top.
Well, that's what Debbie did this morning. She actually coloured them in before she cut them out and
Yeah.
realised she didn't have to stick within the lines.
There
She
you
just
go.
went for it.
Exactly.
And the die cut it out, perfect.
And that's the thing. So you don't need to worry about these sorts of techniques or these sort of steps where you try to be neat so you get a really beautiful finished product. You don't need to worry about that. Don't worry about the stamped edge. Don't worry about the colouring edge, whether you've got it within the lines or that. You stamp it, you die cut it, and that's going to eradicate any of the worries that you've got.
Terrific.
So going in with the antique blend here. So what I'm going to do, what I would usually do when it comes to alcohol colouring, and I'm going to go in really, really quickly with the lighter tone. That's pretty much all that I'm going to do.
And just to explain, in case you've never heard the term tri-blend before, basically it's one pen, but it's got 3 different colours in the same pen, in the same family. So you get a light, a medium, and a dark in each one.
You do. You
Although
really
you're
do.
buying 24 pens, you're actually getting 72 colours, which is pretty amazing.
It really is. So that means, for instance, with this antique blend, because you've got the light, the medium, and then the dark, if you want to blend all 3 together, like you would traditionally do with alcohol colouring, all 3 shades are there for you. But if you do want to use them as standalone colours, as you said, Dave, that is technically 72 colours that you've then got to be using and colouring your gems, your pearls, your ribbons, whatever you like.
Now these are called the deep blends, okay? There are various different types or colourways. These are the deep blends which give you basically all these colours on the edge of the box here, and that's what's on the screen now. That's on 3 split payments of just $22.66, but you can see in each one there's 3 different shades. So that means it creates dimension, it creates kind of almost like a 3D effect. So all those colours are in your box for $67.99 or $22.66 on split pay, which is great.
Right, so now that I've got my 4 of them, now I did, as we can see, I've done 2 in that larger petal and 2 in that smaller petal. If you wanted to do them all in the larger one, you can. If you want to do them all in the smaller one, that you can. Because what you're going to do, as you work on them on progress, you're going to then start to shape them by removing a petal to really get that closed bud within the middle. If I show you from that one from up ahead, so if you go in from, this one of course is the rose, but that one with that real closed bud, that's because what you're then going to do, as you either straight away or as you get more confident, what you're going to do is maybe take out a petal and then you're really going to start to form them together. We might do one just shortly to show
think of
you.
what carnations look like. You know, some of the buds, some of the heads on carnations look as if they've got, I don't know, a couple of dozen layers. You know, they can be really full and bushy, can't they?
They really, really can. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in with my ball tool. This originally came out with our flower forming. And with our flower forming foam and the ball tools, you did get a white mat with it. But it was, for that one, for me, with sculpting when it comes to flowers, is a bit too soft. So what I like to use is I like to use my stamping mat for my stamps.
Right.
What I don't do, though, however, is I'm a way to shape them. I don't do it into the middle of my mat because what I will, the chances are what will happen is more and more that I do it, I'm going to dent my mat, which then means as I go and do stamping down the line, I'm not going to get a perfect impression.
Okay, yeah.
So although I'm a way to do what I'm a way to do, I'll never do it in the middle of my mat. What I tend to do, Dave, is I do it on the back and then I'll do it in the corner where it's not going to really matter.
Okay.
And then all that I'm going to do is I'm going to turn it over. And all that I'm going to do is scribble side to side. All that I'm doing is scribbling. Keeping in mind, this is our 300 GSM multi-purpose cardstock, and it's happening and it's working, an absolute treat.
So it kind of cups the petal, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah.
Starting to cup it, it's starting to stretch the fibres, and then all that I can do is go into the middle, and then even just that one there is one petal.
Really cool.
That we can see here.
Yeah.
So that's that one. So I'm going to do that same size, that larger one. And again, I'm going to go around the edges. If you want to spend more time doing each individual petal, you can. If you want to wet the edges to get that sort of fluffiness to the edges, you absolutely can as well.
I always think the petals of carnations, they almost look like layered ice cream.
They do, yeah,
Like
actually.
a Viennetta or something
yeah,
like that.
you're right, aren't you? Yeah, they really, really do. But by going side to side, and then I'm going to then circle in the middle. I'm going to do the two smaller ones here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to then work my way around. So all that I'm doing is edge to edge. I'm using the smallest ball tool when it comes to our ball tools. But you can use some of the larger ones.
Things like ball tools and all the kind of must-have everyday tools and that sort of thing will be in the 4 o'clock show later on. So.
Absolutely, they will do. So if you need any more help or advice or that when it comes to anything like that,
Craig's your man.
you can do it. Get your questions in. So we'll work our way around. So I do the back of the petals, I turn it over, and then what I do is I go in and then I circle into the middle. So let's kind of do what I was speaking about a moment ago. What I'm going to do is let's snip one of them out, and then what you can do is cross them over.
Ah, right.
So then this is where you're getting that deep petal that you can see from in the middle there. So if I hold that one together, you can see how you can really start to build up the centre. Alternatively, what we could then do is we can then fold them in, so across one over, and then you can start to really cup and shape the petals that you can see. So this is how you're going to start to get that real closed bud. And if you want to stamp on the opposite side, if you feel like you're going to see too much of the white card on the middle, just stamp the other side as well.
Yeah,
you can
totally.
absolutely do that. So we might still use that one in a minute, but let's come in with our layers. And I'm going to use my tacky glue for this, because anything to do with construction or flower building, I like to use my tacky glue.
So tacky glue stays tackier for longer, yeah?
So not too long. It stays tacky just enough to grab.
Yep.
It lets you get it into place. It lets you maneuver it if you need to. And then you've maybe got, I don't know, 10, 15 seconds until that's it grabbed.
Right.
And then that's it. If you try and prise it apart, you're going to tear the fibres of the card.
Okay.
But all that I'm doing is lightly pressing to hold it. Then what I like to do is I like to just go in and really add a bit of pressure. So then you can see from up above, we're starting to create that cupped shape that we've got here.
Beautiful.
And then I'm going to go into the next one, which is a slightly smaller one. And then I'm going to do that. I'm going to shape that a little bit more.
So
I've
what,
got
Craig,
more
that colour in the middle of the flower, really subtle but very effective.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah, I like it.
It really is. It's as if this has been something from a patterned paper and it's already printed for you and you've just laid the dye on. Whereas all that I've done, you've seen it there, the lightest tone of antique pink, and it was a scribble.
Yeah,
And that was
perfect.
it. So going in, pressing, and then I'm going to press a little bit more pressure. So we've got our centrepiece within the middle there. And then you can start to add a gem if you want to, but I am going to go in back into this one. So what I'm actually going to do, because I want that petal to be closed in, I'm going to shape it actually on the opposite side. So I'm going to shape it onto the printed side or stamped side. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my tacky glue on one, and then I'm going to close, let's overlap that one, and then I'm going to close it. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab just for a few seconds, because it is our tacky glue. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a little bit here to grab, because I want to kind of get that little bit of that closed petal.
Now, if you're not used to doing this, try it without glue first.
Exactly.
See how it looks, and then when you're happy with the way it looks, then glue it down.
Glue it down, that's the thing. And it's because it's cardstock, all that you're doing is manipulating it. And if you find you manipulate it too much, that isn't actually going to matter. If anything, what it's going to do, it's going to add to the effect, because you're continuously stretching the fibres of the cardstock. So you're going to go from a bit more of a rigid card, a rigid floral, to more of a free-flowing and a flexible and a lighter flower.
That's what flowers are. You know, they're not accurate, they're just nature. So, you know, it doesn't really matter where the petals are as such, because in nature they're all over the place.
They absolutely are. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in with the centre. So for the centre, I'm going to add some hot glue just to keep it in a bit longer. Let's take that excess off here. Pop that into the middle. You can use your glue gel if you want for this one. I'm using my hot glue. I'm going to go into the base and take away that point. I'm then going to go right in. Let's take that excess off. And then I'm really going to press that one in. So I'm going to press it in. I'm not too concerned about seeing some of the white on the outside, because what I'm going to do in a moment is my outer petals here, I'm going to pull a few of them up. So I'm going to hold just for that hot glue to grab, and then I'm going to hold that centre, and now I'm going to go in and I'm pressing. And because I've already shaped my flowers and stretched that cardstock, makes it easier for it to all come together. I'm going to bulk it up again. So I'm playing now. I'm sculpting, I'm shaping, I'm manipulating. And the only thing that I would do different is stamped on the outside of the floral as well. But I can go in, really bulk that up. I'm going to move that one out the way. And then what I'll do is, tell you what, let's just do this foliage stamp, just so that I can say that I've done all the layers so that you can see it come to fruition. So let's take our stamping platform again. And this time, instead of doing white cardstock, I'm going to go onto a piece of our green cardstock. So I'm going to pop that one on. Let's move that out the way for now. So I'm going to pop that one on.
Cardstock's going to be in the 4 o'clock show. Lots of different effects, lots of different colours for you at great prices.
Yeah, nice selection coming up.
A great opportunity at 4 to stock up on things that you've either run out of or things that you've never actually had before that are essential key items for any craft room. 4 o'clock this afternoon.
What I would say as well is the benefit here at Hobby Maker with that P&P.
Yeah.
That 4 o'clock show is going to be, or that P&P is going to be a godsend when it comes to the 4 o'clock show, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Get all your
Pay
essentials.
P&P on glue or cardstock. You want it, to be delivered without P&P. If you've paid your $3.95 already, that's it. Once a day, that's all you have to pay postage, and all your other items in that day up to midnight are delivered without any more P&P.
Still don't know how you're able to do that.
I don't know how we're able to do that.
As a crafter, that's not my concern.
No.
As a crafter at home, it's not my concern. It means I get my goodies.
At home, that's the main
exactly.
thing, so.
That is the main thing. So I've stamped out that the leaf, the foliage, and then pop the die over the top. And this does exactly the same, whereas that will then take away that edge from that impression. So if we take this one through. And then also to say as well, if you have been a follower of Crafter's Companion for a while, these dies will still cut all your flower forming foam.
Yeah.
So if you want to create your flowers with the flower forming foam, you absolutely can do.
And also, they will work through any die cutting machine as well, not just the Gemini. Any machine you've got, manual or automatic, they'll work through every die.
They will.
Machine.
And some of them will even go through your really small die cutting machines. Not all of them, but some of them within this collection will. So I'm going to go back in with my mat again. I'm going to take my ball tool, and all that I'm going to do is this time, I'm really doing it lightly, Dave. I'm just rocking back and forwards just to create that bit of shape. At that base, I'm just going to go in just to create that little bit of shape.
Brings it to
When
life.
it comes to that. Yeah, it's nice instead of it all being completely flat. And this is where you're getting that decoupage, that dimension coming into play. And then all that I'm going to do, I've started off creating a 5x7 card blank with a few mats and layers with pattern paper. And then I've gone in with one of my stamps, craft card, which I believe we've got in the 4 o'clock show, and one of my sentiments here. So all that I'm then going to do is I'm going to come in. Let's go in with my hot glue gun again. I'm going to go in with my foliage die here, but I'm going to press that in. And then what I'm also going to do, cheekily, I'm going to bring in one of these from one of the other sets. I think it was the rose sets. And I've done the same, stamped it and die cut it, but you've got no deep outline all the way edge. It is there if you want to use the stamp as a standalone stamp, but for die cutting it takes it away, so you don't need to worry about in the line or die cutting over the line.
Well, as ever, Crafter's Companion think of everything for you to make your journey in crafting fun and get better results. That's what it's all about.
Exactly. So I'm going to go in, and then I'm going to go back in with my ball tool. I'm going to press.
It's great to use the ball tool with the hot glue
It
on your
is.
fingers.
Yeah,
It's not a
it
good move
is.
to use your fingers.
You know, sometimes in the past I would use my pokey tool. The only worry with that is if it's a real sharp pokey tool like ours are, you can go right through the layers. So we just want to make sure that we don't do that. So your ball tool from your flower forming is a nice way. And I'm deliberately, constantly manipulating that, stretching the fibres of the cardstock. But then,
Realism.
there we go.
Beautiful.
Going in, you can see. So if I go that back, and as I said, Dave, the only one thing I would do different at home with a little bit more time is I would stamp on the opposite side as well. Or what you can just do is ink the opposite side or colour the opposite side. That's up to you.
Or use
You
coloured
can go
cardstock.
in.
That's another way around
That's
it too.
it, the other way around as well.
PIN, oh no, it's not, PN, sorry, I thought I said PIN. PN2012, PN2012, $69.99 is for the whole collection, okay? And it's on 3 split payments as well. You're gonna get 6 die and stamp sets. In total, that comes to 52 pieces, 52 dies and stamps in that fantastic collection, and you can be making fantastic flowers just like Craig has there. And of course, you've got all the inspiration on the packaging as well. More from Craig though in a couple of ticks, stay tuned.
Here at Hobbymaker, we love seeing what you've been making, and it's our job to keep you inspired. So how does a £100 credit to your Hobbymaker account sound? Every month, we're going to be giving away a £100 credit to one lucky Hobbymaker's account. And all you have to do to enter is simply send a photo of your craft you makes to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We will be picking one winner each month at random, and we'll announce the lucky winner on air in the 5 PM show on the last Saturday of every month. So what are you waiting for? Get crafting, get motivated, and get inspired with Hobbymaker.
Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
We're having a lovely afternoon here at Hobbymaker, and we also have lovely mornings here at Hobbymaker too as well. Remember, at the moment we're live between 6 and 8 in the morning, and we had loads of lovely comments from people this morning saying great to wake up. Some people coming back from a night shift, great to be able to watch live rather than repeat shows. That's fantastic. And of course, we're always live every day between 1 and 6, which is what we're doing today. Craig's with us for 2 shows. This show with those fantastic floral dies and stamp sets are brilliant for $69.99. 4 o'clock is going to be a different type of show, and it's a show we've been asked to do whereby we bring you all the basic must-have essentials that you need to be a crafter. So if you are a brand new crafter or you want to stock up on things that you're running out of, that's the show for you at 4 o'clock. And like Craig said, you only pay one P&P of £3.95. Now, during that little break that we had, you were watching Craig's demo and you thought, you know what, I want this. I want to make those carnations. I want to make those fuchsias. I want to make those sweet peas. Lots of you put in the bundle into your basket right now. It's on 3 split pays. 23.33 is all you need give us today, which is nothing when you consider what you're getting in the next couple of days direct from Crafters Companion. They send it out to you. So if you do buy from different shows, from different companies, each company will be sending you your order. So don't expect them all to arrive in one parcel. They will arrive separately, but that's what you're going to get. All of that to make the most beautiful sweet peas, carnations, fuchsias, roses, the lovely lilac, which till today I didn't realise was actually a flower, I just thought it was a colour, and the delicate lily as well. This is the collection, and just before we go back to Craig in a second, look at some of those finished cards that are down there. We've got Sandy Brooks who's done some, Bianca's done quite a few of them as well. Yes, Sandy's done that one as well. They're gorgeous. Whether you're using plain white paper, whether you're using plain white cardstock, whether you're using coloured cardstock, whether you want to make fantasy flowers, you can make them as flamboyant as you want. You can decoupage them as much or as little as you want to do, but they are instantly recognisable as being the flower that they're trying to be, and they are. $69.99. Split pay means you only pay £23.33 today, and that's interest-free. That's available for absolutely everybody. And if you are brand new to Hobbymaker, can I just say welcome on behalf of Craig and myself and everyone here on the team today, all the management upstairs as well. We're just so thrilled that so many of you have found us and you're liking what we're doing, which is fantastic news. And if you want to become a member of Hobbymaker, it's free to do that. The operator can do that for you, the call centre, 0800 001 4433. Tell them what you'd like, and they'll then get an account for you. And then you can, of course, access that whenever you want. And if you want to do it yourself on the website, that's easy to do too. Just go to hobbymaker.co.uk, put in your email address and then select a password that you won't forget, and then there you are, you're in, and you can take advantage of all the goodies at Hobbymaker. Brilliant suppliers. We've got their brand shops on our website as well, so you can browse those at any time that you want to at hobbymaker.co.uk. All right, Craig?
Yes. Let's go for it. Let's have a look at the lovely lilac.
Did you know lilac was a flower?
I didn't know.
No,
Well, I didn't up until just a couple of weeks ago. I didn't realise it was an actual flower.
I looked at that and I thought, oh, maybe it's a hydrangea, but no, lilac is a flower.
But it's a flower, yeah. No, it was just, must have been about 2 weeks ago. Can't remember, there was something. It was actually at work, funny enough,
right,
at head office. And someone was like, oh, is that a flower? And they were like, yeah, it is actually a flower. She didn't realise. So I thought what we can do is let's actually do what we were just talking about a moment ago that Debbie had shown you this morning, how you can stamp and you can quickly go over with a wash, with your aqua pens, alcohol pens. You don't need to worry about the lines because you're still going to get a really, really perfect
I mean, maybe you've got
impression.
problems with your hands or whatever and you really struggle colouring in. This is going to be the answer to do it this way.
It really is. So I'm going to go in. This time I do have Neenah cardstock, but incidentally I would still use my multi-purpose for this. As I say earlier on, it's one of those where you can really get away with using different mediums. You might want to do the die cutting just onto, 8, 10, 12 layers of tissue paper. Really start to bulk them together. That would look beautiful. So I'm going to go on to my cardstock with my lilac. And now, usually, I'm going to move it to the side. Usually, Dave, if I was to see little things like that, I would be like, oh,
I haven't got the patience.
Beautiful collection, but I don't really know will I be using them because I do have a lot of patience, but still it's like these are really small, you're going to have to try and get them matched perfectly, but having that die that's slightly smaller, you don't need to worry about them offset. So let's go back into our cardstock with our stamp, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in with these smaller ones here. So let's add these ones into place. So I'm going to pop them. And the only thing I would say to remember is even although you don't need to worry about excess space all the way around because the die's still slightly smaller, I would still take into account that if you are die cutting them all at once, still just leave a little bit of space so you can tape them down and that the die isn't going to jump, cross over and damage each other. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in and I can go in. I don't need that one yet.
Just to recap on what you've just done there, the stamp itself sticks automatically to the platform.
It
Haven't
does.
put any adhesive on it or
No,
anything like that?
no adhesive, nothing like that. Because of the stamp, the medium of the stamp, what it does is it just naturally clings to your stamp. If over time it's gotten a bit dusty on the back, you've been using your Gildan flakes or powders or anything like that and it loses its tack, all you do, give it a little wash under lukewarm water in the sink, let it dry naturally, and then its tack will come back, and that's going to go onto your stamping
Tack will come
platform.
back.
It's tack will come back. Stamping platform, rocker blocks, acrylic blocks, all of these. If you don't have anything like these, then anything that's a non-porous surface, you can use the back. But as we showed you in that last demonstration and this one, stamping platform really is key within your crafty stash because it means that you're not going to get any bits missing. So still using the alcohol proof, but this time I'm going to go in with the black. Because although we're not going to see the black outline, I do want to see the black of the lilacs. So I'm going to go in and I'm going to cover my stamp with my ink. So if I stamp this one into place.
And don't forget, 4 o'clock, take advantage of Craig's expertise. Any burning questions, any queries, anything that's bothering you, you're not sure what ink pad to use for this technique or what pens to buy for this technique, make sure you join us at 4 o'clock. Email in your questions and we'll give you the answers.
You will indeed, or we will indeed.
It'll be you, not me.
You never know, Dave, you never know. Between the two of us. So now we've got our beautiful floral. So this is where, if you want to use the stamp completely on their own, you've got that lovely edge to it. But then when it comes to these other ones, what we've got is we've got these dainty ones that the dies are going to fit perfectly, but slightly smaller. So let's take that one away and let's move that out to the side. So let's go on. Now, usually at home as well, I would have maybe a little bit of a bigger piece of cardstock. And if you're maybe using one of your other pens, a chisel pen, you could be using that.
I've just been told lots of you are taking advantage of our tri-blend pens today. They are absolutely genius. 3 different shades of the same colour in one pen. So if you want to have that effect of things that are rounded, dimensional, that's where these pens come into their own. And they're super juicy, as you can probably see.
They really, really are. But look at that. All that I'm doing is, do you know something? Just dawned on me there. I just scribbled in the last demonstration as well, didn't I? Now I'm scribbling again. But that's all that I am doing.
So Craig's not kept within the lines at all. Doesn't matter.
No, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. If I wanted to go to a bit of the deeper end and then start to cross over to the end, so the ends are slightly deeper, I can. If I still wanted to do that bit of blending with the tri-blends, then I can do that within one area. You can absolutely do that. But let's just blend that one out. So once I have cut it, it looks a little bit more professional.
I think we've got a mouse in the studio.
That's what it sounds like, isn't it? Yeah. It really does. And do you know something, Dave? It is a good sound.
It is a good sound.
It is a good, as in, it is something that you want to see or hear, because this is just about the layering of the inks, the mediums. This is where you're starting to then get that blend with the alcohol. But I'm going to go in with the Alpine Green. Let's go in with that mid-tone, just so that I've got a little bit of green. And again, all that I'm going to do is scribble. So let's go in. What I'll do, within these smaller ones, I'm going to go in with the medium tone here and scribble over the top. So I've got a few of these already ready, and we will do these. But this is the sort of flower that what you want to do, Dave, is you want to do quite a lot of these. You really want to make it quite full when it comes to it.
It's quite liberating to just go over the edges.
It is actually, isn't it? It really, really is. Just really go, and usually you're trying to keep within the lines, blend in the lines, whereas this time we're just saying go rogue and just scribble.
Yeah.
Go, do you know what? Go, if you're not too, precious about your pens, go in with your stamp them out, give them to the kids to colour. Just say, just colour, and then if they're going to scribble, it doesn't matter, you've got then a lovely sketch design afterwards. But what we can then do is we can go in with our dies. So let's take this one out. I'm going to lay it off my glass mat first of all.
Remember, these dies are deliberately slightly less in size compared to the stamped image, and that's what gives you a perfect edge.
They are. So if I was to show you with my nail there, it's maybe, I don't know, traditionally maybe there's usually about 1 millimetre or 2 millimetres when it comes to the edge of the die, whereas this is maybe a good 4 millimetres this time.
So, yeah.
So therefore, this is where I mean by you're cutting in the line, so you're not going to get that outer edge. So all that I'm going to do is line with that guideline that's there, and then if I go in and pop my tape into place, and now this is where that slight small die cut is just an absolute genius move from Leanne and the team, because all that I need to do is go in and do what I've been doing, and the smaller the die, this is the one where you have more trouble about it crossing over the edge that you've stamped. You've got that bleed line, you've got the white line, you've got the black line, whatever line that it is, you don't need to worry about it. All that you need to do is go in and match up the shape, and then once I've got it where I want it, tape it to secure it. I'm going to do this one here, which has even got the smallest of detail, and they're clumped in either 3 or 4 for the main ones, and then you get that extra detailed one.
It's surprising actually the difference it's going to make. I mean, I've seen a card made with these added on afterwards, and it really kind of makes it come to life.
It does. It's one of those where, as I say, I've got maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All 6 of the small petals already just cut and coloured and ready.
You don't have to put many on, do you?
You don't have to do many. No, not at all. You don't have to do many whatsoever. But if I move these ones out the way, what I'm going to do is let's go in, look at that perfect edge of the tiniest, tiny little florals. So let's bring these ones. So I think that's these 3 here. So
And we have
there's
still got that
one.
deal going on with the Gemini Junior as well, by the way, with a £50 goodie bag. And that will be on our website, I'm sure, under the brand name. That was in the show, so it won't be on the website, it'll be still on the show, but we'll get it on the screen for you in a minute.
Gemini Junior is my choice of machine. I love the Gemini Junior. Gemini Junior for me is where, 95% of my die cutting all goes through my Gemini. Same pressure as the large Gemini. It's still the Gemini because it does your die cutting and it does your embossing as well. This is what will work perfectly first time with your foil press,
There it is.
size-wise.
So £139.99 with a £50 goodie bag as well. QD2049, it is still available and it does have 4 split pays on it as well. So there it is. It comes with all the plates, but it comes with a few extra dies to get you started as well, an embossing folder. But you then get a £50 goodie bag and all good stuff in there as well from Crafts Companion. So that's Craig's machine of choice. There it is.
Absolutely. Yeah, and if you see me on social media and lives and videos and that I do, where my desk is at home, I've got my Gemini Junior on my right-hand side, and then I have like my MIDI and that to my left-hand side, and then my Junior is just, my large Gemini is just off to the side of me, because this is the one that I use.
You reach for all the time.
95% of the time, because most stuff goes through it size-wise.
Good.
So there we go. So that's what we've just done there.
There we are.
Look at that.
Perfect results. After shooting off the edges, it didn't matter because the
Doesn't
dies
matter.
cut it beautifully. And look at that wonderful graduation of colour that Craig's done as well, because he used the tri-blends. That's the sort of effect you can create with the tri-blends from one colour pen.
And look how diddy that is, but you've still got that absolutely perfectly. And I sped craft through that one.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, you know what I mean? You have a little bit longer than
Now,
I do.
Would you use glue gel to get the height, or...?
So what I would do, Dave, is I'm going to bring back in my stamping mat again. So I'm going to come in here. For these tiny little petals, I would use our tacky glue and our little fine applicator. So I'm going to come in here, and then I'm going to let's bring in a couple of these little petals. Bring them ones in there. And I'm going to go in, even although my smallest end to my ball tool is quite small, it's sizable in comparison to the petals, I'm still going to use it. So all that I'm going to do is I'm going to go right into the middle, space them out so I can do them in a oneer. So all that I would do, Dave, is, let's prop that one here, here, and then here. So all that I would do is go in and then just give it a shape. Give it in a shape. If you do want to do maybe the back of your poke tool or anything like that to create shape, you absolutely can do. But that's all that we're wanting, is that little bit of shape. So I'm bringing in these ones that I've done before. And as you were saying, you can keep them as simple as you want with the amount that you do on. The more you put on, the more exquisite it absolutely looks when it comes to the lilac. But then all that I would do, you can specifically cherry pick sections, but all that I'm going to do is I'm going to go in with a few drops to start with, and then I'm actually going to use the back of my poke tool.
Watch the difference this makes.
And
lifts the whole thing, doesn't it?
Sitting it on. And I'm not even making sure my petals are in the same direction as the layer underneath. All that I'm going to do is randomly pop them on. So these first few, I am popping them kind of in the middle of the layered petal underneath, but then when it comes to the other ones, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 little dots, and then I'm going to randomly place them.
You could use tweezers if that's easier.
Anything you like. If you want to use that, you can do. What we could do is, if I popped a little bit of glue, I'll just do it onto my mat so you can see. So that's the sharp end of my poke tool, and you can still use that to pick up if you wanted to. So whatever medium you feel comfortable using, you absolutely can.
Poke tools in 4 o'clock? You hear us talk about them, but you don't often see them.
Not
for sale, but
always,
we have got
no.
them.
Not always.
How many have you got, poke tools?
Oh, gosh. You'll see from the side in my craft bag, you'll see, I'll show you there later on screen, but you can see them, Dave.
Loads.
All of them there. Actually, let's do it. Because, now granted, they're not all of ours, but it lets you see most of them are ours.
Oh, blimey.
But that's how many poke tools that I've got.
about 7 or
'Cause
8,
they're-
something
yeah,
like that.
at least, because they're so handy.
Yeah.
They're so handy. I use
And you
them
can
for
always
loads.
find that you lose them or misplace them. It's nothing more annoying. So get yourself a collection of them. They're not much money at all.
No, they're not. They're not. They're good for doing your paper piecing. If you love to do your stitched effect in your cardstock, you can be doing that. Now, you can keep going and going and going and going with multiple layers when it comes into place.
And that is your lilac. There you go.
Set that to the side, and then here's a card I've pretty much finished. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to do that so it's sitting nicely at the side. And then I've already done 2 of these in the exact same way. So this is the petal stamp that comes included with the lilac. So I stamped it and I went round the edge there with a little bit of Misty Morning, which is on the show as well. And then let's use our hot glue gun for this one. So I'm going to put a bit to the edge of my card. If you want to use your all-purpose glue, if you want to use your glue gel, you can do. But then all that I'm going to do is I'm going to put a little bit underneath here and tuck that under. I'm going to take this one here and tuck that one under, move it into place. I'm going to put a tiny little bit here so I can hold down the stock. I'm going to use my ball tool just to grab it. And then last but not least, I'm going to bring in the sentiment into place, sit it up to the top. And then
Craig, brilliant as ever, fantastic. Remember, 4 o'clock this afternoon, everything you need to be a successful crafter from Crafter's Companion. We're going back to basics. It's a great chance to build up your stash if you need to stock up on cardstock, if you need to buy basic tools to get started. That's going to be at 4 o'clock this afternoon with Craig. We've got Jamie up next, though. Jamie from Creative Expressions. Thanks ever so much,
Thank you
Craig.
so much.
See you in about an hour's time. Craig is back then, and I'll be back with Jamie next.
Good morning everybody, here at Sanntangle HQ. Something a little bit new for Hobby Maker on the 26th of May. You might notice a few different colours, and look, embossed. I'm going to show you how we do it. Come on through. We've got Tommy and he working away, here he is. And of course on the machine, we've got some of these running. But have a look at these look at these stencils. What we've got here, look, a couple of frames, and look, that's what this is going to do here. And of course, look at this. Imagine this with a bit of gilding flakes on it. So of course we've got packaging as well, so Tommy's just going to show you how we actually pack it. Here we go, we've got 2 frames. We're actually going to give you the inserts as well there. And it goes into the package, and then of course into AC. He's training well, we're getting him. And off we go into the bag.
If I can get it in. There we go.
There we go, and it gets sealed up, job done. So let me just show you as well. These 2, I'm going to go do the, oh, look, and oh, look at, I'm still working, look at this. So if this is something that you're into and you think, yes, the macro tiles and something that yeah, you want to have a go at, join me on on Thursday, and I'll see you there.
Yeah, get the day right. Bye, everyone. Bye.
Hi everyone.
Hiya.
I'm Elaine and this is Meryl. She's the one with the short fat hairy legs. Oh no, that's Lizard. This is Lizard. He's the director of our company. Together we make up Parchment Craft Australia, and we will be on Hobby Maker on Saturday at 1 o'clock and 3 o'clock. If you would like to see me in my pyjamas, Meryl probably not.
No.
Join us at 6 o'clock through to 8 o'clock on Friday morning, and that's our great big sales show. 25% off of everything that we've had excess stock for the shows for. So anything that you've seen on Hobby Maker previously, there is 25% off of everything that we've got left in our warehouse. Okay.
And some of it's very, very limited stock. So if
Yeah.
you do want it, be there at 6.
Be there at 6. You can be in your PJs, because I will be too. Look forward to seeing you. Bye.
Bye.
Here at Hobby Maker, we love seeing what you've been making, and it's our job to keep you inspired. So how does a £100 credit to your Hobby Maker account sound? Every month, we're going to be giving away a £100 credit to one lucky Hobby Maker's account. And all you have to do to enter is simply send a photo of your craft you makes to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We will be picking one winner each month at random, and we'll announce the lucky winner on air in the 5 PM show on the last Saturday of every month. So what are you waiting for? Get crafting, get motivated, and get inspired with Hobby Maker.
Hi everyone, I hope you're having a lovely afternoon with us at Hobby Maker. I'm Dave, with you through till 6 o'clock this evening, as we always are every day. We're actually with you now between 6 and 8 AM. Did that show this morning, had an absolute blast with Debbie in my PJs. Never done a TV show before in my pyjamas, but that's what we all had to do. Good fun. And then back again between 1 and 6 every day, Monday through Sunday for that, and Monday through Friday for the morning show, okay? So wake up with Hobby Maker. If you are up that time of the morning, make sure you turn telly on and join us. You'll see live shows, not recorded shows, live every morning between 6 and 8, Monday to Friday. Right, now, this is exciting. We've got a brand new launch for you from the wonderful Sue Wilson. Jamie is here, of course, as well, doing the demos for us today from Creative Expressions, but the designer is Sue Wilson. Now, bundle A, what we've done, rather than give you a big bundle and say, there you go, there's all 6 sets, what we thought we'd do is give you 2 smaller bundles, and if you want to buy both together, you're going to get split pay anyway, so you could pay for one today and have the other one at the same time, but pay for it in a month's time. So it's up to you. This is bundle A, though, and it's a lovely tropical bird theme, and I love this bird cage. I really do. I mean, we call it a bird cage, but it could actually be a big building, couldn't it? It could be like Kew Gardens or something like that, a huge conservatory if you wanted it to be. It doesn't
All
have to
down
be
to
a
the
bird cage.
perspective that you have it within, isn't it,
Exactly.
I suppose?
Yeah, but what you get with the birdcage in this one, in set A, you get your toucan and you also get your parrot, but you've also got lots of lovely verses in the most beautiful flowing font. Really, really sweet, these. You've got Dear Friend, Happy Birthday. And then you've also got down the bottom there, I can't read that one without lifting it up. You've got a parrot, apparently it's your birthday. There we go. And you also get the other 2 sentiments down the bottom there as well. I miss you so much, and a million thanks, which is lovely. So you probably haven't got those in your sentiment stash so far. Really lovely. That is $34.99, I know, for all that metal, for all those dies, and the great design of Sue Wilson. That is KX2879, KX2879, if you want that in your craft room, if you want that in your life. And if I quickly show you some finished cards here, this is one that really caught my eye earlier on. This is one of Jamie's, actually. And it means that you can, of course, with the bird cage, make it 3-dimensional. You can actually cut it out 4 times to make a square, or join it a couple of times, make it into a round. This is one of the ones that Jamie did in the last show at 1 o'clock this afternoon, and that's also using the bird cage as a dome, which works really nicely, using our, of course, gilding flakes too. These are some of your These are some of your paints as well that we've got on the show, where you can use your blending brushes as well. So that's made a fantastic background. And the palettes, of course, give you that lovely shimmer and shine, with the embossing folder really working well too. So this is set A, and this is another one, not by Jamie this time, but by Sarah Rosamond. And she's, I think, paper pieced that toucan. Does it remind you of a certain drink? Maybe. $34.99, but it's got 2 split payments, so it's only $17.49 your first payment of 2. And this is what I said before, if you wanted to go for set A and set B, and you took split pay, it's like you're only paying for one of them today, but you'll get both at the same time, and then you pay for the second one in 4 weeks' time. So that is set A. That's KX2879 if you fancy the birdcage with the toucan and the parrot. And then set B over here is a continuation of the collection, but it's different. So you've got different birds. You've got, if I can remember off the top of my head, you've got the kingfisher. No, not kingfisher. Was it kingfisher?
Woodpecker.
Woodpecker. Hummingbird.
Hummingbird.
Woodpecker.
We're good at this, aren't we, Dave?
I'm looking at the back, I can't see what it says on the front. And then you've got the bird bath. And you've also, of course, got Start Each Day with a Song, and you've got some eggs and a bird's nest, of course, as well. And then down the bottom there, you've also got these beautiful verses too, really lovely. I'm Here For You is that one, and then the other one on the other side is Happy Birthday to an Amazing Friend. So that is set B. So, you know, you pay your money and takes your choice. Which do you prefer? Or do you love both of them and do you want to go for both? In that case, with split pay, you only need to pay for one today and then the next one in 4 weeks' time. But just showing you again some of the finished cards here. They are lovely. I think I've got the other finished samples over here. Yes, I have. Here we go. Look at these. Aren't they beautiful? That's the bird bath. And there's the hummingbird coming in for a little bit of a dip. Early morning bath by the looks of it. I love this. Look at this one. Is this one of yours?
It is, yes. Yeah, I've got a bit carried away with the flakes and the feathers. I think they're a really nice combo.
I love that. I love that to bits, really do. And this one, again, no name on it, so it must be yours.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot to write on them, Dave. That was what I was meant to do in the middle.
That's all right.
Oh, memory like a sieve.
Look at this one. This is from Sarah. Sarah Rosamond, again, has done this one. She's obviously a fan of paper piecing. I must admit, I am as well.
These dies lend themselves so nicely to that because they emboss so nicely. You've got all the lines to trim round, so if you do want to do that, it's quite easy.
Absolutely right. And then down here we've got Start Each Day with a Song. Again, that bird bath cut out of grey cardstock to make it look like stone is really effective. Again, I think she's maybe paper pieced that, but adding a few little distress inks and that sort of thing to blend. Look at this one again with the gilding flakes. How cool is that? And that's one of the embossing folders in the background that we've got on the show today from Creative Expressions. This next one. Now, from white feathers to black feathers takes on a totally different feel to the card, doesn't it?
It really does set a different mood, and it works, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
This shows you could really experiment around with them.
And there's your woodpecker as well. So this is set B. We're calling it LTZ. No, LT2816. LT2816 is the product code on this one. And they're $34.99. 2 flexes or 2 split payments of $17.49. Okay. Right, now, Jamie, demo if that's all right.
Absolutely fine, yeah. This is the card that we're going to be creating. It's quite a quick and simple card. I tried to keep them quite easy so we can get through lots of different things.
Okay, great.
We're going to be looking at our lovely slimline dies that we have for you on this show. And we're also going to be taking a little look at our Over the Rainbow paper pad. Now, I've got my one here just to give you a little glimpse through it. This is our Woodware Over the Rainbow paper pad designed by Francois Reed. Now, when we look through these, we've got the most beautiful vintage details. There's some numbers on our backgrounds. There are some wordings going on, wood grains. It's just beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, some of it looks like fabric, then others look like strips of wood.
It's just
really
so
lovely.
clever the way she's designed these, brought in all of these different textures and elements, and really give them so much depth, although it's just a printed paper.
And Woodware is part of Creative Expressions now.
It is, yeah. So it's all under one roof as such. These are 8x8 paper pads. Another thing that's quite nice with our paper pads is they have a little strip at the top. So when you come to take your paper out, if you do happen to damage the top, which always happens because it's a gummed in strip or can happen, you've got that leeway. So you don't have to worry about having a fluffy edge to it or a gluey edge to it. Or if you do tear a little bit of it, it's not the end of the world.
Just use a trimmer to trim that away.
Exactly, and then you're still left with a true 8x8 ready for you to work with. So it's just a really lovely paper pad to play around with. And I've already gone ahead and I've got this lovely wood grain background that I've put onto my one that we're going to be building up on top of. We'll also be die cutting out of that sheet as well shortly. But the next bit I want to talk to you about is our lovely slimline dies. Now, I have a bit of a thing for these. These are by our wonderful Sue Wilson again. We've added them onto this hour for you. And there's a lot of different combos with these. We have our essential dies. Now, these are our outside, like, noble edges. So these are our double stitched ones. And by that, what I mean is there is a stitch line on each side of the cutting line. So if you wanted to cut an aperture into a slimline die and keep that stitch in place, you can do that. Or you can use them as separate panels, use them as windows, use them as layers. There really is endless options with a product like this. But the best bit is the large die is the outside edge to all of our inlay dies. And by an inlay die, this is what I mean. This is one of them. We're also going to be sharing with you today some of our rectangular frames as well. These don't have outside dies to them, so they will stay in your cardstock, which is, again, brilliant if you want to cut windows into your cards.
Do you know what I think of whenever I see those slimline dies? I think of like rolls of film.
Absolutely, yeah, especially these ones with a little square detail on them as well. That really gives that effect, doesn't it? But the best bit is all of these into layers as such will fit inside that large outside one. So we can then cut that out. So the minute you send that through your machine, this is what we will end up with. So we will cut out all of our strips, which work really nicely. We cut out all of these little cubes around the edges and through the banners, and we add this stitch detailing down the side. The panel it come out of will also have a stitch detail around the outside of that, so you've still got that piece to use too.
And although they're a relatively simple design, the uses for them are massive. We'll have birds kind of coming out of one of them in a minute, I'm sure. But yeah, they could be windows, they could be cine film, they could be all sorts of things. But just think of, you could use them landscape and portrait, but think of them basically as 3 mini frames in one die.
Absolutely, and like this one with the strips, there's a couple of different things we can do with this as well. We can go in and we can snip out the bars, so you've got bigger areas if you prefer, or you can thread paper through them or ribbons through them, which looks really good. Or if you cut two, and I have got a couple of examples like this, and then offset one underneath the other one for different colours, you can then fill them in completely.
Nice.
So it might look a bit of a one-trick pony, but there's an awful lot you can do with this die. It's one of my favourites, and it really does fit in nicely with the whole
collection. That's why Sue's such a fantastic designer. She sees the potential in everything and then gives you the chance to just explore and use them in loads of different ways.
She has a sentence, an expression, and I can never remember it quite right, but it's something like, I don't want 2 + 2 to equal 4, I want 2 + 2 to equal 5.
Right.
And she always bears that in mind when she's designing. So she doesn't want it to do just what you'd expect it to do.
Not a one-trick
She
pony.
wants it to do more. And I think these are a perfect example of that mind in use. She's really thought about that when working with them. So we're going to build up on top of this one, and I mentioned we were going to die cut out of our paper. We also have for you on today's show these really cool scalloped circles. Now these are one of our nesting dies that are new today. There's 2 different sets. There's a lovely postage square, and we've got a scalloped circle. This is one of the ones from the scalloped circle.
Now the scallop circles, the largest one is just over 16.5 centimetres and the smallest one is 4.2. But you're going to get the dies to make all of these beautiful scallop circles. How gorgeous are they? Stunning, aren't they? On the screen, they're just £22.99. I remember when nesting dies like this would have been like 50 quid.
Absolutely, yeah. And to be fair with you, some of ours still are. So these are a really good value set, and you get a lot in them.
Loads for your money, just £22.99. That's TN 2854.
I always look on something like this as an essential.
Yeah.
It's like a foundation. They might not be the most exciting thing in the world when you look at them, but they're going to be the thing that you bring out for every card and build up on top of.
Yeah.
And I think that's lovely. So we're going to pop on our circle here with our paper again cut through it. I've then gone for just a plain circle, which we're going to place in the middle to continue that part of our design. And then we're going to bring in a couple of top layers from our die cuts. So we're going to go for one of our parrots. And this time, because I wanted to match in with Francois's lovely background papers, I'm going to bring in a Distress Oxide ink. I'm going to use Stormy Sky. And I'm just going to take the ink pad and brush over the top of the die cut. And this is a really good time for you to see all the emboss work that the die will do as it goes through the machine, because the ink will just kiss over the top of it.
Great technique.
And we will end up, it's just really, and I don't mind if a little bit of the ink goes through underneath. To be honest, if I was doing this, I might do it with a brayer, because a brayer is a harder surface and it won't go through to the lower levels. But for speed, we'll go with an ink pad directly.
Okay.
And we'll just brush that over the top. And it will give us a bit more depth, show off the different layers for our embossing. We'll also then bring in our leaves and we'll do the same.
It's not so fiddly colouring in, is it? It's just such an easy, quick way of putting the colour down.
And I'm not the best colorist.
Are you?
Being honest, I'm really not. So I tend to try and find little things that I can do
shortcuts.
quickly that are going to give me a good effect. And we're going to do exactly the same with our wording. So we've got a dear friend wording. And because it's a delicate word, instead of pushing against it like I did with the die cuts, I'm just going to pad over the top of it so it matches in. And then we can bring our elements and add them onto our card. We'll take that one out of the way, pop this over to one side, and we'll start off with our leaves. So we can go in and shape these quite nicely too. So if you do want to add a bit more life to them and a bit more dimension, don't be afraid to shape them. We're going to use some wet glue on the reverse of them. Just using my Cosmic Shimmer glue. I'm going to bring that down underneath the circle. And then we're going to take on our parrot. Now I'd normally build this up with a bit of foam tape, and if you wish to do that you can, but we'll go for a flat bird this time, or a flat parrot.
Well, that colour, it makes him almost look like an African grey, doesn't it?
I'm going to nod and say yes, Dave. My parrot knowledge is very low on the ground.
My first job when I was at school was working on a Saturday in a pet shop.
Oh, was it? Oh, how lovely.
Yeah, I loved it. And the pet shop had a grey parrot. I can't remember his name now, but he used to swear at everybody. Very, very funny.
Did you train it to do that?
No,
or
no,
did
no,
you do
no,
that already?
It's the boss. All these little, grannies used to come in, and I'm not going to tell you what the parrot said, but it was very funny.
Then we're just going to add on a little layer at the bottom here. I won't do my blue one for speed. We'll just go with a white layer. And then I'm going to add on my words. We did have a pet shop in our town when I was growing up, and they did have a parrot in a cage, actually. Yeah. I think it's quite a good little hook to get people in the door, isn't it? Come say hello to the parrot.
Oh, yeah, he was the right celebrity. People came in all over the place to see him, to hear him, really.
And then we'll add our little dear friend on the base there. And that's it. That just completes our card. Very clean, very simple, very easy. But I think it's really about the papers with this one and showing how well the papers work within the context of the slimline dies.
And that was from the Over the Rainbow pad that is on the show as well from Francois and Woodware. But really, these you look at these dies that Jamie was talking about and using, and let's run through the different ones. Now, these ones are your nesting. So these are, I would say, an absolute essential must-have. Total versatility. You've got that faux stitch detail as well. And you get a total of, how many dies in there? 4 dies in there to beautifully mat and layer if you want to, or indeed just to kind of cut out a blank to mount onto a card. $19.50 is your price. Are these, would you call these DL in size, or...?
They're not an official DL. Being honest, so we have a slightly different DL size into America. So these are designed so they're in the middle of the English and the American, so they fit both markets.
Okay, fantastic. So they will work on your DL cards.
Yeah.
There we go. So that set, if you want that one, is £19.50. And, you could use that middle one possibly for things like, you could stamp sentiments, maybe, strip sentiments, that sort of thing. Lots of uses for them. £19.50 the price for all 4. And that's IB2876, that's that one. And the next ones, this is the one that Jamie was really singing its praises. You kind of look at it, you think, well, it's a ladder, isn't it? Well, no, it's much, much more than that, because like Jamie said, you can easily snip some of the rungs away to make bigger openings, so incredibly versatile for this one. This is only £16.50. And again, there are YouTube videos of how to use it and how to get the most out of it. Details of that on the packaging, of course, from Creative Expressions. But the fact you've got those little almost circular decoration punches going, not punches, but you know what I mean. The little apertures are going all the way around. It makes it look a little bit like cine film. Actually, all of these do, to be honest with you. The next one is your rectangle, I think. This one. So that's your rectangle, giving you 3 apertures, but again, you've got that same faux stitching going around the edge of each of them. So that one is your rectangle, if you fancy that. We'll pop the details up for that one. That is £16.50 for that one, AF2871, if you want that particular one there. And then next to that, we go to, are they both the same, those two?
Oh, yeah, you've ended up with 2 of the same.
Don't know how that happened. Okay, the last one. There we go. Yeah, so that one is your rectangle. This one is your square, I think, at the end. And this has got the holes in it rather than the faux stitching. So that one, I mean, they're all listed and photographed on the website if you're a little bit confused, as I am, as to which one's which. But JY2879, we'll get that one for you today as well. Whether you use them landscape, portrait, it's entirely up to you. What you put in each aperture is entirely up to you. If maybe you want to have a double aperture at the top, just snip away the bar in the middle. Sue looks and she's a crafter herself, so she looks at what she's creating and thinks, well, how can I use that in so many different ways? And that's why these are such a good investment. You'll find that you'll reach for them again and again and again. $16.50 is your price. They're all on the website if you're a bit confused as to which one is which. Okay, and can I just also mention one thing, that we weren't able to get into the show until the very last minute, but we've been able to get them into the show, which is really good. Now, when Jamie said to me earlier on, we got the square postage nesting dies in the show, I thought, oh, brilliant. I love anything to do with postage stamps and that sort of thing. Love vintage postcards. It's the edge around it. Instantly, you just think postage stamp.
And what's quite nice with these, they also come with the flat edge dies in there too.
Right.
So if you wish to cut them out as frames, you've got the elements to do that with. Or if you do want to build them up, so you've got more depth, you can do that as well.
Terrific. And they're only $14.99, but a really effective look. And again, if you sell your cards, that's really going to kind of attract people's attention. They're going to really appreciate the look of this. So this is the square postage, that's what it's called, from the Noble collection from Creative Expressions, just £14.99. So not only have you got that almost like castle-like turret effect for the stamp on the outside edge, you've got the faux stitching too.
They're just beautiful, aren't they?
They're gorgeous.
True essential.
And they can be a diamond as well. Quarter turn, they're a diamond. Back to being a square. There you go. Perfect. Right.
Okay, so this is our next demo. We're going to stick with the slimlines. I do have a bit of a thing for these. So we've got another slimline card for you. And I'll also help clear up a bit of your layers with your dies that we sort of struggled with slightly. So there are two different rectangle designs on today's show. You have got the stitched rectangles and then you've got the squared rectangles for your two different layers. These, you're not going to nest them together as a die when you send them through, obviously, because it would damage the dies. But if I bring these in and show you, one fits on top of the other so that you can cut this sort of block out so that you can have a different colour for the layer underneath and then build up on top with the squares if you wish. Again, these will both nest inside that essential set of stitched frames to cut them out for you. And I've of course got them all cut so I can show you exactly what I mean. So these are your two different layers and we're going to put one of these on top of the other one. So I've gone for white on white because I quite like that, but if you did want to put a different colour underneath on this frame, then actually obviously you're going to see that one come through the cubes, which could be quite nice, especially if you're going to cut them out of mirror card or more dramatic shades like that. It could really set your card apart. So we're going to place this on the top and layer them together. And then we'll move on to the magic, which is our next part.
I suppose if you wanted to, you could also make them into 3 mini shakers, couldn't you, if you wanted to?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. If it's just a bit of foam tape and smash tape, yeah, there's no reason why they couldn't be shaker cards, or you could just do the top and the bottom one, bit of sentiment in the middle. Yeah, absolutely. This is, again, and I know I said it with the squares and circles, it's a foundation. These are the things that we build up on top of. You can theme this to whatever you want it to be. And I love things like that, because I think they're some of the best well-spent money is in the things that you can use for every card, every occasion. So what we're going to do next is we're going to bring in our coffee bean embossing folder again. This is our coffee bean flower. I've already sent it through the machine and then embossed it. And we're going to bring in our flake and glitter glue. Now, apologies, I know my bottle looks like it's been through the walls a little bit. This is a very sticky bottle, or it is if you get the glue out everywhere, which is what I do, because I'm a very messy crafter, as you've probably worked out already. But what we're going to use is, I'm going to use an applicator out of one of our polishes, because I've got a few spares of these. But if you've got one of the wooden handle blending tools with a little foam or felt circle at the bottom of it, that works just as well. Anything that you can apply your product with is fine.
Well, we put the flake and the glitter glue up on the screen for you, only £5.99. But if you are using gilding flakes or anything like that, it's the perfect product to make sure that they stick. It stays tackier for longer, you see.
It will stay tacky for a while. So what we'll do is we'll take our applicator and we're going to, a bit like we would with the polishes, we're going to put a covering on the base of the applicator. As I say, all different mediums or applicators could be used for this. I'm just going to brush over the top of the folder, exactly the same as if we was adding the colour on. Now, if you were using this on black card, and I could show you that actually, because that might be nice for you to see. I've got one here somewhere. It's just so you can see where it is. If we put it onto the black card, and we'll try and do a bit more than you should so you can see it a bit clearer, but it will go on blue. Can we see that blue on there? It will start off light blue, and then it will dry clear. And it's as it dries is when you want to start using it. So we won't do all of the folder for speed, but we'll do an area of it. So I've done a couple of lines over this end. But it will stay tacky, and this would stay tacky forever and a day.
Right.
Honestly, I think you could go back to this next year and it would still be
wow,
tacky.
okay.
And with your applicators, put this into an airtight container so that it, again, stays tacky and doesn't go over anything that you don't need it to sort of come in contact with. You can take some of it out of the bottle and use a paintbrush with it if you want to. It is water-based as well, so you can break it down with a bit of water if there's any reason you want it as a more of a glaze instead. But once it's on, leave it to set for a second. We're going to do this a bit quicker than we possibly should, but I think we'll be okay. We're going to bring in some of our flakes, and I'm going to use the Summer Meadow ones this time. We used the Autumn Leaves earlier, so we're going to go for Summer Meadow this time. And you can see a lot more teals going on this one, a lot more greens. So we're just going to aim to do a small area of this. We're then going to use our applicator sponge. Now again, we've got packs of 6 of this on today's show.
That's in the show.
And we're going to go in for a small circular motion. And
I think
wherever
I
the
love
glue
this
went-
technique just as much as I love embossing.
It's gorgeous, isn't
Embossing
it?
powders.
It is absolutely gorgeous. And wherever the glue was, the flakes will adhere onto. And then we can just carry on with a circular motion to take away any excess flakes that we don't need to be using. It's just so classy, very vintage, especially if you do it on black card. That can look really nice. You can use these with glitters as well as in the glue. It can go on with glitters, go on with any of our gilding flakes or our Aurora flakes or any similar products to that, anything that you would wish to put them on top of that, that's going to work.
Oh, wow, Jamie,
as
I
an
love
addition.
this. Look at that for an effect.
We'll take off the excess and I'll show you the bit I've done.
Now, which of the gilding flakes was it you
That's the Summer Meadow I
Summer
used
Meadow,
this
okay.
time.
That's the one that's got a bit more green in it, yeah?
Yeah, it has. Yeah, it's a little bit brighter, a little bit more sunny, I suppose, and it's got a few more greenal tones to it. Oh, look at that! And if you've got any excess bits that are in the indents that you want to get out, sometimes a bit of a stiff brush over the top of it can really help just clean them off. But the applicator sponge is good because it will just glide over the top and won't stick to the glue. But this bit down the edge, this is still sticky, so we could come back and add to that at any point that we want to.
Well, we've got 2 options when it comes to the gilding flakes. I'll show you. They are as light as a feather. They really, really are. I'll just pop them here for you. So you've basically got a jar for the Summer Meadow. That's that one there, which I mentioned before. It's got predominantly lots of different shades of gold in it. A little bit of silver in there as well. And of course you get that lovely green. Oh, hang on, beg your pardon. That one's a Summer Meadow, that one. There we are. And then this one is your Autumn Leaves. So you can see that they're similar but slightly different, but they're just $7.99 a tub, which is amazing. And get the fantastic glue as well, the flake glue at the same time, the one that stays tacky longer. That technique with that embossing folder, I've not seen that before. I love that.
It's a really easy and fun item that you can do.
Yeah.
And although, of course, we've got the embossing folders on today's show, think of all the other folders you've got. Think of your dies you've got, like the birds, if you wanted to add that to those. As long as they're quite filled in, it shouldn't be a problem. As long as you're just going to go over the top of it, that can look really nice. But the flakes themselves, we can add them into our quartz and crystal backgrounds, our acetate backgrounds, over our self-adhesive sheets, foam tape, all different things too. So I'm going to add that one onto the back of my background. I'm going to bring in my slimline dies to go on the top of this. So we're just seeing that background come through under the windows. And then we're going to add on our little birdies.
Okay, now the flake and glitter glue is on the screen now. I think it's the first time you've seen it actually. £3.50 if you fancy that. I think we mentioned it at 1 o'clock, but we hadn't showed it in this show. So it's IY2817 for the flake and glitter glue. And remember, that is the tacky glue that stays tacky. You were saying, Jamie, maybe even for a year it will stay tacky.
Yeah, it will stay a very long time. It's, you know, if somebody knocks on the door, you're good to go. It's not a problem. It won't be set by the time you come back.
I mean, I get that glue just for that technique you've just shown us now.
Yeah, and there's quite a lot we can do with them. So yeah, don't be afraid to experiment with different techniques. Gwen does a lovely technique where she paints it onto the back of acetate and then puts the flakes on top of that. So you see the flakes through the acetate, which gives them the glazed effect of the acetate too. That looks really good.
Nice.
So yeah, it's a really good medium to have. It's, again, a tool you need to have.
Terrific.
So onto our birds. So this time I've cut them out of black. I've embossed them in exactly the same way. And we're going to bring back in our polish, and I'm going to use my Golden Flamingo polish. Now don't forget, these are our Opal Blaze polishes. So I'll show you these again, just in case you missed the earlier show. So I'll bring out a piece of white card, and I've got a piece of black card here as well. So with our Opal polishes, when we use these on white card, we're going to receive one colour from them. When we bring them over the top of black card, or dark card, we're going to receive a completely different shade.
That's amazing.
So we have pink going through on the white, and we have gold going over the top of the black.
Now, you don't just get one jar, you actually get 3, and they come with their own sponge applicators as well. So the value for these is absolutely immense. I've got a board that Jamie's very kindly done for me here to show you. You can see that the opal polish is pink thistle, blue parakeet and golden flamingo. But what you're looking at, the large square is white cardstock, so you can see how it looks on white cardstock. Got that lovely kind of pearlescent finish to it, or opalescent finish. And then the smaller square is actually black cardstock. And as Jamie was showing you, totally different. It behaves totally differently on black cardstock. That's got almost like a turquoisey green to it on black cardstock. That's a different shade of pink. And of course, it goes gold on that one up there that you can see. So really lovely. A really good product, actually, and we were talking in the first show, actually, today, Jamie and I, about the chemist that's behind all of these for Creative Expressions. Absolute genius, and it's wonderfully creamy, wonderfully smooth, a joy to use, and you get all 3 for $16.99. Z02814 is the product code for that.
So with our 2 little birds, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take my applicator, exactly the same as we did over the embossed card. I've built up a little ramp on the inside of the jar. I've got a nice covering on the applicator, and I'm just taking this directly over the top of the birdie. And where it's been embossed, you can once again see the inlays of black and then the golden top to it. And we can do this with all of the dies. I think it's only the bird cage, really, that doesn't have them sort of indentations.
Right.
The thing with water in it, bird bath, that's the one. Give me a minute, I'll get there. There's water there somewhere, I can remember that bit of it. But the bird bath, that's another really lovely one. It's got a lot of embossed work on it, so if you wanted to highlight that element, you can. Now, I mentioned cutting these. If you do want to go in and start trimming out different parts so that you can build up the wings, that is really easy to do because all the embossed lines are there. So we're going to take that part off of this one, and we're going to go around the wing for that one. And then I've got 2 I've already done that I can bring in, add on a bit of glue to the tips of the wings and build them up to give them a bit more dimension, which again is something Sue's really thought about, is how you're going to be able to build these up.
Total snippability.
Exactly. And if you do, like Sarah's done quite a lot of adding in different colour elements to the wings and beaks and bits, that's absolutely fine. You can do that again with cardstocks or your watercolour paints, bits like that. So we'll now take these and we'll place these onto our card. So this time, should we go for a stand-up card instead of a lay-down card? And I know there's a technical term to that. I'll come back with that shortly. Portrait and landscape, that's the one.
That's it.
Give me a minute, I'll get there. I'm going to put one down there. I shouldn't do TV. Shows up really how unintelligent I am. And then we'll pop in the middle here, I'm here for you wording. And then that gives you 2 different versions of the card.
That is lovely. Gorgeous. Using so many of the dies in the show here as well today. And also, of course, using that fantastic, was it coffee bean embossing folder? It was,
Coffee bean flower, I believe.
Coffee bean
is the
flower.
official name, I think.
Because the petals, if I just show you here, it looks floral, but then when you look a little bit closer, you can actually see that the petals of the flower are shaped just like coffee beans. There we go, look. How lovely is that? Nice work, Steve. Hey. If you want that embossing folder, that's on the website as well for you. We're going to take a short little break for a couple of minutes. A good time to check out your baskets if you've got anything in them. Don't forget, we do still have those palettes. We've got the fantastic palettes. They're coming up in just a second. Carnival Brights and the pastels, we'll do more on those in a few seconds' time. But remember, we're here till 6 o'clock today, as we always are every single day of the week. And now, in the morning, 6 until 8 a.m., we wake you up in the morning with Wake Up with Hobby Maker every weekday. That's Monday through Friday too. So back with Jamie with more demos in just a tick.
Here at Hobby Maker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay 1 postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged 1 P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobby Maker.
Here at Hobby Maker, we love seeing what you've been making, and it's our job to keep you inspired. So how does a £100 credit to your Hobby Maker account sound? Every month, we're going to be giving away a £100 credit to one lucky Hobby Maker's account. And all you have to do to enter is simply send a photo of your craft you makes to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We will be picking one winner each month at random and will announce the lucky winner on air in the 5 p.m. show on the last Saturday of every month. So what are you waiting for? Get crafting, get motivated and get inspired with HobbyMaker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. Welcome back to HobbyMaker on this Wednesday. Hope you're well and you're enjoying the shows this afternoon. I've got some really good news. If you weren't watching at 1 o'clock, you may not know that we have these pallets back in stock. These just do not stay in stock. Every time they're on, they just absolutely fly. I've known of these for a long, long time and they last forever. They really, really do. Well, not forever, but you know what I mean. They last you a very long time. You've got here, this is the Carnival Brights. Now what this is it's a beautiful watercolour paint, but it has got the most incredible pearlescent shine to it. It really has. If you're watching 1 o'clock, Jamie actually used these to make a fantastic background using blending brushes, but of course you can use your paint brushes as well to great effect. Now I think not only do they look the business, the quality of the paint is amazing. You can remove the wells and move them around because they're on magnets, so you can actually put your pokey tool in and lift them up and move them around, swap them from palette to palette, customize them for whatever you're working on. If you want to take this in your pocket, in your coat pocket, when you're going out for a walk in the countryside and do some painting while you're out there, perfect. Really go anywhere portability. Jamie's had his for absolutely ages and he's still got loads and loads in his. This one is Carnival Brights, if you fancy that one. We do have another colourway for you. That's DN2807 for $19.99. The other one is this one here, which is, this one's called Your Perfect Pastels. I will open it and actually I'll put both side by side so you can see. So that's the Brights there. That's the Perfect Pastels next to it. So you can see lovely colourways, both of them. Pays your money, takes your choice, which one you'd like. Or if you want both of them, if you've already bought something, remember that the rule is here that you don't pay any more postage than $3.95 all day from midnight to midnight. So if you've paid your $3.95 already on something, maybe you got the Spotlight or something earlier, you won't pay any more postage. Pop whatever you like into your basket and check out, and you won't pay any more P&P all day than $3.95. So that one is your Brights, that one is your pastels. And they are just one of the best-selling things, aren't they, Jamie?
They are amazing. They are full of mica again, so you're going to end up with a really nice pearl shimmer to them, and they're so easy to use. We're going to use them for this card, which is the one I'm going to demonstrate next for you, and this is using your Spotlight die as well, and showing you how we can break that down into smaller components. Which
Sorry if you missed that, but congratulations if you got it.
If you got it, you might want to add the palettes to your order too, because they're going to work really well for you. It's got a few greeny tones in these that are going to work nicely. So we're going to pop that one down, and I wanted to show you, because I am going to do my blending brush technique again with them, but I do like to show you that we also have on today's show for you one of our Creative Expressions water brushes. So in here you've got the water in the barrel, you've got a really nice barrel that will feed the water down to our tip of the brush, which as you can see is a very fine brush.
And you get two and a spray bottle for $7.99. That's a bargain.
That's not bad value at all, is it?
It's a spray bottle you can use to kind of reinvigorate your paints.
Absolutely, yes. If you do just wish to use that over the top of them, that's no problem. So I'm not going to do many of these because of this isn't what I'm aiming to do. But if I did want to go in and pick out particular leaves to colour, this brush or that set is going to work really nicely for you to be able to do that. And as you can see, the paints give you a really good coverage. I often confess I'm not the best colourist. I'm quite honest about that. But to me, I find these make my work look better than it normally is.
You can't be good at everything though, Jamie.
Well, there's quite a list, but I appreciate your thought there. So I'm going to carry on in. This is the Carnival Brights palette that I'm using currently. So we'll do a couple of different shades from that one of the greens, which is why I'm saying these are quite a nice addition to go with your die, if you did manage to get hold of that. Now the die itself, well, we did mention this earlier, but it will stay in the card. So you might notice I've used a stitch die to go around it and just trim it out with a bit of a border. That's one of the freedoms you're going to have to do. I'm then going to use one of our pastel greens as well, because it's nice for you to see the different shades coming through.
Great to treat yourself. If you did get that Spotlight die earlier, this is making me want to have both that die and these paints at the same time. So maybe you're feeling the same way. Really good value for all those paints. And you've had yours for how long?
Genuinely quite a long time. I used to teach classes and some of them I even used in those classes,
Right.
and they've still gone strong. And so, yeah, they will last you quite a long time. Now, for my next technique with them, if you don't want to do individual painting, I've found that using a blending brush with these is brilliant. Now, I'm sure a lot of you have got hold of blending brushes. This is one of our Vasson Creative ones that I'm sure we'll be bringing you at some stage on one of our shows. But I find that if I pick the colour up on these, I can go over large areas quite quickly, and I get quite a nice effect with them. Again, you can go into different colours, so I've stuck to the same two that we started off with. I would clean my brush if I was at home in between of applications, but for here and speed we're just going to be a bit more messy, and we'll go in for our pastel shade at the base here. But you can really just tone these in. You could do them, I've gone for stripes for speed, but if you would prefer to do them in sort of circular motions or areas instead, there's no reason why you couldn't blend them together in that format. And I know I've picked a purple. When you look at this, if you're not listening, I promise that was intentional. I just wanted to show you how you could add in other shades, and they're all gonna blend together nicely for you. And you can just keep adding in as many or as little as you want to use. So I like that because it means that we can be detailed with them, or we can do our backgrounds and our elements with them. Another thing they're quite good for is edging of your cardstock, and you might not think of using a paint palette as an edging tool, but I'll show you that and then I'll hold the two up. If we want to just go down the side of a piece of card to save us buying lots of pearl card, it will work in that format too, and you're not using that much paint.
Do you spritz them regularly with the water?
Just if you start to feel that they're a bit dry and that you're not picking much up on your brush, then give it a spritz. Okay. They will dry and go back to where they were, so it really doesn't hurt. It's not a problem, you're just activating the paints. So if I hold them two bits up, these were done very quickly, so no judgment please, but hopefully I'll show you how you can blend your backgrounds, you could paint with them, or you could do your matching edges. And again, that's quite nice to have all of them colours matching between your edges and your delicate painting.
Superb.
So we'll pop them to one side, and we're going to just place our paints out of the way for the second, and we'll bring on our next part of our card. So I've used my postage stamp pieces, and I've already gone ahead. Yeah, I knew you'd like these. I've gone ahead and I've put the outside edge, and I've trimmed the background to fit underneath it. And I've just got some foam tape ready so I can layer these up. So we're going to start off on our top layer. I'll bring that one down, and we're going to place our tape back on because that bit's trying to escape. And we're going to go up for the corner here.
There was, I don't know if anyone watched it, but Alan Carr, the comedian, used to have a chat show, and he had a massive rug of like the Queen's postage stamp.
Yes, I do. Yes, I vaguely remember that.
I was desperately trying to find out where to get them from, and I found them.
Did you?
They were thousands.
Are they?
Thousands.
Oh,
So I
dear.
thought, I wouldn't mind one of those, and I saw the price, almost fell on my chair. So
Oh, dear, dear,
I
dear.
don't know what it is about postage stamps. I think I collected stamps when I was a kid. That's probably why I like it.
It could be.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could well be. That sort of memory from childhood. I've just booked to go and see him.
Have you?
Alan Carr. Yeah. Yeah, in October, I believe.
Debbie Robinson's going to see him as well.
Is she? Oh, well, hopefully it's the same time. We could have a proper
seen
little
him in
party.
weeks, so.
Oh, I'm going to London. I can't remember where, but October. It's been booked for me. I just got a random text. Do you fancy? How do you say no? So
Exactly.
It'll be an adventure. So we're going to take off the foam tape off the back of this one as well. And my frame's coming away. I'm not happy with that foam tape, so we might have to add a bit of glue onto that one. I'll place that one on there. Oh, I've left one of my lids on, I think that's why. And then we can place that one onto that corner, and we're just building up, and we're keeping in with our layers of our colours underneath.
I mean, now you've made that look like a 4-pane glass window.
Yeah, and it's just the beauty of matching the dies together, really. We're going to bring in our parrot and pop that on, checking that our card's going in some direction that will open right. The amount of square cards I make upside down isn't even funny. And then we're going to take out the word part there. We're going to use some of our Cosmic Shimmer glue on the reverse of this. I've got one more cheeky bit that's...
Do bear in mind that you're going to get, with the square postage dies, you are actually going to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 6 dies in there for $14.99. And the biggest one is, oh, I didn't have the measurement on the back. It's big.
The measurement should be on the front of the packaging, if that's any help, Dave. It'll be on the bottom left corner on the pack. Oh, we haven't got a packet.
I've only got the...
Sorry, I'll measure one for you in a second.
Okay, cool.
That's my fault. I normally write them on the back.
You did it on the other one,
I know.
circle, so...
I don't know what's going on with my memory this week. I've had a holiday, so I'm going to blame it.
I'll let you off.
I think a holiday's, that's it. It's
Going anywhere nice?
We went to, I don't know if I'm allowed to say, but well, I'm going to, and I'll see if I get in trouble. We went to Centre Parks.
Okay, nice.
And it was really, really lovely. It was absolutely amazing. I didn't think my body was built for bike riding or any form of exercise, being completely truthful, but we really enjoyed it. I'd go back tomorrow.
No no cars are allowed, are they?
No, so you have to bike, or walk.
Yeah.
And I didn't have that planned. But no, it was really, really good, really lovely. As I say, I'd go again tomorrow. And all of the family went, and it was our first family holiday since before COVID.
Right.
So it was
special,
quite a nice chance to all get back together again and have fun. So I'm just adding a couple of flowers on here and a couple of the leaves. The leaves that you get in your set obviously matching really nicely with the Spotlight Offer die as well. I'm struggling with that panel because it keeps lifting up, so I'll add a bit of glue to that later, but it'll hopefully give you the idea of how you could break that down and how you could bring in your postage stamp dies and your watercolour palettes.
So when does a postage stamp become a 4-paned window? There you go. You know, lots of ways of using those. I'm sure they'll become a firm favourite for you. Those are all the different sizes of postage stamp dies you're going to get for that price of just $14.99. Part of the Noble collection from Sue. Instantly recognisable as a postage stamp torn edge, but you've also got the faux stitching in there as well. And of course, we've actually matted and layered these on flat with just double-sided tape. Obviously, if you put your foam pads on or glue gel on, you can really make them into quite a tall pyramid if you're doing that. $14.99, absolute bargain for those dies, AG2824. Now, we've had a question come in from Julie. Hello, Julie. This is Julie from Cornwall, who says, hi, Dave and Jamie. Are the Gilding Flakes scouring pads available to purchase, please? Couldn't see them on the website, thanks, Julie in Cornwall. They are on the desk in front of me. Let's do them now, and then they'll be on the website for you. This is what Jamie was using earlier on, and I think did you get the Quickie Glue pen with them or not? No, that's separate. Okay, so those are the actual foam discs or foam rectangles that you're talking about, Julie. They're £2.75, but they're perfect to use with your Gilding Flakes, obviously. So yeah, they're in the show. They're on the website right now. There they are. Fill your boots and enjoy. You get 6 of them, so they should last you a very, very long time. WT2872. And by the way, one thing I forgot to mention this afternoon is that, of course, Show Your Makes is something we offer you every day to share what you've made with us. And the exciting thing is the £100 credit going on someone's account is going to happen this Saturday in the 5 o'clock show. Okay, so if you get anything that you've made into us photograph-wise, as soon as you possibly can today, you'll go into the draw along with everyone else that sent us something, whether it's a card, whether it's something they've crocheted or knitted or whatever, painted. Share your makes with us. We'll do a few of them possibly in the 5 o'clock show this afternoon, not all of them, but a few of them. And if you send it in, you will be in the draw with a chance to win a £100 credit on Saturday at 5 o'clock. That's when the draw will be done. And we'll do it every month. So whenever you make something, just take a picture of it and send it in. Why not? Okay, now one more demo. Oh, there's the finished card.
This is the one that we're going to be working on.
Okay.
So we're going to play around with
like that.
Sue Wilson's Dots and Stripes paper pad. Now this is absolutely beautiful, and I'm going to give you a bit of a sneaky bit of info here. This is going to work really well for you for when I'm back next week on next week's show. The product I'll be bringing you then. This pad is an essential to go with it, so it's a good time to get hold of it.
I'm intrigued.
These papers are double-sided, so anytime we're talking about latte fold backs or just doing teared corners or fold backs on the front of your cards, this is going to work really well for you. Sue's also give you a pattern on one side and a plain colour on the other. So if you want matching mats and layers and you're worried about trying to find matching colours of card to go with everything, it's all done for you.
See,
so one pad.
It's the brain of a crafter that thinks about these things. Simple things, but things that you realise just how really good they are and how versatile they are. So if you want to stock up on that today, it's only £12.99. It's PA2839. So yeah, as Jamie said, you've got the pattern one side and then the colour coordinated plain on the back. Perfect. And you get a total of 32 double-sided pages, 16 designs, 2 of each for just £12.99. You wouldn't want to be without this, would you? I
wouldn't. I genuinely, it took me a while to get hold of one, and now I've got one. I keep using it when I'm not meant to be using it, which is a sign I really love something.
Absolutely.
Because it's sneaking into far too many demos and prep for things that are coming up that I probably shouldn't be using it for, but I love it.
And just one look at the front cover as well shows you everything that's inside it. So if you forget what colours are in what pad, just glance on the front, it shows you everything.
So we're going to be starting off by using our lovely stripes. Now you're going to notice quite a difference. I've gone for sort of an aqua tealy shade for the card that we've already completed, our done example for you. But actually I wanted to show you how this same card would work in a multitude of colours, and that's what the beauty of the pad is, you've got different colours. So I've gone for our bright yellows. I love yellows, so I've gone for the yellow stripes and the yellow and lemon dots. And I'm going to break this up, so I've done a full background of the stripes. We're going to go on and we're going to layer on the dots on the top of it, just with a white panel breaking it up. So real simple, just mats and layers. We're then going to bring in one of our scallop circles. Now this again is from that set that we've bought you today. And I'm going to just pop that straight down on the top of the card and just stick into white, as you can see.
That yellow is such a warm yellow, isn't it?
It's gorgeous.
Beautiful, yeah.
I always think, you can't help but smile at yellow.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
can't really go wrong with yellow.
That's my favourite colour, definitely.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. And I love yellow and blue together.
Yeah.
That's sort of my colour combo, if you like. So we're going to use the stripes again so that we're matching in with the background piece, and we're going to keep them going the same way. If you wanted to freshen it up, you could go offset or you could go diagonal, whatever you wish to, but I've just cut that with a matching circle die to go into the centre. We're then going to bring in some of our elements. Now we have got some really fun elements. Now I don't know how well you're going to see this on our lovely bird bath here, but this embosses all of these twiddles and little scallops and even the pieces on the column, all for you. So the minute you've cut that, it's just beautiful. Again, I love how the embossing's done. And if you do wish to paint some water into there or use some glossy accents on it, even the area to mark out where the water would be is there for you.
Well, if you want glossy highlights, which is Crafters Companions version of the same sort of thing, you get 4 for 3, and that's in the next show coming up with Craig. So that will do the same thing, give you the look of shiny water and that sort of thing.
And then on today's show, we have a set of flowers. And I'm just taking a couple of the sort of leafy, grassy bits here and taking them and running them up the lines. I don't want them to go directly to the lines. I'm not trying to keep them level. I just want to spread them out slightly. This set of flowers is really good because of not only do you get a lot of different sizes and styles of leaves in here, we also get quite a few different flower heads, and they're done as solid flower heads, which are quite nice to use with your polishes and bits like that. And we can also use these little stems, and we're going to be using these. So this little bit that looks a bit like a cherry, that's designed that you can put your flower head on the top of it, and it will then give you some depth. So if you wanted to put them into a vase, or at the time they were released, so you brought out a watering can die that you could put them into, things like that, that's going to work really well for them. We're going to use them slightly differently on this card, and this is one of the reasons I really wanted this set for today's show. Instead, we're going to take that part and we're going to glue the disc underneath our layer. I'm going to do this before it dries, hopefully, because I forgot about this, I can't lie to you. We're going to lift that up slightly, and we won't, we'll go under the next one, that's fine. We'll go under that layer.
It looks a little bit kind of Grecian, doesn't it?
Bring this over. I'm going to curl it just slightly, and then we're going to add some glue to the edge of it, and then that is where our bird is going to go. So our little birdie's going to be in flight, and he's going to stick onto that little stem.
Like it.
So it's just a nice landing place, and they're the right size, right dimension, and they've got a bit of a wobble to them, so when they come out of your envelope, it's going to give you a bit of dimension. We're then going to take our other little birdie that we've cut, and we're going to place him on the edge of the bird bath. And then we have a little saying cut out from the plain side of the paper to say hello. And we've done that on a smaller circle. And if I can get my foam tape off, we're going to place that one going over the edge here. We've then got lots of little flowers, and we're going to bring these in, and we're going to, if I can keep hold of them, and we're going to place these going up our leaf strips. So we'll place them on. I've already gone ahead and put little gems in the middle of them, just to bring in that yellow element as well. We've got different size flowers, and they again come in with a flower set.
Just keeping it plain white, the cutouts, I think really makes it look quite classy, very sophisticated.
And it shows the embossing, and if you're not brilliant at colouring, like I keep confessing, that's a really nice way to use them and still have a real finished result that, as you say, hopefully looks elegant and quite costly, quite luxurious.
Well, what a card. And what a collection of dies this is from Sue Wilson and Creative Expressions. If you want that paper pad, by the way, the dots and stripes, even if you're thinking, well, when would I use it? You'd use it again and again and again. It'll become a firm favourite if you want that. So the dots and stripes by Sue Wilson, the paper pad in all those different shades of colour, the green, the pink, the yellow, the purple, the blue and the green as well. In total, you get, how many sheets was it? It sold out. The paper pad sold out.
Wow.
Oh, it's gone.
That was quick.
That was quick.
That was quick.
Paper pad completely gone. I hope you got it. Congratulations if you did. Okay, now we have got the bundles. Let me remind you of the important bundles. Now, bundle B is this one here. This is the one that's got the bird bath in it, which is what we were using, of course, with Jamie. And here you've got the birds in this one again. I keep forgetting which one's in which. This one has got your woodpecker, and I think it was your hummingbird, wasn't it? Yes. Woodpecker and hummingbirds, you get both of those die sets. And you don't just get the birds, you've also got some lovely sentiments as well. You get separate sentiments that are down the bottom here too, which are lovely. I love the fonts that Sue develops, they're really smart.
Very good the way that she sort of alternates between them and breaks them up.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've also got the bird bath. Together with that, you've then got the words, start each day with a song, and you've got some little eggs as well, and a basket too, so appropriate for this time of the year, all the little birds hatching and that sort of thing. So that one is bundle B, and that is £34.99, or on split pay, that's 2 split payments of £17.49. And then bundle A as well, which has got, of course, the key bird cage, which can be, again, with perspective, like Jamie was saying, that could actually be like a big greenhouse in a park somewhere. But of course, with the birds, it's the right size to be a birdhouse. And you're going to get your parrot and you're going to get your toucan, again, with all the accessories. You've got a little perch that the parrot can sit on. Parrot could actually be in the cage if you wanted it to. But you've got all these lovely verses as well, which are beautiful. And that is, again, another fantastic saving on that too, with, remember, 2 split payments on that as well if you want. So $44.47 is what it should be. You're not going to be paying that price though. It's going to go down to $34.99, and 2 split pays means it's only $17.50 to find today. But do bear in mind, if you, with the split pay, if you decide to go for both, it's like you're only paying for one set today and then another set in 4 weeks' time. You haven't got to wait 4 weeks to get it. It'll be with you in the next few days, but you can split the cost of both. That's what I tend to do.
It's not a bad way to shop that, is it, if you can?
Yeah, and you know, you're not committing to like 6 months or 12 months. It's just literally 2 payments, one today and one at this time in a month's time. KX2879 gets you that. Jamie, you're back with me for the final show at 5.
I am.
Okay, more inspiration, more ideas from the brilliant Jamie, and all the products you've seen in the show, including those palettes, including the gilding flakes and everything else. Check out our website, hobbymaker.co.uk. Craig is up with an Ask Craig hour. Any questions you want answered, he's your man. Brilliant Crafters Companion products on the way after a short break.
Well, good morning everybody here at Sanntangle HQ. Something a little bit new for Hobby Maker on the 26th of May. You might notice a few different colours. And look, embossed. I'm going to show you how we do it. Come on through. We've got Tommy and he working away. Here he is. And of course on the machine, we've got some of these running. But have a look at these look at these stencils. What we've got here, look, a couple of frames. And look, that's what this is going to do here. And of course, look at this. Imagine this with a bit of gilding flakes on it. So of course we've got packaging as well. So Tommy's just going to show you how we actually pack it. Here we go, we've got 2 frames. We're actually going to give you the inserts as well there. And it goes into the package. And then of course into it. See, he's training well, we're getting him. And off we go into the bag.
If I can get it in. There we go.
There we go. And it gets sealed up, job done. So let me just show you as well. These two, I'm going to go do the, oh, look. And oh, look at, I'm still working, look at this. So if this is something that you're into and you think, yes, the macro tiles are something that, yeah, you want to have a go at, join me on Wednesday, on Thursday, and I'll see you there. Okay,
Yeah, get the day right. Bye, everyone. Bye.
I almost forgot. We've got a brand new show starting on Hobby Maker, Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. until 8 a.m, featuring loads of new things. The Early Bird Special, a special offer only available during the Wake Up to Hobby Maker show. Who the Hobby Maker Are You? A slightly extended interview with our guest designers, Help Me Hobby Maker, encouraging you to email in with all of your crafting queries, and a sneak peek, the final 20 minutes of the show, letting you know what's coming up later on in the day. So don't forget to join us. Set your alarms 6 a.m. until 8 a.m. on Hobby Maker. I think I'll get 5 more Zeds in.
Hi everyone.
Hiya.
I'm Elaine and this is Meryl. She's the one with the short, fat, hairy legs. Oh no, that's Lizard. This is Lizard. He's the director of our company. Together we make up Parchment Craft Australia, and we will be on Hobby Maker on Saturday at 1 o'clock and 3 o'clock. If you would like to see me in my pyjamas, Meryl probably not.
No.
Join us at 6 o'clock through to 8 o'clock on Friday morning, and that's our great big sales show. 25% off of everything that we've had excess stock for the shows for. So anything that you've seen on Hobby Maker previously, there is 25% off of everything that we've got left in our warehouse. Okay.
And some of it's very, very limited stock. So if
Yeah.
you do want it, be there at 6.
Be there at 6. You can be in your PJs, because I will be too. Look forward to seeing you. Bye.
Bye.
We have a really exciting show on Saturday at 4 p.m. here on Hobby Maker. Make sure you're tuning in to see the lovely Jessica, backed by popular demand from Tilly Victor, showing her fantastic modern way of paper quilling. So if you do not want to miss out this time, as I remember it's sold out in 45 minutes first time round, be there ready for amazing kits, amazing demos on Saturday at 4 p.m. Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker.
Welcome back. We're with you until 6. 2 more great shows to come. Craig is back for part 2.
I am. Look at all of this.
We are surrounded by goodness. Now, what we build this show as, this is a perfect stash builder show. If you want to stack up on your cardstock, your red liner tape, that sort of thing, your glues, your glossy highlights, all of that sort of thing. But also, it's an opportunity for you to ask Craig, our expert here, anything about Crafter's Companion or crafting in general. Maybe there's a certain technique that's confusing you. You're not quite sure what ink to use with what process, that sort of thing. Anything at all, because it is a bit of a minefield out there sometimes, a lot to get your head round. So if you've got any questions, just message in. You can either send an email via studio@hobbymaker.co.uk, or you can also just send a message on our website where it says contact the studio, and we'll put it on the screen and we'll pick your brains.
Absolutely, yeah. We just thought it was a good way to do this, because at Crafter's Companion, if you've been following us for a while, even if you're relatively new, you'll have seen we do some of the most incredible, intricate designs when it comes to dies, when it comes to embossing folders, 3D embossing folders, cutting embossing folders. However, with Crafter's Companion themselves, with Sarah, right back from the beginning, we do the basics as well. You need to have basics to start with and to craft with. So even when it comes down to our tape, whether it comes down to our die tool, everything like that is always top quality. It needs to be. It needs to last a long time for you at home. So that's why we thought, let's bring in some of our key things, some of the things you're going to need, as you said, working with that postage and package as well. Get them together. And any questions, any help that you need help with, ask away.
Only one P&P of £3.95. That's for anything you've ordered from midnight last night to midnight tonight. You could be going mad and buying 25 things. You'd still only pay £3.95 P&P. Now, this is perfect not only for crafting beginners, but also for people who've been crafting for a while, because this magazine, I'm really glad to be able to tell you, we've been able to get more stock.
I know,
now, this magazine here is issue number 4. It only came out recently, but what you've got is a very, very special offer exclusive to us at Hobby Maker. Yes, you could get the magazine elsewhere, but you won't get the deal that we've got here today. It's quite phenomenal, and I'm really glad we've been able to get more stock, because not only have you got a magazine packed full of wonderful projects and ideas and inspiration, you've got papers included in it, top quality papers, which you can of course get to use straight away. And you've also got this beautiful multi-surfaced or multi-layered dice with the stars there as well. So you get that, and you've also got little verses including happy birthday, you're a star, and party. So that's the first thing you get with it. You're also going to get a stamp set down here too, which is rather beautiful, full of lots of little sentiments with cute little characters on it, with your giraffe and that sort of thing too. As well as that, you then get a template and a stencil down the bottom. Now, the template is actually to make what they call a shutter card.
Yeah.
So when you open it up, it looks like you're having a picture taken.
I know, it's fab.
It's really cool.
Absolutely fab. Do you know what? You could use it as a bunting stencil if you wanted to.
You could do, yeah.
But yeah, it's there for a concept.
And this is where it gets really exciting because you're watching us on HobbyMaker. No one else has this. You've actually got not one, not two, but 3 sets of dies and stamps, which are the cutest character edgeables. They have, what would they be worth normally? Around about?
Oh, I'm going to say it's at least £9.99 each anyway.
So if that's the case, you're looking at about 30 quid there, just for those products on their own. You're getting them included with the magazine. This absolutely flew out the door the other day, and I'm really pleased to say we've been able to get more stock of it, which is amazing. What is our price going to be? What can we do at HobbyMaker for this particular bundle with those extra 3 sets of dies and stamps? And the characters you're going to get, by the way, as well, are, you've got your galloping by, which is of course your horses, and your donkey. You've got the little piggies as well, which is Hogs and Kisses, and Let's Hang Out. You've got the sloths and you've got the monkeys hanging around there as well. And they don't feature in the magazine, but everything else that you're going to get on top of the magazine is featured in the magazine too. Look at what you can do with them. They are just adorable.
They are the most adorable stamp and die collections here. Within this full collection here, as you said, Jan launched it just at the weekend here, and it sold out. It sold out. We managed to get some more. We've taken some at our stock, we'll just say that.
Okay.
But when it comes to the stamp and dies, as you were saying, you're only going to get them here at HobbyMaker with these. Now, within that full collection, if I was to take away that stamp and die sets with the animals, everything else that you would get, even if you were to get it from us at Crafters Companion, tend to say it's round about £50 worth. And what that is that's Sarah. What Sarah and what Crafters Companion don't do, they don't spend money on advertising the magazine. You know, you don't find the leaflets for the magazine and other magazines. You won't see billboards or anything like that. What Sarah does is she takes what is in the financial year, what is budgeted for kind of like advertising, marketing. She takes that money and she puts it into the goodies of the magazine.
And that is very
You
clever
get it from
thinking,
free.
because obviously Sarah wants you to try things that maybe otherwise you wouldn't have.
Exactly.
And if you love them, which we know you will, hopefully you'll come back and
That's
shop
it.
with Sarah
And
again
she's
in the future.
always completely honest about that. She'll say, if you've never tried us before, it's to kind of entice you to come and join us.
It's like you go into a supermarket and there's a promotion on a certain chocolate bar or something like that. They're giving away free samples. Try it. If you like it, you go and buy one, don't you?
And then what you'll find within everything that you've got included there, you're going to find help, you're going to find inspiration, you're going to find step-by-steps within the magazine as well. But the key thing to point out is everything that you get within the magazine, it's not a duplicate from something that's in a previous collection of ours. You're not going to find that these elements here are going to be available separately down the line. That die for the star die and the sentiment, that's designed and included exclusively for the magazine.
Yep.
The animals, this animal, we call them the animals with attitude. This is a little carry-on from our animals with attitude collection.
Yep.
So if you've got that collection, this is going to complement it, but you're not going to find them in the main collection.
Exactly.
It's all been designed just for the magazine.
And remember, the star, the aperture, the actual kind of photograph card, they'll kind of take a photo card with that stencil. All of that's featured in the magazine. The only thing that won't be featured in the magazine are your extra 3 bonus die and stamp sets there with the cute characters.
But you know what is in there is our original cute character stamp and die collection. So you can follow the step-by-step. So in the magazine, it might have the zebra. So instead of doing the zebra,
do the monkey.
Use one of the other ones as well.
Yeah.
So it is all tied together. It is thought about at you, at home, inside as well. Each of the projects you get included. There's Sarah, there's Liad, there's our product development team, there's Bianca, there's Nicole. These do incredible samples. What you're going to get is you're going to get a beginner, intermediate and advanced. That's it. 3 levels there, and each of the steps will tell you if it's a start.
Watch the price. Look at where it's gone to. $19.99. $19.99 for all of what we've just shown you. You know, talking to Craig about how much those cute cut edgeables would be. They'd be about 30 quid just for those on their own. You're getting that $19.99 for the whole lot. And remember, the magazine, if I just flick through this, I've got a big box in front of me, so it's not easy, but if I just flick through this for a second, you'll see that a lot of what you're getting, there's a star look, for example, is featured in the first few pages. How to use the stamps and the characters that you're getting in the stamps as well. So you're not you're not left high and dry. You're actually given
not at all.
exactly what you need to get crafting straight away. So it's going to appeal to brand new crafters, of course it will, but also it's going to appeal to people maybe who've been crafting for a little while but have found that, I don't know, maybe their crafty mojo dries up from time to time and they're not quite sure how to put a card together or composition. There's loads of ideas in here as well, and there's no advertising either.
Well, that's what I was away to say. We're not away to say you've got a really good chunky magazine there, and it's been bulked out by advertisements for, you know, other companies or even our own products. We'll highlight some new products coming soon, but other than that, these odd ones there, it's all about the ideas, inspiration for you at home. You can send your mix and that into the magazine and that as well. It's fab.
Now, it also comes in a wallet, an open wallet, which is really lovely. So all the gifts will be in one side of the wallet. The magazine will be in the other side. So it's a real gift for someone as well that's maybe expressed interest in taking up crafting. And you're learning from the best. You really are by going for this today. AS2090, that's the product code, AS2090. The whole thing is only $19.99. Remember, these are worth around about £10 each. And that's being, I think, quite conservative. So, you know, you're paying, well, you get 3 of them, so you're looking at about £30 worth there for that alone. And you're only paying $19.99 for everything, which is quite amazing. And we were able to get more stock. This did sell out when Jan was here with me, it was last week, I think. It's back now today. We've been able to get more stock from Crafters Companion because this is the latest edition magazine.
It is, yes. And in case you think, oh, they've not been doing it for that very long, it's only issue number 4. No, we've been going for years. What we've been doing here is the magazine always launched in the UK first, always did. But America would get it a couple of months down the line, even longer down the line. Europe would get it a couple of months down the line. So what we've done is, because we are a global company, what we've done is, well, what was that, earlier on in the year, we started from scratch. So it's maybe only issue number 4, but it's issue number 4 of our global magazine. So it launched, really, if you think about it, it launches here at Hobby Maker first, anywhere, then it launches with us, and it launches elsewhere all across the globe at the exact same time.
And remember, you can find Crafters Companions magazines elsewhere. They are available elsewhere, but you will not get the deal that we've got here today. This is exclusive to us. These 3 die sets and stamp sets here will not be included in the deal that you're offered. You might get the square die, you might get the stamps and that sort of thing. Loads of you putting this into your basket. Maybe you're buying it because you want to separate it and split it up as gifts for crafty friends. 20 quid, if that's your budget, you probably woke up this morning thinking, I've got £20 to spend for 3 friends. What can I get that's worth, you know, having? You've got 3 instant gifts there just in that die and stamp set alone. So yeah, brilliant opportunity to really stock up. We're not you know, stopping it at 1 per customer. You can have as many as you like. Maybe you've got a crafting group and you're thinking, I'd like to get one of those for every member of the group. 6 of you. For 120 quid, you've got some fantastic products coming your way.
Yeah, I tell you what as well, I'll put it into perspective. I don't know if I can say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. Those 3 stamp and die sets, right? So if you take them out of the equation and everything else, the magazine with all these little goodies and that, if you go onto our website, you can buy it for $12.99.
Right.
Now you're going to put in those 3 and $19.99.
I know. It's an incredible offer, it really is. AS2090, we get on so well with Crafters Companion. They love us, we love them, and that's why we can do deals like this. And long may it continue as far as I'm concerned. But if you want to grab it, we've been able to go back to Crafters Companion and say, we sold out, could we have some more? And they've given us a few more. And if you're quick, put it in your basket and check out, we'll get it to you. I know it's almost too good to be true, but believe me, the reason that it is this deal is because it's Sarah's advertising budget. That's what goes into this. She'd rather give you product and you use it and think, do you know what, I love that, I'll buy that again next time.
Yeah.
That's the way she thinks.
Not good for an investment, is it? Well, you know, it obviously works. It works.
Absolutely, it works. Okay, so $19.99 for that then. Right, where are we off to next? 3D templates collection. Now, this is new to me.
Yeah.
Now, I've got them under here, I know.
Oh, these have been absolutely phenomenal.
You did this
absolutely
yesterday,
phenomenal, yes. These actually, in the end, they sold out.
Oh, did
Stock
they?
that we had, these sold out, yeah. These are beautiful. So I'm going to show you this packaging first, Dave. So look at that. So little, nice, little thin, but substantial packaging that makes that.
Wow.
Look
at this. I saw you doing it yesterday, actually.
Yeah. Isn't it absolutely beautiful?
So you're actually going to get how many packets?
So you're going to get 3. So you can
packs.
make the bow that you've got within your hand just here.
Yep.
So you can be making the bow. Then you can make the tulip that you've got in your hand.
I can see why this sold out yesterday. We've got them back in stock, though, for you.
And then you can make the butterfly box.
Oh, wow.
Absolutely exquisite. Now, with these ones here, Dave, all of these have been made with no die cutting machine whatsoever.
Just purely
the templates. Now, when we first heard that we were getting templates, and I said this yesterday because it's the absolute truth, I did think, okay, templates, are we maybe going a bit back to basics? Why I had any doubt when it comes to Leanne and the product development team, because this is taking this stencil in template form back to basics.
Imagine that on a big present.
But yeah, taking it to the extreme when it comes to the elegance.
Christmas paper for Christmas bows?
Yeah,
Christmas
absolutely,
present?
anything like that. If you do have, or you're making things for your wedding, instead of having the fabric bows on the back of the chairs or that, you can customise them. Get the bridesmaids together, get the girls of that together, the guys together. You can start making them Centura Pearl pattern paper, and you can make the most beautiful samples.
How stunning is this? You can achieve this. Now we're down to £23.97, so you're looking at around about less than £8 per set.
Yeah.
Yeah, £7.99 for each set of templates, and they are made from. Are they made from mylar?
So yes, so they're really that strong material, so you can go around.
You can reuse them again and again and again.
So you can do that. So what we were doing is, I would usually say do with a pencil, so then that means you can then, any of the lines that you've got left, you can then rub them out, of course. Draw around with your pencil, cut out with your scissors. But what you can do is you can draw around them with a pencil or a pen. And if you have an electric bladed cutting machine, you can scan it in and replace the scissors with the blade within the machine. Okay. So you can do it that way if you want to as well, but you've got all of the templates.
Now, the show that Craig did this in, the demonstration in, was yesterday, and you can use our website to look back at that show if you want to. This is how it works. Just go to hobbymaker.co.uk. You can see the today's shows, there they are, but if you go back to yesterday, use the guide on the top there to scroll back a day, and you can see that there we are, new 3D templates. That was the show. Click on it, and then you can actually watch the show, and you see all the products that were in that show as well. But they sold out yesterday. We put the call into Crafters Companion. We've got them back for you today, so if you missed out, grab them now. You know, if you make to sell, imagine what you could sell these for. But I think, you know, imagine home decor any time of the year, weddings, anniversaries, Christmas, where bows will just fit the bill. I mean, that's a bow card, but it could actually be home decor.
It is, and you know, you're wanting to create that substance. So if you've seen yesterday's show, you'll see it is very similar, and it is a matte layer that you're doing with them. So that base layer, that first layer could be your cardstock, it could be your Centura Pearl, it could be texture card. That next layer, that could be some fabric. So if you are doing it for Christmas time, so you've got that fabric layer, you've got that textured layer. But then if you are doing them for all throughout the year, the back of wedding chairs, you know, on the front of the door if you want. If you've got a really substantial box, you know, a Christmas gift, and you've got that really beautiful bow on the top. If you just want construction, sometimes we get away with thinking everyone wants to do die cutting. They want to do that quick option, get it cut so that you can create. Some actually want to sit, they want to relax, because it is one that you're going to sit and relax to. You're doing it from scratch. You're drawing, you're cutting, you're shaping.
The sense of satisfaction you get from actually doing all the work yourself, and then from, you know, starting to cut, drawing around the template, and then eventually getting something like that at the end of it is immense. It really, really is. So £23.97. So pleased we were able to get more stock of this back for you today. 3 sets of templates for that beautiful 3D butterfly box, the bow, and also, of course, that tulip, which is so, so cute. Really sweet. Give us a call for these right now, or order them on the website at hobbymaker.co.uk. Now remember, this show is the perfect show to ask any question at all of Craig. I know we've had one come through, which will pop up on the screen for you in a moment or so. But certainly get your questions in. If we can answer them, I'm sure Craig will know the answers. We'll do that before the end of the show at 5 o'clock. Okay, we'll just, actually we'll do it now because the question came through. The email address, remember, is studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. That's the email, there it is, look. So you can message us that way, or indeed you can use the contact the studio link on the front page of our website. So this came through from Sheila. Hello Sheila, good afternoon. Hi Craig, please help. I bought your Midas metallic pigment ink pads and they don't dry. Do I have to heat them? I only do stamping for sentiments.
Rightio. So that's a really good question, and that's a good question that's going to work for the Midas metallic ink pads or even your pigment ink pads. So yes, they can dry, but they will take a while to dry.
Right.
They stay open longer. Now the reason, by saying they stay open longer, that means then that they are so good for putting embossing powders on. So whenever it comes to my Midas metallic ink pads, or whether I use my pigment ink pads, what I always do is I always seal them. In other words, cards, I'll put an embossing powder over the top. Because, yeah, absolutely, if you just leave them to dry naturally, they can dry, they can take a wee while. If you've got a really juicy one, you might find in some ways it doesn't actually dry because the ink is just sitting there. That base layer of the ink sort of dries in and then it creates a coating, and then the additional juiciness of the ink just sits there.
Could Sheila use a heat gun to dry
You can do. You can use a heat tool to heat set it if you want. I would, for me personally, recommend that just go over with an embossing powder, even just a clear one. You're still going to get that gorgeous metallic effect, and if anything, actually, it's going to enhance it because you've got that nice little clear
just
glaze
a clear
to
embossing
it.
powder, yeah. So there you go. Thank you, Sheila, for the question. Any more questions like that or not like that, email in and we can sort out the answers for you. Okay, right. Shall we do the foil? Now, the foil, this is really quite exciting. I know, was it last week you did the foil machine?
It was, yeah. I was here with the foil press
with the Gemini Junior.
Gemini Junior.
Now, we've got foil in the show, and we've got all these rolls of foil here, but you don't have to use it just with the foiling machine.
You don't, no. So these foils, these are heat activated, so to speak, heat foils. So this means that you're going to use it with your foil press, which is heat-based. If you have any other foiling machine out there that is heat-based, you can be using your foils. You can be using these ones, not just for our ones. However, let's go in. I'm going to pick one of these. Let's go in with Disco Ball.
Okay.
So although you are predominantly going to be using them for your foil press, and actually I say predominantly, you might not when you see this.
Each roll, by the way, is 5 metres long.
Yeah, you get
So you're
full
gonna
5
get
metres within each one.
30 metres.
There's loads that you're getting here. So what you can do, if you want, say you're wanting to take advantage with that postage and packing, you're thinking, oh, foils, how am I going to use them? I don't have a foil press. I've got no intention of getting a foil press, but I like the idea of having some of my own foils. What you can do, let's get a piece of cardstock. So if I get a piece from under here, I'm going to go in. This is a piece of our multi-purpose cardstock.
Okay.
This could be black cardstock, it could be any cardstock. I'm going to go in with a couple of our red liner tapes. So I'm going to go in with a few of our wids that we've got. So even although this is a heat foil, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in and all that I'm going to do is just do some strips, Dave. I'm going to go in, pop some of my red liner tape.
Does it have to be red liner tape or would double-sided tape?
Double-sided tape will work for this. I would, when I've done this at home, I do automatically go in with my red liner tape, just because it's really, really strong. Yeah. So what I'm going to do then is I'm just going to give my red liner tape a bit of a burnish. Not only is this going to help just secure it completely, it's going to help stop that static from the back of the red liner.
Oh, is that a way of getting rid of the static?
Yeah, it's a way of getting rid of that static.
I can hear people up and down the length and breadth of the country saying, thank you, Craig. It's been the bane of people's lives for ages.
Actually, and I've just flicked it and look, nothing there on my hand.
Nothing sticks. Oh, that's good.
So what we can do, so this is our shiny side. So when it comes to the foil press, you would turn it over. But what we are going to do is I'm just going to lay this one straight on. So I'm going to lay it over the top. And keeping in mind, this is heat foil that you would use for your hot foiling. But we can go in.
Hey, look at that.
That off.
So you don't have to invest in a hot foil press.
You don't.
You can use it with good quality adhesive tape.
You absolutely can do. You can go in. If you've got something like our liquid glue with our Gildan flakes, maybe you got it from Jamie as well, something that stays sticky.
Yeah.
You can be using that as well with the foil too. But if I just do that again, now you'd be sparingly, I'm just doing this for speed to show you.
But also the red liner tape is a perfect straight line. So you're always going to have a very professional foiled edge. Perfect, look at that.
There we go, so we've got our foil.
That ain't going anywhere.
Nope, it's not. It's on the red liner tape. So formats and layers. Maybe you want to do backdrops. Maybe you've got excess left over from some foiling and you don't want to do the waste technique that I show you. Go in with your double-sided adhesive sheet. But the fact is, because you're getting all these rolls with them.
I get 5. I thought you got 6. My fault. I miscounted. So you're going to get 5 rolls. So that's 25 metres for $14.99. 5 are taken off. Look, you've got this wonderful colour. This one is your rose gold foil. Anything rose gold, I'm there, I'm one. There you go, 5 metres of rose gold. You're going to get also this one, which is 5 metres of your icicle. Then you've got 5 metres of your, what's this one called?
So it should be just on this side of your
Oh, silver shimmer. There we go. And then the last one, 5 metres of... That's silver. And then Craig's got the other one, which
And
is
I've got the
holographic.
other one, yeah.
There you go. Yeah, 5 times 5 metres, 25 metres in total for under 15 quid. That is amazing. And yes, 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 if you've got the foil press, that works with it brilliantly. But also, you can now, as we've proven, use it with your red liner tape. There's red liner tape in the show as well, if you haven't got any of that. Buy that with, of course, the foil, and you only pay the 1 P&P of £3.95. We've got a lovely big bumper bundle of red liner tape in the show with a couple of pokey tools too. So all your essentials. If you haven't got time to spend the whole hour with us, everything that we are showing you in the show will be during the course of the show on the website. Glossy highlights, we're going to be looking at that. Tacky glue. We've got that fantastic magazine offer, which is absolutely flying out the door. But if you want that foil, $14.99. Now, another question for Craig is coming in, and we'll move on with some other tools in just a second as well. Sylvia says, can you help me with an ink pad? Hi Craig, I want a light grey that will blend with aqua pens, as I don't like visible outlines in watercolour.
Right, okay, doc. So that's a really good question. So can you help with the ink pad? I want a light grey blend with alcohol that you don't like the visible outlines. Right.
Grey's subtle, isn't it?
So the
rather than
grey is
black.
subtle, yeah. So instead of having a black. So if you are looking when it comes to doing your watercolouring, so if you look at our watercolour ranges, we do a flagstone. So in the watercolour range, we do noir black, we do flagstone, we do pebble, and we do rustic brown as well. What you will sometimes find though is maybe you've got your flagstone that you might find that it's still got a little bit more of a deeper edge to it. What you can do, and it's not meant for this, but then what you can do if you want to stamp with one of your quick dries, so if you go with a quick dry and use one of the light greys that we've got from that range, that's going to give you a subtler effect. And then, although it's not meant to team together, because I have done this, funny enough, myself in the past, similar to our decoupage stamps earlier on, it takes away the edge.
Okay.
So if you're going with a quick dry, but go with a really light, and then you're still going to get some of the detail from your stamp, but then you'll be able to do your washes with your aqua pens, etc., etc., and then that will take away that outline. So
Brilliant.
hopefully
Thanks,
that helps to you.
Hopefully, Silver, that's answered your question. And that will be on the website. You'll find those fantastic ink pads, okay? Okay, now next we've got Stacker Stash. Now this is incredible. These boxes.
So I think as a...
Oh, storage
there we go.
boxes,
Here
beg
we
your
go,
pardon.
yeah.
Right, sorry. Right, here we go.
I'll take them out your way.
You've got so
much
here.
goodies.
Okay, now this storage box is phenomenal. Now this actually was developed by Sarah Davis's husband,
It was.
Simon. It's his baby. I love this because basically this is totally, you can literally customise this.
You can.
Because you not only have a lockable lid that keeps everything in place, but all these compartments, they actually remove.
They do.
So you can take out the long ones for the height, you can take out the short ones for the width, and make compartments as wide, as long, as short as you want.
That you can.
Genius.
So whether you're maybe wanting to store some of your brushes in one of them, maybe you want to go in with your glitters and you want to have them on the sides, then you can do as well. Maybe if you're going out and about to a craft class and you're wanting selective pens in selective areas, pokey tools in ones, foam pads in other, because this could be a little rectangle, that could be a square, that could be more of a 4x6. It's all completely sturdy, so you can have your pens, you can have your brushes, your foam pads, your double-sided adhesives, all of them in separate compartments,
So
and then
clever.
change it about.
Yeah, so clever. It could also work maybe if you've got beads, if you're like a jewellery maker or something like that. You've got all the
Exactly.
different compartments for all that. Kids' toys as well, if you're always standing on the bricks, you know, that's agony, isn't it? Then, yeah, put them in somewhere tied that's transparent. You can see everything that's in it through the top and from the side as well. The handles lock tight totally, and also if you buy more than one, and I know lots of you have bought multiples of these in the past, they will stack on top of each other
They will
really
indeed.
safely and securely. You could probably have about 6 or 7 of them high, and they've got low centre of gravity, so they'll be absolutely safe. But for $11.99, this is ridiculous. We had people buying 5s and 6s of them when they first came out. You've got lots and lots of ideas on the packaging actually as to what you can use them for, and you can see here every eventuality. We've got buttons in some, we've got jewellery in another, toys. as an organiser, maybe for your craft desk. If you find things are just laid out on your craft desk, it's a bit of a mess.
It's a good way just to pop it. And you know, we've had people that use them that do their cake decorating,
Yeah.
and they have their little cake tools, and little punches and all of that they've got them stored into the middle of these ones, so you can really keep them nice and tidy.
And the circles on the bottom as well are extra strength, basically.
They are.
It's a very, very strong base. It's not going to kind of wobble and kind of warp or anything like that. But I love the fact that the handles really do lock into place, nice and strong. And remember, the base of one fits into the top of the
It
other.
does, yeah.
So they're not going to slide off.
They're not going to slide about, you know, so if you do have a couple of them, you know, you can have certain things. You can have your watercolour elements in one, your alcohol colour in another, blending pads in another one as well. But if you're doing flower forming and you like to sit on the couch and cut all of the bits out at once while you're watching some of your shows at night time, sit the box at the side, and then you can have each compartment filled with specific colours or specific flowers, or whichever way that you want to use it, you can absolutely do that.
They say, don't they, sometimes the simplest ideas are the best. Well, that just kind of proves it, really, because who'd have thought, you know, it's such a game changer. You know, if you want to take all of these out, you can take them out and just have a complete open space if you want to. But remember, whatever you've got in there, because the lid locks and the lid joins the top of the sections, even if you've got like jewellery bits and pieces, findings and fixtures, all that sort of thing, nothing's going to jump from one compartment to the other. So it's a really clever concept.
Really good.
Only $11.99. Okay, brilliant.
Fabulous.
Oh, another question coming in. Ask Craig, that's what this show's all about. Hi all, Maureen Ann. Hello, Maureen Ann. Could we possibly see the large guillotine going through its motions? Many thanks. Maureen Ann, funny you should say that.
Funny enough. Let's go for it. Do you know, actually, but poor Alex has been running back and forwards. I'll need some cardstock because I didn't bring any of my black or white cardstock just at the side of me here. So what we'll do is we'll get something like black. It could be coloured, but you know, we'll just get a couple of cardstocks to get this together, because we jokingly say back at head office that I could talk for hours on our guillotine, because I could do. I love my mats and layers. My mats and layers and my foam pads are the two things that I absolutely love when it comes to my crafting. And so many will say, how do you do your mats and layers? They're so perfect. It's because of the guillotine, because of the grids that are in the guillotine, the measurements that are there. You've got the scoring feature as well.
Is this a self-sharpening one too?
So this one's the self-sharpening one, yeah, and it's not just any blade. We'll talk you through in a moment. But we'll be able to see from the measurements at the top here, what we have then got is we've got, Thank you very much. Thank you. What we've got at the top is inches, and we do have centimetres just above it as well. If you prefer cutting from the bottom, you do have them as well. But what happens, Dave, is it extends. So what you can do is if you push the end in, so this bit here, push it in and then pull it out, and you've got your extendable arm that goes up to 13 inches.
Ah, okay, so
not
great
12,
for your 12 by 12 cardstock.
But 13.
Yep, good.
So within these ones, if you do want to use it as a scoring feature, you absolutely can do. You've got your scoring tool included, so you can simply go along and then 1 inch into 2, score, and now I've scored at the 1 inch
scoreboard
mark.
and a guillotine and tape measure all in one.
You've got your finger grips to the side here, and as you said, Dave, you know, it is self-sharpening at the side here. But what I'm going to do is if I turn it on to its side, actually I'm going to turn it that way. So with the arm, now of course I'm holding it so it's nice and secure. You're not going to do this at home. But the space between here, you know, you've got that wide space so you can be cutting your cards, your thick materials as well. But this isn't just from any manufacturer when it comes to guillotines. Right? Leanne went to a sword manufacturer.
Oh, I remember
for our
now.
guillotine.
Yeah.
So our guillotine, we do a small one. In my opinion, of always, if you can go bigger, then it's more versatile. But when it comes to our one, Leanne went to a sword manufacturer for our guillotine.
That's how proud they are of the quality of what Crafters Companion do. So you never have to worry about sharpening that. I was always told by a professional chef years ago, the only dangerous blade is a blunt blade.
Exactly.
well, not the only one, but certainly the most dangerous blade is a blunt blade. This is going to self-sharpen itself every single time you use it, which means you're not going to end up tearing the cardstock by accident. It's going to just slice through it. Would you recommend doing just one sheet at a time, or can it cope with more?
I would always say one sheet at a time. Right. So it's like die cutting. Although the Gemini would do more than one sheet, and although the Guillotine will do more than one sheet, your top sheet will always cut beautifully, but then your second, your third could get a little bit of fraying. Right. So I would always recommend doing one at a time.
But when perfect mats and layers
comes to mats and layers, absolutely. So let's say my main base layer, I want it to be 6 inches. So all that I'm going to do is I'm going to come up right up to the 6 inch. Now, one of the questions we get asked quite a lot, and I do as well, because I talk about my guillotine quite a lot. See how, where we've got at the 6 inch, see how it's actually about a millimetre difference in the middle there? Mm-hmm. Now, perfect shot there. So many will say, right, when you're cutting to the measurement, do you go to the left-hand side or do you go to the right-hand side? Okay. Because, of course, that 1 millimetre is going to make a difference. Yeah. So always go to the right-hand side. So just to that right-hand side of the 6 inch, that is your bang-on 6 inch. So all that I'm going to do is I'm going to press with my fingers here, because we've got our finger grip just to the side here. So I'm going to press, and then we're going to cut. And gorgeous sound.
I'm really pleased that finger guard is there. I feel very, very confident using it. Without it, I wouldn't feel confident
exactly.
using it. Yeah, safety is absolutely key.
It is. So then all I'm going to do is I'm just going to turn it around again back to the 6 inch, so then we can cut it once again. So I'm just going to pop my finger guard down, just pressing lightly, and then cutting. So there's my first layer, perfect matting layer that starts with the 6 inch. Mm-hmm. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go into this bit that I've already started earlier on. What I'm going to do is, for my next layer down, I like my mats and layers at 1/4 of an inch increments, hence why our guillotine's perfect, because it's 1/4 of an inch increments. Mm-hmm. So if I come down 1/4 of an inch, I'm going to go to 5 3/4. And again, Dave, I'm going to go to the right-hand side. So I'm going to cut, and just to say as well, that's cut even through a red liner tape. Turn it around to 5 3/4 again and cut. And then if I pop that onto there, I have got my perfect
precision
1/4 of an inch increment all the way around. Now, I've done that at 1/4 of an inch. That could be 1/2 an inch. That could be 3/4 of an inch. That's entirely up to you. But this is how, and you can go onto Facebook, you can watch the tutorials that we do as well. You will always hear me banging on about our guillotine and how I do my mats and layers, and it is with the guillotine, because it's perfect.
It may be that you want this not necessarily for crafting, but for other things. Maybe you work for a school and that sort of thing. You want to trim things down, projects down for kids and that sort of thing. Whatever you need the guillotine for, invest in the best. Today, you can have this for $19.99, your first split payment of 2, or one payment of $39.99. Craig raves about it. He's known for his precision with his mats and layers, but treat yourself. Go on. It's a scoring tool as well as a cutting tool, and you've even get the scoring tool included in the top of the guillotine as well. $39.99. If it's a brand new guillotine, first time you've owned one, treat yourself to the best. If you're upgrading from another make or whatever, GT2054 is the fantastic product number. Now, one of my favourite things that Crafters Companion have done, this is their version of, well, you've heard us talk about glossy accents. Yes. Well, this is Crafters Companion's version of that, called Glossy Highlights. Now, I don't know how much you've paid for your glossy whatever in the past. This deal is phenomenal. For the amount you get 4 bottles for the price of 3, only £17.97. Now compare that to other manufacturers out there on the market. I think you'll agree that this is exceptional value for money. And the contents in each one, you've actually got 60 ml. So you're actually going to get 240 ml, nearly 1/4 of a litre of it.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's great, isn't it?
It's really good.
You'll remember, like me as well, with the other brands as well. Remember when you used to get the really teeny bottles of them as well? So yeah, getting all 4 of them are absolutely fab.
And what it does, in case you've never heard of it before, is it gives you a lovely, almost glass-like finish. So maybe you're doing a drawing of an animal or one of the cartoon characters that we've got here in the Fantastic magazine today. It will make their eyes look shiny and healthy. You could give a dog a wet nose.
You can.
You could put what looks like glass on headlights of cars, glass in the windows of cottages and houses. So wherever you want the shine, just literally dispense this. Do you use a brush with it, or do you just use
No,
the nib?
I just use the nib. I'm going to bring in a little bit here just so you can see. I just use the nib for these ones to apply it. But if you're wanting to enhance your pattern papers, you were saying, you know, like raindrops, anything like that, you can do. You can sprinkle glitter in that over the top of it as well, just before it dries. So this is mine, and it's been well loved and well used. But all that I'm going to do, whether I'm going direct onto my card or whether it's a certain or a specific area that I'm going on to, all that I'm going to do is let's just go in with my pokey tool.
It could be a dewdrop on a petal of a flower.
Yeah. And what you can do, Dave, talking about dewdrops, what you can do is the backing of your foam pad sheets, keep a hold of that, and then what you can do is then you can do your little drops onto the backing, let them dry, pick them off, and then put them in a little tub or container, and then they're just going to be like dewdrops.
They'd be like little beads?
Beads, yeah.
Cool.
Just like little
Completely
beads.
clear.
But then all that I'm going to do is I'm going to go in, I'm going to get that first bit out of my little nozzle.
Now it goes on cloudy, so you can see where you've been, but it dries completely clear.
It does. So all that I'm going to do, I've got a little slit in the side of mine, but all I'm going to do is work my way around, and then if I do want like little teardrops, I can work it in. It's not going to donut, it's not going to dip within the centre.
Self-levels, though, doesn't it?
Self-levels, and I can do tiny, tiny, tiny little bits, or, you know, if you are wanting to do larger bits.
It's a bit like when you put clear embossing powder over a colour, an ink or something like that, it intensifies the colour. Well, that's what this does as well, because it gives you that glassy appearance. And, you know, when you consider how much other manufacturers are charging for a fraction of this quantity, nearly a quarter of a litre of glossy highlights from Crafters Companion is amazing for £17.97. Stock up today. I remember when this first came out, first time anyone had ever seen it, queues on the phones for about an hour.
And the thing is this is, you know, at Crafters Companion, you know, would do, I don't say it lightly, with Leanne, it's head of product development, it is the best of the best. But it's Spectrum Noir, which is unbelievably top quality when it comes to the colour and mediums out there. So when it comes to these sort of ones here, you know, Spectrum Noir, best of the best with your pens. You've got some world-renowned artists that uses our stuff, and this is under the Spectrum Noir umbrella.
Okay, now the tape pens that we got for you, whereabouts are they? Oh, down there.
Oh, here we go.
Over there. Okay. Now this is, again, another one of our best sellers. So we've got here 2 tape pens that are the dots, and we've got 2 tape pens that are the continuous strips of adhesive. Now these, unlike other tape pens out on the market, these are incredibly strong and very long, 22 metres each.
They are. Really long. So if you were to look at other tape pens out there in the markets, you're going to find that they range between 10 and 12 metres. Ours are 22 metres in length, as you said. You are getting loads and loads and loads of them. You can absolutely use them for your construction and your box making, your card making. So many people use them. Loads of them, certainly at Christmas time, to do the wrapping up.
Now, I heard a story, you'll back me up on this, Craig, I'm sure, because Leanne actually rejected numerous adhesives until she found the one that she was right with. And what I love about the dotty one is that if you've got lots of filigree detail, really fine detail from a die cut or something like that, you know, it's a real nightmare to try and put glue on a really delicate filigree image. The dots only stick to where you want them to, which is so clever. It's
so clever. But you know what's also really clever with them? What I'm going to do is let's bring in my my extra bit of black card that I've got here. So this one is our dotty tape runner that I'm using. So if I work my way down, the black really does show you the dots when it comes to the adhesive. So if I then, there we go, we'll be able to just see that. How we've got the dots just shining away there, just popping away through. So as you said, if you're doing that on the back of your intricate dies, great, but go in with your foils.
Really?
Go in with your foils.
Because, you know, I said to you, these are much stronger adhesives than you'd normally expect to find in a tape pen. So this is going to prove a point. We used red liner tape on the foil earlier on. Now we're using a tape pen.
Look at that.
Oh, wow.
Look at that.
That also shows you the strength of the pen, doesn't it?
It does. It absolutely does. So we've now got all of these tiny little dots all the way around the edge. Isn't that absolutely beautiful?
It looks like thousands of tiny little gems.
Yeah. Yeah.
I never have thought of using that with the foil. What a great idea.
Absolutely.
So if you go for the tape pens, you can use the continual strip with the foil as well, or the dots with the foil too. Oh, I go for those. And you're actually getting one extra than you would be. It's actually 4 for 3, so you're not paying for one of them. One of them's an actual bonus. CB2086 for $14.97 the price. And remember, what we're doing in this show is showing you all the must-have accessories for anyone that's starting out crafting or anyone that wants to stock up on their stash. We've got cardstock, we've got papers in the show, we've got fantastic 12x12 pads, and we've also got the Pokey Tools. You've got to have Pokey Tools.
Got to.
It's the law.
It's got to. You've got to. Yeah. These straight off the bat are so good for taking the back ends off the back of your tape. I believe originally out there is you would find that the Pokey Tools are really good for, you know how you get the rulers that you've got the tiny little holes on them as well, and that's for you to do your pin prick detail. But then yes, with the Pokey Tools, it's good for taking the back ends off your double-sided tape. It's good for taking the back end off your foam pads. But then if you also want to use them like I do, where it comes to glue gel, I don't always use the syringe, Dave. What I actually do is use the tube of the glue, and then I use my Pokey Tool to just take that little bit of glue gel out of the container.
Now, obviously, anything pointed, be careful, and it's quite a sharp point on there, but that's why these come with the protective caps. And you are getting 4 for $1.99. I've only got 2 here, but you will get a pack of 4. So you are actually be protecting yourself with the protective cover that goes over the top of them too, and you've got a rubberized grip at the other end as well. So you get 4 for that price, 50p each it works out to, 4 Pokey Tools. You might think, well, why do I need 4? You will.
You will.
You will misplace 1 or 2 or whatever. You've got how many? 17?
Well, more that from my craft bag here, as well as my my craft room at home, well more than that.
Okay.
Well more than that.
And you love them all?
I love them all, yeah.
Each and every one of them?
Every single one of them, yeah. But just going back on what I said a moment ago now, our ruler at Crafter's Companion, we don't have the tiny dots that are all the way along it. You know, sometimes you'll find many craft rulers out there do have tiny little dots, and that's where you can do your paper pricking all the way round. So, you know, even if it's not got the dots on it, you can still do it. I'm taking one of my sponge mats, this is just one from a flower forming, and then what you would do is come in with the Pokey Tool, and then let's say, for instance, every centimetre. So this is where you can work your way along, and you like that faux stitched effect, you can start to do it at home. You don't need to worry about border dies, border strips for you to come along. You can use your Pokey Tool, pop all the way through, so you can start to get the pinprick detail all the way down the edges.
Honestly, there are just so many uses for these. The main use for me is always getting, if you try and get the backing off double-sided tape, it's a nightmare.
Exactly, yeah.
This is going to help you achieve that, no word of a lie. And to get 4 for $1.99 as well, LB2045. We're getting loads of questions coming in, which is fantastic. Hello, Dipty. Dipty says, hi, Craig.
Hi.
How can I keep the white magnetic shim from dipping when you use a lot of dies to cut in one place?
Rightio. That's a good question, a really good question when it comes to the magnetic shim, because it can happen. You know how we talk about with our plates, in order for them to last longer, to flip and rotate them? Not everyone realises you need to do that with your magnetic shim as well.
Right.
Well, when I say need to, you don't need to do it as much as your plates, but you will find, if you're die cutting, which I do as well, predominantly in that same area. It's 9 times out of 10, the Gemini, because it's edge-to-edge cutting, it's always in the centre. So if you're always die cutting in that one spot, you've got the same pressure going in that one spot all the time, what you're going to do is, let's say, for instance, let's take a circle as a shape. So you're going to continue to get that impression within that magnetic shim, and then the rest of it is going to kind of like puff up slightly. It's going to curve up slightly.
It's a bit like when you sit in the same seat on a sofa.
Exactly.
And the other 2 seats don't get used. There's always going to be a little bit of a dip. So evenly use your magnetic sheet, you say?
Yeah, absolutely. So I don't mean every time flip and rotate your magnetic shim, but just every now and again, you know, as if when you do remember, just think, oh, I'll just turn my magnetic shim over. So then therefore, it's the pressure is balancing it out. So you're not going to get that curved effect within your magnetic shim like you would also do with your cutting plate. great.
Thank you, Diptree. It's
Thank
lovely
you.
to get all these questions coming through as well. Okay, now another fantastic offer, another great opportunity. This is something that Crafters Companion do so
They
well.
do.
This is number 47. Yes, there have been 46 prior to this because they all are different themes. And it's a complete craft adventure in a box. The edge and stamp dies is what this is all about. You can make at least 16 cards. FN 2050 is the product. I think when we were mentioning earlier on today that we're going to go back to basics and give you a chance to build up your stash, lots of you have earmarked this show and lots of you have asked questions of Craig as well. 180 elements in total. And if I just open up the box, the first thing that really impresses me, obviously lovely Sarah, that's the first thing that impresses you.
Of course.
But then the presentation.
Exactly.
Gorgeous.
It's absolutely beautiful. And as a crafter, you'll know exactly what we mean when we say it's beautiful. This is number, what did I say that was?
47.
Number 47. So I just launched 48 here the other day.
Okay.
So this is one of our relatively
One of the
new
latest ones, yeah.
And they're always got a theme. So this one here is our edgeable stamp and die set here. But if you think it's a craft kit, what it's going to be at that price, the stamps, the dies are going to be small. Absolutely not. These stamps within this set are huge. That butterfly is absolutely huge.
And does that die match the butterfly?
It does. So
Oh, cool.
one of them matches the butterfly, one matches the sunflower, and one matches the little bunny rabbit.
Because you've got the edgeable, half of it can be cut away and the other
can.
half can be attached to the card
It can, yeah. So that could be on the edge of your card, but it could be a top fold card if you want to. You might only want to use the stamp sets. They always have the theme, and this box is that theme there.
Now, everything comes in wonderful
Everything
envelopes,
else, yeah.
beautifully sealed. You've got a pack of envelopes inside there, another pack of envelopes as well.
You get your card blanks, you get gems, you've got ribbons. I mean, look at these colourways within this set here, Dave. Isn't it beautiful?
Stunning, isn't
So
it?
sparkly. Straight off the bat, whether it comes to the ribbons that you see first or the gems, you instantly see the colour tones that's working through this collection. And what I mean by that is you've got your block cardstock as well. 8x8, all of these beautiful colours. They are matte, so you can still do your embossing, you can still do your blending, you can still do all of your techniques if you want to.
I'm not done yet. There's
Not
still
done
more.
yet. We
What have we got?
even give you 8x8 pattern papers. So everything is in this box that you're going to need. Now, of course, you're going to need a die cutting machine, absolutely.
Okay,
And
yep.
for the stamps, yes, you're going to need an ink pad. But for the rest, to create beautiful cards, incredible cards, you're getting everything that you're going to need to create that basis of the card. So you've got the stamp, you've got the die, and it's not just a stamp and a die. It's not a die that just die cuts it out. It's a die that does something. In this case, it does the edgeable factor.
Card
when it comes
blanks
to it.
and the envelopes. You can make at least 16 cards, but you can make these elements go so much further. And we've taken all of these out of the wallets, but everything will come in the wallets, which
As
is
well.
really lovely. So if it is a gift for someone, it's a gift that's really going to be cherished and loved.
It is.
And remember, the highlight and the main feature of it is the fact that you've got that huge selection of stamps and, of course, the edgeable dies that are designed to marry up with that perfectly. So you've got the die for the butterfly, you've got the die for the sunflower, and you've also got the die for the cute little bunny rabbit character there as well with the flowers. Plus, you've got all these lovely verses too. So that's just $24.99 FN 2050. That's the product code. Treat yourself. Maybe you've bought each and every one of those. I mean, that's probably double. I'd say the value of that box is worth double what you're actually paying for it, certainly, because it's an amazing deal for everything that you get in there.
And
now,
even with these, Dave, now that these have launched here at Hobby Maker, when you go onto our YouTube, you will even find ideas and inspirations and videos for our box
great.
kits as well. So you'll
Brilliant.
find them there.
okay, now who doesn't love garden gnomes? Now this was launched a week ago, evidently, the garden gnomes. I've not seen this until now. 36 sheets. Garden gnomes have exploded this
They
year.
have. They really, really have. Usually, you think of mostly at Christmas time, and then your summer garden gnomes in the garden. But now we've got the summer gnomes in the summertime for crafting.
No gnomes yet, but lots of foliage and polka dots. You've got your strips here, which could be paper ribbons if you want to trim them. Almost like multicoloured barcodes.
that art, isn't it?
Love that.
So bright.
So there are actually gnome characters in here. This was to go with the collection
It
that
was,
we had. But it's from the gnome idea. Well, I like the red and white dots. That's really cool.
But the paper pad itself, as all of our collections, the paper pad are always the most popular. So that's how we thought, right, we're going to bring this 12x12 paper pad to this show this afternoon. So many of you adored it, bought extra as well.
Look, you've
And
got
as you
your
can
4
see,
scenes on each sheet here.
So if you did happen to get the gnomes and you're maybe stocking up, or maybe you've got other character stamping dies that you can be using, you've got scenes already done for you.
Yeah, absolutely, because this is consumable. If you've already got one of these, you are going to run out of it at some point. So put another one in your basket while we've got the stock of this. It's only $14.99, and that's brilliant because I know a lot of companies charge in the region of about £25 for 12 by 12 papers. So to get it from us at Crafters Companion for $14.99, it's a great price. Okay, now another question for Craig. Great that you're getting all these questions, Craig.
Well.
Hi, Carol. She says, I've been using the rotation stamps and forgot to clean the stamp between the rotation. And now my straw bale ink pad is a shade of green after using the blue ink pad. Is there any way of cleaning the ink pad?
So there is. This is my take on it. What I would do, because I've been there, I've done that, I've done exactly the same because I love the rotation stamps. So what I would always say, and I would always give it a tip, when you're using anything like that, if you can always try and start and use the lightest one first, so that if you do contaminate your other colours, you're contaminating the darker ones, which aren't going to matter because, well, dark overrides light anytime. If you have made a mistake, like you have done and I've done, and even it's not even a mistake, it's just, you've used a lighter colour over a darker colour. What I would do, you'll waste a little bit, but take some cardstock, inexpensive cardstock, and then what to do is take your ink pad and start to drag it along your cardstock. So you're taking that dark layer of ink off your ink pad. And I'm saying that you're going to waste a little bit. You'll probably find you're going to get a lovely pattern onto the back there.
Background.
You'll start by taking off that darker layer of the colour, and then the more and more that you do it, as you're taking it off, it's getting lighter, and then before you know it, you will be back to that natural tone. It may take a few attempts. I know you said you used the straw bale, but there is a way to do it. Just go in. You can either tap, but I've found when I've made that mistake, for me, the best way is dragging it, because you're dragging that air. Not heavily, don't really press down, just lightly, and drag along your cardstock. And although that is, say, inexpensive cardstock, if you've got enough of your multi-purpose card or something like that, do it on that, because you'll probably find you'll love it, and you'll end up die cutting it and embossing it as well for backgrounds.
Brilliant advice. Thanks for the question. One more question before we go for this show. And we've still got one more live hour to come, of course. Leslie, hello, Leslie. Hi, Craig. She says, I hope you don't think I'm stupid, but I'm new to crafting. What kind of paper do you use to actually make the cards? Thank you, Leslie. That's why we're doing this show, Leslie.
Exactly.
We get lots of people that are brand new to crafting. So what cardstock do you recommend?
First and foremost, that is absolutely not a stupid question whatsoever. Not a stupid question. So what you will find is you're wanting something substantial. So we usually say round about anything between a 250 GSM onwards. So to make it, in the simplest terms, if you have a look at our white multi-purpose cardstock, all of us on the team, myself, the two Debbies and Jan, Michelle, all of us, we will always use that as the basis. It's nice, it's strong, then we do our mats and layers. So what I would say is if you are looking elsewhere, I would say as long as it's over 250 GSM, but if you just, in the simplest form, want to know the best one, our white multi-purpose cardstock, you can then make all your card blanks you want. They're strong, they're sturdy, you can do your mats and layers on top of that. And don't forget, all of us on the team are on social media. Just type our name, Craig Laird CC, Debbie Robinson CC, type our name in, we are there, ask questions, give us a shout, and we'll help where we can.
Terrific. Well, brilliant questions, some great answers. Thank you, Craig, for
You're
that.
welcome.
We should do this again. It's been fun, actually.
It has,
remember, the website is there if you want to check out absolutely everything that is available from Crafters Companion in this show. We've got the red liner tape in front of me. We've got some blending pads as well, tacky glue. It's all there. And remember, there is a brand shop for Crafters Companion if you go to hobbymaker.co.uk. That's where you'll see absolutely everything that's available from Crafters Companion. Just go there, look at the brand shops, and you'll see every other supplier that's here at Hobbymaker, of course, as well. Whatever you do, stay tuned, though. We've got another show coming up, and I am going to... Have you seen our Hobbymaker mugs?
I have. I know, I really want one.
Sorry. I'm giving one away on my Facebook page, though, and loads of you I know have liked it, so I'm going to be at random picking a winner.
Yes.
Even Craig can't get one. But I'll give it to you, and I'll do the draw in the next hour of the show between 5...
I shared it on my page for you as well.
6. Oh, thank you, mate. Brilliant. Okay. See you soon.
Yes.
It's going to be a little while, isn't it?
It's going to be a little while. I don't have a date as of yet, but, I will be back. But the rest of the girls, they'll be here very soon.
Okay. Well, we've got, of course, the final show of the day with Jamie coming up in a few minutes' time. Don't go away.
Hi everyone.
Hiya.
I'm Elaine and this is
I'm
Meryl. She's the one with the short fat hairy legs. Oh no, that's Lizard. This is Lizard. He's the director of our company. Together we make up Parchment Craft Australia, and we will be on Hobby Maker on Saturday at 1 o'clock and 3 o'clock. If you would like to see me in my pyjamas, Meryl probably not.
No.
Join us at 6 o'clock through to 8 o'clock on Friday morning, and that's our great big sales show. 25% off of everything that we've had excess stock for the shows for. So anything that you've seen on Hobby Maker previously, there is 25% off of everything that we've got left in our warehouse. Okay.
And some of it's very, very limited stock. So if
Yeah.
you do want it, be there at 6.
Be there at 6. You can be in your PJs, because I will be too. Look forward to seeing you. Bye.
Bye.
Well, good morning everybody here at Sanntangle HQ. Something a little bit new for Hobby Maker on the 26th of May. You might notice a few different colours, and look, embossed. I'm going to show you how we do it. Come on through. We've got Tommy and he working away. Here he is. And of course on the machine we've got some of these running. But have a look at these look at these stencils. What we've got here, look, a couple of frames, and look, that's what this is going to do here. And of course, look at this. Imagine this with a bit of gilding flakes on it. So of course we've got packaging as well. So Tommy's just going to show you how we actually pack it. Here we go. We've got 2 frames. We're actually going to give you the inserts as well there. And it goes into the package, and then of course into the see, he's training well. We're getting him, and off we go into the bag.
If I can get it in. There we go.
There we go, and it gets sealed up. Job done. So let me just show you as well. These two. I'm going to go do the. Oh, look, and oh, look at. I'm still working. Look at this. So if this is something that you're into, and you think yes, the macro tiles are something that yeah, you want to have a go at, join me on Wednesday, on Thursday, and I'll see you there. Okay,
Yeah, get the day right. Bye everyone. Bye. I almost forgot. We've got a brand new show starting on Hobby Maker, Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. until 8 a.m, featuring loads of new things. The Early Bird Special, a special offer only available during the Wake Up to Hobby Maker show. Who the Hobby Maker Are You? A slightly extended interview with our guest designers, Help Me Hobby Maker, encouraging you to email in with all of your crafting queries, and a sneak peek, the final 20 minutes of the show, letting you know what's coming up later on in the day. So don't forget to join us. Set your alarms 6 a.m. until 8 a.m. on Hobby Maker. I think I'll get 5 more Zeds in.
We have a really exciting show on Saturday at 4 p.m. here on Hobby Maker. Make sure you're tuning in to see the lovely Jessica, backed by popular demand from Tilly Victor, showing her fantastic modern way of paper quilling. So if you do not want to miss out this time, as I remember it's sold out in 45 minutes first time round, be there ready for amazing kits, amazing demos on Saturday at 4 p.m.
Here at Hobby Maker, we love seeing what you've been making, and it's our job to keep you inspired. So how does a £100 credit to your Hobby Maker account sound? Every month, we're going to be giving away a £100 credit to one lucky Hobby Maker's account. And all you have to do to enter is simply send a photo of your craft you makes to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We will be picking one winner each month at random, and we'll announce the lucky winner on air in the 5 p.m. show on the last Saturday of every month. So what are you waiting for? Get crafting, get motivated, and get inspired with Hobby Maker.
We're here. Yes, it's 5 o'clock, our final live hour of the day. Remember, as of Monday this week, we are live in the morning between 6 and 8. Wake up with Hobby Maker, which we did this morning. I did that and then hung around for a little while and then came back to do the afternoon shift today. So it's been a long day, but it's been a thoroughly enjoyable one. So thank you if you've been with me for part of that today. We're into our third and final hour, and it's creative expressions. And it's the wonderful Sue Wilson, who I've had the pleasure of working with many, many times. She's a lovely lady, very talented designer. Sadly, she's in America more than here at the moment after the COVID pandemic and everything else. She couldn't move around very easily, but she's still been designing fantastic dies. And this is the latest release from Sue Wilson. And what we've done today is it's all about tropical birds or very exotic birds. What we've done is put them into 2 bundles so that they are more affordable. And also, if you wanted to buy both bundles, so you've got the whole thing, we've got 2 split pays on both bundles. So you can actually pay for one today and one in a month, but get both of them at home in the next few days. So that's well worth thinking about. Should we have a little look at what's in here? Jamie's with me as well. I mean, the birds are fantastic, and you know, bird houses and that sort of thing, massively popular still.
It's just such a lovely way to build scenes, isn't it? Again, and I know we've focused a lot on cards today, but these are quite lovely for home decor, scrapbooking, bits like that. They can really go off into a lot of variations of papercraft and being creative. And what you've got here in the first set, this is bundle B that we're talking about. You've got here. You've got, this is, sorry, bundle B, A. Did I say B? No, I meant A. Bundle A. So this is your parrot, and you've also, of course, got your toucan as well, and you get the fantastic bird cage. And down the bottom, you've then got I Miss You So Much and A Million Thanks as well as lovely die verses. Really, really special. Now, that price on the screen is phenomenal. It's just gone down and dropped down to $34.99, but see what I mean? It's on 2 split pays. So if you bought both bundle A and bundle B, you could get them both home for $34.99, and you pay the final $34.99 in 4 weeks, but you'll get them both at the same time. That's KX2879, KX2879 if you want to go for that bundle A with the parrot and the toucan. There you go, really cool. And then the next set we've got for you, I will show you some finished cards in a sec. Next set we've got for you is the hummingbird and the woodpecker. I remembered. Hummingbird and the woodpecker and the bird bath. Now this one is the most popular, actually. Who'd have thought that? I'd have thought the actual bird house or the bird cage would have been the most popular, but nope. And you're going to get these 2 verses as well down the bottom. This one says, I'm here for you, and then the other one, that one there, what's that one say? Happy birthday to an amazing friend. There you go. So you get those 2 verses as well. And the birds are beautiful. You've got feathers, you've got flourishes. The bird bath is gorgeous. And you've also got the little nest of eggs and eggs as well separately available. So all of that for that price, again, of £34.99 for that fantastic bundle. I'm tempted, though, I don't know what you think, Jamie, to go for both and then have split pay. To be honest, they are so interchangeable and you're going to work with them together in so many ways that if you can stretch to both, I think you're really going to appreciate having that collection and that freedom. And there's so many little bits, including the sentiments, that are in each set that are going to sort of work together for you as well. So it's not only about the birds. And how do you choose between a bird bath and a bird cage? That would be a challenge. And this is a card that Jamie did in the 3 o'clock show, which you can watch back a bit later on after we go off air at 6 if you want to. This is another one that was made with the Spotlight that has now sold out, that background die that we had at 1 o'clock this afternoon. And that's the stamp die set, the stamp edge die set that Jamie cut out 4 times to make it look like a 4-paned window, looking out into a kind of a tropical scene. Really, really lovely. This is the feathers, just the feathers used to great effect, with gilding flakes in the background as well, making a wonderful exotic background. There again is the bird bath there with a beautiful mirror carved bird just coming into land. If I go back to set A though, bundle A, because I didn't show you any cards from that, look at the toucan. He's so cute. You know what he makes me think of? Absolutely, probably you the same. Then you've got the bird cage there. This is another one using the gilding flakes as a background with the floating feathers and that wonderful 3-dimensional domed bird cage. So yes, you can keep it flat if you want to, but why not make it domed? This is another one that Jamie did that again has got the domed bird cage in the front. So brand new from Sue Wilson today. You can either go for bundle A or bundle B. They're all photographed and listed on the website as well if you go to hobbymaker.co.uk. And yeah, as a bundle of both of them together, you can spend obviously £69 now, or you can just spend the $34.99 today for both with the 2 split pays. The choice is yours. Jamie.
Demo.
Show
How
you
many
what we're
demos
gonna
have you
do.
done? Loads of demos today, haven't you?
I'm trying for 4 an hour. That's usually my mission.
That's
I,
cool.
I don't know if I've hit it each hour, but that's my mission. This is the one that we're going to do for our first demo. Being honest with you, I loved this. I didn't think the rest of the world would, but I put it on my Facebook page and everyone went bonkers about it. So
Yeah.
I thought, well, we're going to show you this because I thought it was good fun.
Oh, by the way, just to let you know as well, if you've followed me on Facebook today and liked the post, we had this delivered to us a couple of days ago, official Hobby Maker mugs. I'm giving one away in this show. We did actually do the draw in the break, a random draw in the break, and I can let you know that the winner of the mug, which I will then parcel up and send off tomorrow, is Linda Gourlay. Thank you, Linda. Many congratulations. You are the winner. Even Craig isn't allowed to have one of these. Even I've not got one. So congratulations, you're the proud owner of a new Hobby Maker mug, okay? They're in very, very limited supply. So well done, Linda. Thank you for taking part, and we'll get that posted off to you tomorrow.
I'd quite like one too if
Thought
we're
you might.
putting in requests, but I can see Linda's. So if you can't find that later, come home with me.
Okay, cool.
Okay, what we're going to do to begin with is we are going to emboss our panel for our background here. So I'm going to use a circle die, which I've already gone ahead and cut out of some grey cardstock, and we're going to use our Hearts on a String 3D embossing folder by Sue Wilson. So I've already cut my circle, and the reason to do that is because if you was to emboss the panel first and then cut the circle, you're going to squish it when you cut the circle, if that makes sense. And we don't want to squish it, we want it to be as 3D as it can be. I'm going to use my Gemporium machine, so I'm just going to use the 2 clear plates. That works perfectly fine with
Jamie
our 3D
loved the machine
folders.
so much, he bought 4 of them.
I did. Yeah, they're going to get sick of that, aren't they? But yeah, I have got quite a collection. These are my plates from home.
It's the
I do
best.
keep mentioning
It's
this.
the best testimony though, because you in the business get the chance to try all the machines.
We do, yeah, absolutely. And I've gone through a lot of different machines over the years.
Yeah.
And truthfully, this is the one I'm using at the moment at home. As
It's on the website for $99.99 if you fancy it. I know it's a crazy price for an electronic die cutting and embossing machine, but look at the results it gives you as well.
So perfect pressure has gone through on that one. It's embossed our design perfectly. If you're into doing grouting techniques, the back of this folder is perfect as well for going across with your texture pastes and putting that into the actual holes as such. So you'll end up with some really nice glossy hearts or glittery hearts depending on the texture paste you're working with. So we'll use this for our first part of our demo. I'll get these out of the way for a second, come back to them shortly. Now for the background, because I'm going to do all of these at once, we have our heart piece. For the very background piece, you're going to see a lovely stripy effect that I've created. Now this is literally just by taking a piece of our grey card, putting it onto a scoreboard and scoring it at every ½ centimetre on one side and then every full centimetre on the other side. So flip it over so you end up with some lines being embossed and some lines being debossed. So every other line is the opposite. Gives you like a corrugated feel
I like
to
it.
if that makes sense. I love using a scoreboard to do backgrounds. This is a bit of a new idea for me to actually do 2 different styles of lines because it just gives you a bit more depth to them.
Well, you think of a scoreboard as just kind of putting in an edge for a crease or a fold or something like that, but why not use them decoratively?
Exactly, yeah. And sometimes, I often say this, I want the focal of the card, like in this instance, to be the middle part.
Yeah.
So I want the background to have some interest, because if not, it's going to be boring, but I don't want it to steal the show.
No.
Just by doing a score line on it, that's subtle, so it complements, but it doesn't steal the focus. That's usually my aim anyway. So what we're going to do next is we're going to take one of our little bird dies. We've got this beautiful flower, which has been heavily embossed on the leaves and all the way through the actual flower as well. We've got a little birdie, we've got our lines, and we've got our heart. And I'm just going to take a black ink pad and I'm going to brush randomly going across each of these components. And the reason I'm doing this is because the product we're going to use next will react differently to the black card than it will to the grey card.
We're talking about the opal.
We are. So we've looked at these a couple of times today, but we're going to look at the opal polish.
Opal
and
polish.
see how they react on our different tones.
And you get 3 in the set. You get the purple, you get the green, and you also get the pink. Golden flamingo, sorry, it's called. So golden flamingo, blue parakeet, and pink thistle. There we go. Those are the 3 you're going to get.
So carrying on, I'm just going to go over the top of the embossing one. If you're trying to be a bit more exact, then use a brayer to apply your ink, because a brayer is a solid roller instead of the felt of the pad, where the felt of the pad will go through to more layers underneath. You might get a slight line come through, that doesn't bother me at all. But if it does you, a brayer is the answer to prevent that. Once I've gone over with my ink, and this could be any black ink, by the way, any that's going to dry on your card. Don't feel it's got to be the one I'm using, archive links, bits like that, Memento, they'd all work the same. When you believe that your ink is starting to set and is dry, we can then go on with our polish. So I'm going to use our Golden Flamingo polish. And if you haven't seen these before, I've just dug straight in here, but we actually have our applicator located in the lid. So when you take your product, you can remove the applicator, take off the lid. You have a little station then to keep your applicator on when you're not working with it, so it doesn't roll around your desk. Build up a little ramp on the side of the jar so that you're just getting a small covering over your applicator. And then we can start brushing this over the cardstock.
If you've not tried these yet, you've got to. They are the most brilliant product, they really are. If you have a little look, actually I won't interrupt your demonstration, but when you've done that, I'll show you the boards that show you how they change if they're used on different colour cardstock. Because you're using a grey, you did black earlier on and white, didn't you?
I did. So this time, where we've put the black ink, they should go very golden.
And they have.
And where we have the grey card, that should still keep quite pink. So you're seeing the two different tones. And I'll show you this on a piece of embossed card as well, so that you see it in this format of the polar opposites, which is sort of the same as the boards Dave will show you. If we use it directly on white card, we're going to end up with this really nice subtle pink. The minute we bring it onto black card, we're going to end up with that really nice gold. And this, of course, is the Golden Flamingo, so it's giving you the hint in the name there.
It's genius, isn't it?
Pink and gold from.
And it's all down to your chemist that does all the formulations for you.
Yeah, it is. She's an amazing lady who works tirelessly to come up with different products. And this one is chock full of interference mica, so it basically reacts different to the colour that's underneath it.
What Jamie's done for me, he's given me this board so I can show you all three colours. Remember, you're going to get all three in the set, which is really good, for $16.99. But you can see the large square is white cardstock, and the dark, smaller square is black. So you can see the difference that the actual opal polish behaves differently on different colour cardstock. And the one in the middle there, the blue parakeet, look, on black you see blue, but on white cardstock it looks yellow. The pink goes gold on black, as we showed you earlier on, and stays pink on white. And this one, which is the pink, what was that one called again? Pink thistle, pink thistle. Yeah, it's a darker pink on the black and a lighter pink on the white, but really lovely. And they're a dream to use, aren't they?
They're just so easy. The applicator comes with them, so the minute you've got them, you've got the right tools to start working with them. If you wish to use them with a palette knife as a texture paste, you can do that. They're water-based. If you want to hook them out and mix them in with some water, so you can apply them with a paintbrush, you can do that. You can mix other products into them. So if you want to create your own colours, don't be afraid to mix in things like intense pigment stains that Francois had on the show the other day, or airless misters, or pixie powders, pixie sparkles. So you can really make your own combos as well.
And I love the fact that the actual blending, or the actual sponge is in the lid of the actual product, so you keep that sponge for that particular colour, which is fantastic. So 3 of those together, $16.99. Give them a try, you'll love them.
So I'm just going to carry on brushing over the top of the bits I just coloured. So I've just done the bird is ready, and we're now going to go over the flower. And I want a bit of the black to show through. I also want the pink to show through on the grey, and I also, of course, want the grey to still be visible too. So we've now done our top components, and we'll bring in our embossed piece of card, and exactly the same, we can brush over this, and we should end up with quite a highlighted embossed line, a debossed line, to which neither the ink nor the polish is probably going to get to. So it's going to give us a grey pinstripe, a gold pinstripe, and a bit of black in there as well. So we won't do all of this, but we'll just do the top bits to show you that's sort of where we're heading. Oh, we will complete it. Why not, actually? Let's do a bit more of it, and we'll go a bit heavier so you can see that you can be heavier if you want to be. And I'll give you a bit more of a wiggle of that one so you can see your two different effects.
It's like sheet metal, isn't it? It really is. Lovely shine coming from it. But remember, depending on the colour of the card you use, depends on the colour that comes off it.
And these could be quite nice for men's cards again. You know, we talked about Father's Day earlier, didn't we? That isn't a million miles away. You could certainly make your vintage rust effects or metal effects if you wanted to. So we'll pop these to one side, and I'll bring in the bits I've already done, and we'll build this one up, shall we? So we have our square card, and I've got a black and white layer on the top of that. I'm going to bring in a piece that I've already scored and coloured. And we'll add our Cosmic Shimmer Dry Clear Glue onto the reverse of that. And then we're going to bring in our circles. Now these are our scalloped circles that we have on today's show. These I absolutely love because they're just so delicate and dainty. You could cut into them if you wanted to add more details with circle dies to turn them into frames, or if you had some of Sue's frames and tag dies that don't have an outside edge, you could cut those into the middle as well. If you want to thread ribbon through them or threads across them and then make little like message boards, you can. Or if you want to use the smaller ones and hang them like baubles, you can do that as well. So they come in quite nice for Christmas.
Okay, well, we've got those for you, and we've also got the postage stamp edge nesting dies as well. They're only about £15, and they're on the website as well. So
we'll add on another layer of that, and then we're going to bring in our embossed piece, which has been coloured. And we can put that into the middle of that one too. Again, building up our colours. And then we're going to use our smaller circles, so which we have 3 of these. We're going to start off up there. We're going to pop 1 down here, and we have 1 to go in the centre. And then we can bring in our decorative pieces. So we have our little bird, just checking that we're the right way up before his nose diving. We'll put him in the middle. And then this little flower, I absolutely love this. I think this is so pretty. And it's quite nice because we can tuck this underneath our scallops and through the loops. We might go down instead of up if this doesn't work again. Come here, you.
I mean, if you've got circular nesting dies already, look at the difference the scalloped edge makes, though. Really makes them stand out.
There we are, we're through. And that'll anchor that part down. We're going to bring this one up. There we go. And we're going to do exactly the same coming down from the top. If we can just put that into there, they're lovely. I'm going to bring that one around the top part facing in. And then we're going to finish this off just with a little sentiment. I've got I'm Here For You, which is one of our mini expressions. And we're going to add some Cosmic Shimmer glue onto the back of this one. And then we can have that just down here on the side. Around about there looks nice. And that completes our card.
Beautiful.
Just to give you a different version, this time we've gone for a stand-up. Or we could have it as a 10, obviously the beauty of a square.
I mean, the thing is, have you ever had a product that's given you the same reaction as the opal polishes? Because, okay, you can use like a gilding wax and that sort of thing, but that's just one colour. And of course, the polish, the opal polish, is at least 2 colours in one, depending on the colour cardstock you put it onto. So you can really have a play with those. And they're on the screen now. They're working out to just over £5 each, about probably £1, about £5.50, something like that, £5.60 for each pop. And there's a lot in each one as well, so you get a lot for your money, and you'll love them. You really, really will. And remember, in the lid, that's where you find your foam dispenser. If it does get a little bit kind of crusty as it dries out, just basically run it under the tap. And if this actually dries out, if you leave the lid off, you can actually just add a little bit of water to reinvigorate it. But you can see the different colours just in the glass jar. Absolutely magical products, these. The opal polish, £16.99 for all 3. ZO2814, okay? ZO2814. Now, the watercolour palettes, let's remind you of these. These have been massively popular today. No surprises there whatsoever. Let's start with the first one, which is your Carnival Brights. Now, I've lost track of how many times when I've done Creative Expression shows, I've actually asked, has the palette been in stock? And it's been, nope, sorry. Now, I think there were some supply issues with it at some point over the last year or two. Now, though, we've got these in stock. Now, these are Cosmic Shimmer, and they've got a pearlescent finish to them, loaded with mica, each and every one of these. And if you've got like a pokey tool or something like that, you can actually put the pokey tool into the side of the little palette and lift them out. They're actually self-contained palettes of colour, and you can move them around in the palette, so you can customise your own if you want to. These have flown today. Jamie was doing backgrounds with them earlier on, and you can use obviously your blender brushes with them, your paint brushes with them. $19.99. There's actually 12 palettes in the collection, but you start off with this. Once you've used them once, you'll be won over and you'll want to go for some of the other colorways. We've got 2 different types in the show today. And remember, if you're new to Hobby Maker and you've never ordered anything, you can either order on the website or you can order on the free phone number. That's where the operator is in this building in the UK, 0800 001 4433. The call centre's there ready to take your call, and they'll give you an account number and they'll do your purchase for you. That's it, you're in, you're part of Hobby Maker. These are lovely, aren't they? They're really gorgeous, Jamie.
They are incredibly lovely and such good value for money, to be honest, because you get so many colours. What else could you buy where you get 12 colours at that sort of price? You did the maths on these earlier. Did we work them out to about £1.50 a
yeah, it's 2,
colour?
4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Yeah, there's 12 colours for £19.99, so it's about £1.60, £1.70 a colour. And yours has lasted you years.
A long, long time. As I said earlier, I've actually had some palettes which I've taken to classes and they're still going good. So, you know, the classes, we tend to use them quite a lot and they're still going strong. Yeah, they're incredibly value product.
There is the other colourway as well, which is your pastels. This one's called your Perfect Pastels. So if I hold them side by side, this one is the Carnival Brights. This one is your pastels. You can see the difference in the colourways. If you prefer the slightly lighter ones, then they're exactly the same product, just different colourways. $19.99 for that one if you want your Perfect Pastels, which is that one just there. And you do have a protective Perspex cover, which you can remove. There we go, look, but it just keeps them in tip-top condition, really, doesn't it? And they're compact, you can put them in your pocket.
Yep, so if you're going away for your caravans or you want to take these and do some painting by the riverbank or anything like that, absolutely great to carry around with you. You know, you don't have to lug loads, do you? That and a couple of paintbrushes.
Grab them while we've got the stock, because next time you see Jamie, we may not have them in stock. So I'd certainly go for both of those if it were me. XB2831 is your product code. Right.
Okay, so we're going to get on with the flakes for our next demo. This is the one that we're going to do. I love the flakes. They're just such a fun background. And I'm just going to do a mini piece because we've done this a couple of times today. But I'm just going to show you how you can apply your flakes to make your sheets. So I've gone ahead and I've got a piece of double-sided sticky. And I've put that onto a piece of card so I can just... I've done it the wrong way round, Dave. Bear with me. We will do a slightly smaller piece than I predicted we would do, but it's not a problem. It's just I want to show you how your flakes can adhere, and then we'll come back to that later.
And we've got two choices of gilding flakes in the show. We've got the autumn, and we've got the summer meadow. So choose between which one you'd like to go for. Which one's that?
So this one is the autumn leaves. I remembered when I picked it up. I remembered when I picked it up, and then you asked, and it's gone. It's like... honestly, the memory's shocked. So I'm just going to tip a few of these on over the top of my sticky sheet. Now, although I'm using a very small sticky sheet apparently now, you could be using this over double-sided tape, you could do it over foam tape, you could use our flaking glitter glue. We've also bought you today quickie glue pens, so if you wish to write details or go in and colour elements on your birds maybe, or the bird bath, bird cage, any of them bits, you absolutely could do, and then flake over the top of them. If you're into scrapbooking, I love scrapbooking, my handwriting is atrocious. This is a really good way to distract from your handwriting because you can write with a quickie glue pen, then add the flakes over the top, and people are more impressed at how you've got a multi-metallic script or journaling than they're worried about how bad your writing is.
Quickie glue pens are fantastic. I think that's the gilding flakes on the screen. So $7.99. And you can choose either, that's the autumn one that we're using at the moment, and the other one, of course, is the summer meadow. But I think you'll agree that's lovely. Did you say that was a summer meadow one?
Don't do it to me again, Dave. This is the autumn leaves. Autumn leaves. Now stop asking questions.
All right.
So you can pop all your excess back into your jar. And they do last.
My attention span isn't quite as sharp as it.
I don't have that excuse. My memory is apparently just as bad. But they do last a very long time. They're a very good fun product to work with. I'm just going to brush them bits away and we're going to go on to our next bit. So once you've done your sheet, now for this card I went for quite a large sheet, as you can see. It's about 7.5 inches. And I really wanted to get the most value for money out of the sheet I'd created. So as you can probably see, I've gone ahead with my scallop circles and I've cut the middle out of the sheet. I've then gone ahead to the next level down and I've cut my bird cage out of that. So I'm not using endless amounts of the product.
The gilding flakes make the bird cage look really kind of antique.
It's gorgeous.
Yes, it's really gorgeous.
Yeah, really lovely. So what we're going to do is we're going to bring in our panels and build them up. So I've gone for foam tape to go underneath these. We're going to start off with the one with the big hole in the middle, which is absolutely fine. If you were doing this at home, you could build up that height so that the middle isn't weaker or going to dip down. But we're going to put that one in place first of all. Now, being honest, I should have a white square, and I can't find my white square. So we're just going to go straight on with our coconut white square instead. The white one was slightly larger, so that there was a little less of a frame around the side, but actually showing off the flakes even more is quite pretty. So I'm not worried about that. But if you notice on the difference, that one did have another layer.
And although we haven't got the coconut white in the show, we would have it and should have it on the Creative Expressions brand shop on our website, which is, if you've never visited it before, hobbymaker.co.uk is the website. And just go to the brand section, you'll see Creative Expressions, and all their cardstock, the coconut whites in different colours are on there for you. So
straight away, we now can't see the aperture from underneath. We're now going to take this layer and we're going to cover up that aperture as well, so we can't see that one. We're going to bring in a white layer to complement the white of the card, and that's going to go on the top here. And then we're going to bring in our bird cage. And our bird cage, if we want to give this a bit of depth, is ever so easy. Just fold against the side and fold against the opposite side. And we'll pop some glue going down the sides of these. And we'll go around the grid work on each side. And then when we place this onto our card, we can just hold it patiently for a second or two. And that will then give you a bit more depth. We've got that dome going on just by gluing down the sides instead.
it looks so much nicer having the curve to it.
And then we're going to add in a birdie. We want some height, we want some flight. So I'm going to use one of the little, like, I keep calling these cherries, but these are the little pieces which come in with our flower set we've bought you today.
Okay.
And the idea is you stick the flower on the top of it, and then you can put these as the stems into vases or your displays and build them up. But for this, what I want to do is I'm going to use that actually to take the bird into flight.
I suppose you could use a bit of acetate as well if you wanted to.
You can cut these out of acetate as
Okay,
well. So
yeah,
if you don't want to see them, that works really nicely. So we're going to tuck that under our layer, and we're going to curve that part round, and then we're going to use our bird and we're going to shape its wings out slightly, and we're going to add some glue onto the top of that little stem, and then we can add our bird onto the top of that bit. And then we have a nice 3D bird that's actually quite springy. So even when you post it, it will come back up to life.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do the ribbon because I think watching me tie ribbon is a really boring element. But for my one, I've gone ahead and added a giant bow to it as well, just to finish it off.
Just wondering if it's flying to go back in or whether it's just got out.
Done a little tour and it's going home.
Yeah, well, remember, today, this is the last show today from Creative Expressions with the fantastic new release of Sue Wilson dies. We've got Selection A and we've got Selection B. Selection A, the easiest way to remember it is the bird cages in Selection A with the toucan and the parrot. The most popular, though, has been Selection B with the bird bath. And you've got, of course, probably two of the most relatable birds in this country. You've got the woodpecker and you've got the hummingbird, which are really, really sweet. Love all the verses that you've got on there as well. And as well as that, you've then got the bird bath and you've got the nest full of eggs as well. So there's a lot in there for your money, and it's also on split pay, which a lot of you have done. You thought, okay, well, I can afford the $34.99, which is what it costs. So why not get both of them, have split pay, because it will be $34.99 today, plus your P&P, and $34.99 in 4 weeks' time. If you've already bought something today, remember the lovely thing with us at Hobbymaker is you only pay the postage once of £3.95. Until midnight tonight, you can buy as many more things as you like. There's no P&P to pay whatsoever once you've paid that first $3.95. Okay, we'll be back with more then in the last half an hour today with Jamie and myself.
If you want to search our website for your favourite brands, simply go to hobbymaker.co.uk, click on brands, and you'll find all your favourite items all in one place. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
It couldn't be easier to watch Hobbymaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube. So you can watch at home or on the go. Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
Hobbymaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobbymaker.
Yes, it's a Wednesday afternoon into the evening and we're with you until 6. And remember, if you've missed any shows on HobbyMaker, if you get home at like 6 o'clock every evening and you're cursing, thinking, oh, I'm never going to see this HobbyMaker, you can always watch back on your tablet, on your smartphone, on your computer. Just go to hobbymaker.co.uk, go to the schedule and you'll see all the shows that have been on today and it says pre-record and you can just click play. I was doing that the other day to watch some of the early morning shows and yeah, you can watch it back. You can watch back Good Morning, no, what was it? Wake Up with HobbyMaker, that's what it's called. Wake Up with HobbyMaker, you can watch that one back from this morning when you get home later on if you want to. It's there for you, I think it's for up to about a week to 2 weeks before they get changed, and you can see ahead to the schedules for tomorrow and that sort of thing as well. All right, Jamie, another demo if that's all right.
Absolutely, no problem at all. So this is the one that we're going to do this time. We're going to bring back our bird cage, and I'm also going to show you a slightly different technique with our opal polish, because I think this is a really fun one for you to see. Obviously, when we are using our polishes, we know they react differently to white card and black card. And you might think, well, that's lovely, but how am I going to get black, white all in one go without buying a fancy paper pad?
Now we have actually got the bird cage die on its own if you just want that and nothing else. $12.99, there it is, CT2810, and it'll be yours.
So what I've done is I've gone ahead and I have my coffee bean flower embossing folder already done. And that is already embossed for me. And I'm going to bring in a black ink pad. Again, a bit like earlier, it doesn't matter which one it is, but we're just going to add in some stripes or some areas of black. You could be a bit more precise for this if you want to be, but I'm just going to add in a couple of areas like so.
You never really think about putting the ink pad directly onto an embossed surface, but it works.
A lot of it is about how filled in the design is. If we was to do this over the heart folder like we did on the first demo, we're going to find that the black goes to a few of the underneath areas because there isn't as much support for the pad to glide across. This flower folder is brilliant because it's such a full-on design that we can go on straight with an ink pad and not worry about touching the underneath of it. It's just going to glide over the top. Now, the ink pad I've used does take a moment or so to dry, so I've already gone ahead and I did this one earlier, so it's ready to work with straight away. And we're going to use a different colour because I keep going for the golden flamingo. So I'm going to show you this time the pink thistle instead.
Okay.
And we'll do a little bit in this colour and then I might show you the golden flamingo as well. But by taking your colour and now adding it over the top, you're going to see both colours at once because we've gone over the white bits in the middle, we've gone over the black lines that we've added. So let's do 50-50, shall we? Because we don't need this panel, I should have one already completed. So we'll pop that to one side and we'll bring in our golden flamingo and we'll do the end of this one in the same way. And if we turn that one
That's definitely your favourite, isn't it? There's the least
golden flamingo, it is, yeah. I go for a lot of the golden flamingo. I am a gold person. I use an awful lot of a gold mirror card. I like how gold looks. I like that vintage style. But when we lift this up now, you can see that you've created, in essence, 4 colours out of 2 jars. Oh, wow. Because you've got the reactions on both the white and the black.
That's really cool.
Which is quite good fun. Now, I'm going to be honest, I was hoping that we would fit in 2 demos or another demo at some point in time. I haven't had a chance. So I'm going to show you how this one's done as well. So we're going to break away for that for just a second.
Okay.
And this is a different idea. So instead of doing your folder and inking it from white, what I've done this time is I've already gone ahead and I've applied the polish all over the card, so it is now completely covered. And I'm going to put that inside my embossing folder. And I'm going to find my plates, which I have here somewhere. I do get messy. The more hours I'm here, the messier I get. And we'll send this through the machine.
Yeah, you've got your own trolley to yourself, haven't you? So.
I know, you think that would keep me tidy, but it doesn't. It really doesn't. Really, really doesn't.
I'm very, what's the word? Suspicious of a crafty, a tidy craft room.
Yeah, a craft room, that's not happening, no. Mine looks like a bomb's hit it 99% of the time. Unless somebody's coming round, then, you know, you've got to sort of look at this if you're trying to tidy up. So this time what we're going to do is going to take our black ink pad exactly the same and we're going to go straight over the top of it. Now, as the ink starts to dry, you will notice that the gold will come through. So we don't have to apply another layer.
From behind?
From behind.
Really?
So, yeah, and it'll take a moment to set and dry. And if you want to, you're more than welcome to go and add more colour over the top. But straight away, you're starting to see that. If I give you a bit of a
Oh yeah, you're right.
You see the gold come through?
Not that I doubted you, but I wouldn't have thought. I thought that would have completely.
Well, you'd
covered it
think that
over.
the black would cover it. That's logic, isn't it? That the black would cover over the top of it and you're not going to see it. But no, the gold will win. It will shine through. So again, if you think about this logically, had we have started off with a sheet that I put through the embossing folder and you stamp on top of that with a sentiment or a picture or anything else you want, that line is going to come up in gold because of the ink will once again take on the colouring. So the opal polishes really are great.
Oh, they're a must, aren't they? If you've never tried them, give us a call for them now or order it on the website. Remember, the details are on the screen. It's ZO2814. You get all three, and they are these colours. The opal parakeet, the blue parakeet, the golden flamingo, and the pink thistle. And remember, the small square is how that colour behaves on black. And then the bigger square is how it behaves on white, and of course a slightly different result on grey and craft card, that sort of thing. But you'll be absolutely mesmerised by it, and it's completely smooth and creamy. It's a joy to use. £18.75, so it's basically £6.25 a jar. You get all three of them. ZO814. ZO2814. There you go.
So to carry on working on this card, we're going to take our panel that's been completed and we're going to put some glue onto the reverse of that, and we're going to lay that down on top of some black card so that we're again complementing our shades because we've got the white cardstock, we've got the black cardstock. They're going to pick out the colours that are going on in our layers. We're then going to use a strip of black and white card.
You may have just noticed the price gone down to £16.99 for all three. There you go.
Oh wow, that's not bad, is it?
Yep.
I like that.
Should have been the higher price, but no, we dropped it.
And then we're going to bring in a couple more components, if I can just dig them out from under here. So I've already gone ahead and I've done my bird cage. So my bird cage is exactly the same. It started off black. I've just used that lovely golden flamingo colour to go over the top of it, which is giving me that vintage effect. And we're going to take off our foam tape from the reverse of this and we can layer this on. I mentioned earlier as well about doing these as 3D items. Like last time on the last bird cage when we folded the edges, if you wanted to do that and then glue them together on the edges as such, you could make quite a nice little 3D structure out of them. So maybe you'd like to put some of them little electric candle lights in the middle of them, things like that. So maybe table centres for parties or weddings or different events. They could really make quite nice focals for those too. So we're going to place on our bird. This time I have cut my little formy piece out of acetate. So we're going to bend that round and we're going to shape this up. And we're going to place some glue on the base of that one. And we can tuck that underneath our layer. And that will be ready for our bird to go on in a second. So we'll bring him in. We can add some glue onto that one ready. And place him on there. Now he might take a second to settle. No, he's good. And then we'll bring in our wording. So again, with the wording, I've done the same trick with the wording.
He's got a good bounce to him, that bird, hasn't he?
Good bounce. Well, acetate is quite nice because it's quite forgiving and it will again go straight back to where it should be.
And the thinner you cut it, the more the bounce is going to be, isn't it?
Yeah, the dyes in with a flower set that give you that perfect length and that little gluey area to put both onto your card and onto the bird is brilliant. And again, that could be flowers or anything else that you want sort of bobbling about. You were talking about gnomes in the last one, so maybe some clouds up in the air above the gnomes' heads, things like that. You could really have little bobbly bits wherever you wanted them to be. And then I've just got a few flowers that I'm going to bring in on my tray that I've already gone ahead and put some foam pads on the back of. I'm going to put one up here because I seem to have gained a fingerprint, which is often happens with me. And I haven't got any white ink to cover it up, so instead we are going to go with some flowers.
Fair enough.
And we'll do a couple around the side here too.
And I think you're adding like the faux pearls to the side of the bird cage as well. It's a nice little touch.
Sue's very good at leaving them areas for you so that you can just pop the pearls straight in place and not even have to really think too much about where you're going to place them, which is quite pleasant because sometimes dies don't necessarily lend themselves to having that extra decoration to them, although you might want them to. We'll add in another little leaf here. We'll add in one on the side, and then that will complete this part of it. Because I can get carried away with flowers, so we won't hold you up for hours with them. And that will complete that card. I'll also stand up the original one, and I'll also show you this one too, because we didn't get much time to talk about that one. But I do like the bark on this one, or the wood on that one. And again, that's just been cut from black and then gone over with the polish in exactly the same way.
And remember, you're going to get the actual tree trunk with set B, the one that's got the bird bath in it, and the woodpecker and the hummingbird. That's got the actual bark in it as well. So really lovely. All these sets are fantastic. Details on the screen there for the opal polishes. If you want those set of 3, very busy, very popular this hour. Golden Flamingo, Blue Parakeet and Pink Thistle, all 3 for just £16.99. Now the Over the Rainbow paper pad. Now this is put together by the lovely Francois Reed, who's another guest from Creative Expressions. Woodware is part of Creative Expressions now. This is 24 single-sided pages, 12 designs, 2 sheets of each. But Francois has single-handedly created these wonderful background papers. How on earth she's done it and what she's done it with is absolutely incredible. And it's a real kind of mixed media journey on here, which I know a lot of people get a little bit daunted by, but Francoise has created a lovely finish. And you've got things through to your wood panels, like almost like the kind of decking that you'd see in New England, that sort of thing. You've got your rainbow wooden panels as well. Really, really lovely, very, very versatile. And rather, if I was faced with a blank page of paper and tried to create something like this, I would not have a clue where to start. Francois done a fantastic job on this. So it's only just £9.99 for this, part of the Woodware collection, which is part of course, Creative Expressions now, the Over the Rainbow paper pad by Francois, just £9.99. Can I also show you one of the best-selling die sets today? I'm glad that we're on the same wavelength because I love anything to do with stamp edges. I said to Jamie earlier on, I think it's probably to do with my kind of stamp collecting when I was a kid. And you've got this kind of perforated edge to the edge of these square dies, which makes it instantly like a stamp. And these have been a bestseller, and you're going to get all of these. I think it's 6 dies, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 6 dies in total for £14.99. Of course, squares become diamonds very easily, quarter turn, but it's just got that look of a perforated postage stamp, which I think looks really, really lovely. And it makes a change from a plain square.
Absolutely. It's the eye in the detail is what sets these things apart, isn't it?
Yeah.
And this is something you're going to go back to time and time again. I always think of postage and vintage for Christmas too.
Yeah.
So if any of you are starting on your Christmas cards like I am at the moment, to me I'm just seeing Christmas with these, very vintage Christmas.
Absolutely. £14.99 gets you, not 1 die, but all 6 of them, which is amazing value. AG2824, that's the product code. Can I quickly also remind you that we're still inviting you, and we always do every day, to show us your makes, to send them in. The draw for this week's this month's £100 credit is coming up on Saturday, okay? So Saturday in the 5 o'clock show, the announcement will be made of who's got the £100 credit on their account, and it could be you, Julie Payne, because we've got a make from you and you're going to go into the draw. Everyone that's sent in their makes, even if we've not shown them on TV, is going into the draw. And Julie's done this. Very, very nice.
I like
a little bit of tissue
box.
paper as well. So
matching box is rather elegant, isn't it?
Lovely
Beautiful.
presentation though, isn't it? All in the detail, absolutely. Thank you, Julie. You're in the draw. Jill Kirby, hello, Jill. Lovely, lovely colourways as well. That teal.
That's
really,
gorgeous.
really nice.
It looks very glittery from here, but I am as blind as a bat. But it looks quite glittery, which is really pretty.
Jill Kirby, you're in the draw. Thank you for the entry. Diane Haig, hi Diane. That's a shaker card. I think that could be. Is that a Crafter's Companion die? I think it might be. Mason jar.
I think it might be. I think they're quite recent.
I remember
That's
doing mason jars
very
with.
bright.
Really lovely. Lovely shaker card. Thank you, Diane. Patricia Rosser. Hello, Patricia. Wonderful, beautiful, very delicate and feminine. Lovely lace edge on that as well.
That is gorgeous.
Really gorgeous. And then Jan Tehan, the last one for now. Thank you to all of you that have actually sent in yours. We haven't got time to show every one, but you will be in the draw, rest assured, and the draw will be announced on Saturday, this Saturday, in about 2 or 3 days' time at past.
Jan's is lovely.
In the 5 o'clock show.
I
Absolutely.
like all of them though. Isn't it lovely to get to see what people are up to? I think that's a really lovely feature to this, to actually see what everyone's doing as well as us.
And you've still got time to get your makes in. You can send them in at any time you like. It's studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. And it's not just card making, whatever you're making. It might be a model that you've made. It might be, I don't know, a cardigan or whatever it might be. Maybe a knitting or crocheting, anything at all.
So what we will do for our next demo,
Yep.
I think we're up to 4 now. I think we've hit our target. This is the one that we're going to do. And we're going to play around with that lovely paper pad that Dave just showed you, the Over the Rainbow paper pad from our lovely Francois Reed. And as you can see on this one, I've gone for quite a few different sheets from it to give me different depth and ideas to build them up. So
Two can do it.
I know, I love the way Sue does that. These little expressions that just fit in with the collection perfectly. She's effortless.
I always think of toucans as being really cheeky and adorable.
So I'm gonna pop on my first layer onto my card, and I've already gone for a white on white layer to just sort of break that up and give it a bit of difference. And then we're gonna talk about the 3 panels in the middle. So I've actually used Slimline Stitched Edge nesting dies, and I doubt you're going to see the stitch on the side here, but these are really nice to cut your panels, especially if you want to do triple panel cards like the one I'm doing, or maybe you want panels to do threading with. They're just a really nice size, and it's going to be uniform, and the stitch detail just gives them a bit more of a professional edge. So I'm going to start off by adding my panels on here. Now, I know everyone gives different tips when you're trying to line up 3 panels at once. Mine tends to be start from the outside edge and put it on, if you're happy to do it that way, because then I can go on from the outside edge, I'll do the other outside edge, and whatever's left in the middle will pop in the middle panel. But however works best for you. I think we should be about right there. I am quite lucky that my tape is also removable. So if it goes terribly wrong, we can move it along a little. But that looks quite nice to me, and it just gives us them little glimpses to the backgrounds, and we've got the nice patterns on
symmetry
the top as well. Then we're going to go ahead to our top square. Now, I believe the outside white square is cut from one of the largest squares in our postage set, and then we've gone down to the next layer using our paper pad and our postage stamp die again for that one. Now you might notice here, and I know it's hard for you to see this on screen, but these also have a stitch detail on the inside of the postage scallop. So that's going to match in really nicely with the stitch detail that was on the Slimline die that we used earlier. I think being designed by the same person, so he likes to keep her sort of stitch details running through her designs. So it's going to match up and look intentional.
You can see it on the black and white one that I've got here. You can see the stitch detail. There it is, look. There you go. See? Nice. Nice little touch.
I just think it's them little touches that really set your cards aside from possibly other people's. And then we're going to add on our foam tape. I'm battling a bit with my foam tape today. It doesn't want to stay in place, but we're going to use one of our frames. Now again, this is one of our postage stamp squares, and I've used the next size die down to cut out the middle. And this is quite novel because we don't always do this with our die sets. We don't always have the flat edge dies in with the scallops or the decorative. So, but the squares do come with these, so that you've got the perfect size squares to cut them out if, like me, you want to have a frame instead of a solid, which is quite nice. We're then going to chat about your birds. So this time we're going to use our lovely toucan die. And I've run through this morning, but I thought it might be nice to share with you again, just in case you haven't seen them cutting. So I've gone ahead and I've got my die ready. Now, Sue's dies, she's added the most gorgeous detail on these that is going to emboss for us. And there's 2 ways you can emboss a die. You can send it through, cut it, and then bring it back out, add on a rubber mat and send it through again, and it'll emboss it. Or Sue's tip, which I think works really well, is if you've got a scrap piece of card, so this is the one I want to cut my item out of, just lay the scrap piece of card on the top, and the scrap piece of card will act a bit like the rubber mat would, and it will push the cardstock into your die cut and emboss it for you in one pass through your machine. So it's a bit of a time hack. It also means that you don't have to worry about layering your rubber mat on there or anything moving. So we can take that away and we'll have our cut, and it will then come out on top of our spare one. Now sometimes your spare one out of your scrap card will be perfectly usable in exactly the same way, but it has certainly pushed that through, so I've got all that embossing nice and in place on my first
There's something really comical about a toucan though, isn't there?
There is, yes. Yeah, my dad actually used to work from a hire company called Toucan Hire Company, if I remember right.
George in the Jungle, they're saying in my ear, Laura's saying, and also I think was it a cheeky, was it Madagascar?
I think you're talking about films. I haven't watched any of these. I'm not good with films. I have watched The Lion King. I watched that recently, but I'm not good with films. Rarely watch films.
Okay. I always
Oh,
fall
why?
asleep in them, to be honest.
I think that's possibly why I shouldn't admit these things, but yeah, sleep is a problem. So I'm going to go back to my paint palettes. We're going to dig into both of these. I'm just using water to activate the paint so they're ready. We're really not going to do a lot of this because I'm not good at painting at the best of times, but we're going to use our water brush. We're going to pick up some of our colour and we're going to go in and we're going to give him some lovely blue feet.
Oh, these palettes, you really got to treat yourself to these. Even if you've never painted before, but you just love colouring, maybe you usually use pens, try the Perfect Pastels and the Carnival Brights. You'll be absolutely delighted. The quality of the packaging equals the quality of the paints that are on the inside. They're loaded with mica, so you get that lovely satin sheen to your results.
Now you might notice I'm painting onto black card instead of white or copy paper. I find that's really handy because you'll see the white edge. If you're, and this is a bit of a tip really, if you're colouring with alcohol markers or painting, any white die cuts, you'll straight away see if you've missed a bit on the die because of the black. Obviously it's opposite, where if it's a white underneath as well, it's quite easy to pick your die cut up and think, oh, actually I've missed a bit here, and that can be a bit infuriating, especially if you've moved on to the next colour. So it's just a bit of a tip. If you have got some spare black card, that's quite nice.
I'll just show you something as well. Here's these little dishes that are inside the palette box. They come out. And there's a magnet in the bottom there that holds it in place, but you can easily, with your thumbnail or whatever, just lift it out so you can swap them over. If you want to take certain colours with you out to a location to do some painting or something like that, you can just swap them around. So really cool, isn't it? I think they're great, I really do.
To me, the value for money is the bit that really gets me, because if you went and bought individual paints, you'd be paying a lot more for them. Yeah. Than you're paying in the sets as such.
But don't think because they're so affordable that the paints aren't going to be good quality. They're superb quality. Anything with cosmic shimmer on the label is great quality.
Okay, so I'm going to leave that there, just so you can't see how bad my painting is. I haven't completed it. We can hide behind it. It's a work in project. But I have got one I've already gone ahead and done. So feel free to add in as many details as you wish to. But the paints are really good fun. And I do think that, like, even me, who is a self-confessed novice when it comes to colouring, they do disguise your work a little bit, and to me they make my work look a little bit better than I would imagine it normally does, and I like products like that. Things that make me look better than I am is always good. And then we're going to use the Toucan Do It expression from our matching Toucan die set, and we're going to add that into the top here, and then that completes that card. So again, another very simple, not complicated card at all, but I think that's the beauty of these dies and collection, is how you can bring together quite simple cards quite quickly.
Now, maybe you're calling back. Maybe you ordered set, let's just say, for example, you ordered set A this afternoon at 1 o'clock when we launched them. Remember, we've got 2 bundles from Sue Wilson. Set A is the one that's got, of course, the toucan and also the parrot and the birdhouse in it, amongst other dies, of course, as well. Lovely verses. Maybe you bought that earlier on and you're thinking, do you know what? I've seen all Jamie's shows today, and you know what? I like the idea of the hummingbird and the woodpecker as well. Then this is the set that you need to add to your order as well, because this is the last live schedule show of this. It's $34.99. Maybe you got it on split pay. If you did, you can get this on split pay as well, because then you'll only be paying $34.99 today for both sets delivered straight away, and the final $34.99 in 4 weeks' time. But the great news is, of course, once you've paid your one P&P of $3.95, there's no more P&P to pay for you until midnight tonight, so you can fill your boots with maybe the gilding flakes has made you go, do you know what, I want to give those a go. Or maybe you want to go for the glue. Maybe you want to go for the gilding flake blocks that we had a question about. 6 of these. They're not much money. They're really, really, cheap as chips, but you don't want to pay another $3.95 postage. So if you've already ordered something today and you want these to go with the gilding flakes, just pop them into your order. The whole show is available to watch back, as is the 1 o'clock show and the 3 o'clock show, whenever you choose. And the website to see everything that Creative Expressions are bringing to you will be, of course, our website, which is hobbymaker.co.uk. Just go to the brand shop and then you'll see Creative Expressions. Click on that and you'll see all the fantastic goodies. Now, before the end of the show, Laura's boyfriend's mum makes cards. And she's just sent a picture of something that she's made today. And we wanted to make sure that Liz got a show on the telly. There you go.
That is beautiful.
That is lovely, isn't it?
Very nice.
I've heard a lot about you, Liz. All good. Nice one. Okay, well, brilliant. Remember, if you want to get into the draw for the £100 credit to your account, obviously you've got to have an account. Otherwise, we can't credit it if you haven't joined yet. So if you want to join Hobby Maker, just give the operator a call or go online to our website. You can do it on the website. You can do it by calling free 0800 011 4433, and they will enrol you. Just buy something and they will make sure that you've got an account number and you're off and running. And you can join us every single day. And do remember, we're back live at 6 a.m. tomorrow. Vicky is going to be waking you up. And thank you for your company this morning if you were with me at 6 a.m. today. Vicky with Anne-Marie from Hunky Dory, bright and early. And I'll see you tomorrow afternoon at 1 o'clock to do it all again between 1 and 6. Jamie, thank you, sir. Brilliant
Thank you.
demos. Great to see you. You'll be back soon, yeah?
I'm back next Wednesday with my brand new collection, In and Out Dyes. Hopefully you'll join us for
Oh, I
that.
saw that on
Should be
Facebook.
good.
Yeah, absolutely.
good.
So that's going to be really good. Next Wednesday.
Next Wednesday, 1, 3 and
Fantastic.
5.
Brilliant. And remember, you can watch back any of the shows that you've seen today or maybe missed today anytime you like on your tablet, on your phone, or indeed on your computer. But enjoy Sue Wilson's Dyes. Enjoy all the other goodies as well, including the opal polish as well. Have a lovely evening. Stay with, of course, us at Gemporia and Hobby Maker. We'll be back tomorrow in the morning at 6.
Well, good morning everybody here at Sanntangle HQ. Something a little bit new for Hobby Maker on the 26th of May. You might notice a few different colours. And look, embossed. I'm going to show you how we do it. Come on through. We've got Tommy and he working away. Here he is. And of course on the machine, we've got some of these running. But have a look at these look at these stencils. What we've got here, look, a couple of frames. And look, that's what this is going to do here. And of course, look at this. Imagine this with a bit of gilding flakes on it. So of course we've got packaging as well. So Tommy's just going to show you how we actually pack it. Here we go, we've got 2 frames. We're actually going to give you the inserts as well there. And it goes into the package. And then of course into AC. He's training well, we're getting him. And off we go into the bag.
If I can get it in. There we go.
There we go. And it gets sealed up, job done. So let me just show you as well. These two, I'm going to go do the, oh, look, and oh, look at, I'm still working, look at this. So if this is something that you're into and you think, yes, the macro tiles are something that, yeah, you want to have a go at, join me on Wednesday, on Thursday, and I'll see you there.
Yeah, get the day right. Bye, everyone. Bye.
I almost forgot. We've got a brand new show starting on Hobby Maker, Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. until 8 a.m, featuring loads of new things. The Early Bird Special, a special offer only available during the Wake Up to Hobby Maker show. Who the Hobby Maker are you? A slightly extended interview with our guest designers, Help Me Hobby Maker, encouraging you to email in with all of your crafting queries, and a sneak peek, the final 20 minutes of the show, letting you know what's coming up later on in the day. So don't forget to join us. Set your alarms 6 a.m. until 8 a.m. on Hobby Maker. I think I'll get 5 more Zeds in.